Rutnai silently listened as she continued. Your Grace, Vani went on, I apologize for being rude upon our first meeting. The elegant young woman spread her hands and said, Could you lend me some money? As soon as she said it, not only Duke Rutnai was left speechless, but everyone around them was embarrassed as well. Deep down, I had always wanted to become a villainess rather than the heroine of a novel. Even if everyone cursed and condemned me, I truly wanted to be a villainess born with a diamond spoon in her mouth. Even if my life was like a contract full of unfavorable clauses, I was the kind of person who got annoyed when a passerby's backpack blocked my view and made them wear in front instead. Every day, I sat before a computer and worked endlessly, only to get hit by some driver on my way home. But I did not want to die such a meaningless death. That was my final thought before I lost consciousness. Lady Vani, the young woman being addressed, seemed lost in thought. Karen carefully asked, Lady Vani, is the food not to your liking? Vani immediately retorted, Not at all. It's delicious. Looking at the sumptuous breakfast before her, she thought, how could such a wonderful breakfast possibly not suit my taste? She continued eating with complicated feelings. As you can see, I obtained the life I had always dreamed of. I transmigrated into the legendary villainess born with a diamond spoon. Vani was overjoyed. She had never expected such a ridiculous dream to become reality. Vani was a character from the fantasy romance novel The Light of Kodila, a vicious and cruel villainess. Vani learned that the male lead she loved had become engaged to Kodila, the heroine of the story. From then on, she began to fall into darkness and made a contract with a demon. Vani was an outstanding mage, but she was severely affected by the demon's power. She became a great dark mage and continuously caused trouble for the male and female leads. Yet in the end, as the villain, she was still destined for a tragic ending. Vani set down her glass and silently vowed, but I absolutely cannot let that ending happen to me. Vani was the villainess I admired most among all the characters I knew because she had everything, whether it was her background or reputation. She was the youngest daughter of a ducal family, on the Agenrot family's Orichanka mine and numerous gemstone mines, and even ran the empire's largest magical prop company. As for her family, her father was the renowned master of an ancient mage family and the master of the magic tower. On top of that, she had perfect 11-line abs and incredible stamina. Vani lifted her shirt to look, making Karen jump and hurriedly shut her eyes. Lady Vani thought, and there's this extraordinary beauty, too. She stepped down from her chair, picked up a lovely belt, and confidently spun around the room with flair, leaving Karen bewildered once again. Vani was a remarkably talented great mage. Lying on her back in bed, Vani thought, she truly has nothing to criticize. She is absolutely flawless. In my old world, I was just an ordinary person living in a tiny room, constantly working overtime for a pitifully low salary. Thinking about it still makes my nose sting. Compared with my life, Vani's life was impossibly distant and unattainable. She turned over, buried her face in the pillow, and closed her eyes. But from now on, all I need to do is quietly support a happy ending for the male and female leads from afar, for the sake of a perfect ending and a beautiful wedding. Vani had made up her mind. In other words, as long as she stayed away from a main couple, she would not fall into darkness. Just as she was immersed in how clever she was, someone called out, Lady Vani. Karen called again, Lady Vani, what is wrong? Vani answered, and Karen reported, the Duke has arrived. Vani hurriedly sat up. The Duke? The man looked at her and said, your father ordered you to remain confined, yet you show no remorse at all. What are you planning to do behind my back now? This man was CACAO Agenrot, the head of the family and master of the magic tower. Before I transmigrated here, Vani had caused a major disaster. She had thrown a bomb at the male and female lead's date, and naturally, the place had been destroyed by the explosion. There had been no casualties but that bomb. Even thinking about it left me speechless. Her personality really was something else. Vani thought, I wish I had transmigrated before she threw that bomb. I got confined the moment I arrived. But this punishment was actually, stay obediently in this room, eat whatever you want, and lie down whenever you want. Vani thought, if confinement is this comfortable, then please let me stay confined forever. Then she thought that if she stayed here for too long, all she could do was eat and play. Unable to ignore her father, she replied, I'm sorry, father. I was just quietly reflecting on my actions. CACAO was somewhat surprised. You? Being quiet. Then he loudly summoned the secretary. Vani was startled. Is it going to throw me out? Give that pile of documents to Vani. This unexpected order made Vani blurt out, "What?" The secretary hesitated. This may be a little too much for Lady Vani. Vani thought, so he's not throwing me out. What a relief. But what terrible job is this? The secretary continued. There are documents related to the Mata branch. The work itself is simple, but there are quite a lot of them, so it may be difficult for Lady Vani. Vani felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Just how much is there? I transmigrated, and I still have to work overtime? CACAO Agin Rot ordered. Starting today, you will work 6 hours a day and will not wander around. Vani was secretly delighted. What? Only 6 hours? For someone who had once worked 15 hours straight every day, that was nothing. CACAO Agin Rot's expression turned stern. I'll give you 1 week. If you avoid your work again, I'll throw you out of this house. You had better work obediently. The door slammed shut as Vani silently watched CACAO leave. She thought, this may not be a happy family, but at least I'm happy to still have a home. She recalled the day she first transmigrated. Vani's brother had called her abnormal, and that father of hers had seemed to dislike Vani as well. Karen gently patted her shoulder, and she smiled faintly. But fortunately, I haven't been kicked out. Karen looked at her young lady with concern. Vani let out a weary sigh. Karen, I want something sweet. A prompt reply came. Yes, I will prepare it immediately. Inside the spacious mansion, though the design was not extravagant, it retained an ancient and solemn elegance. A young man held a sheet of paper as he leaned against the table. Suddenly, someone asked, "You're looking at that again?" Rutnai replied, "I only found it in a drawer by chance, so I took it out to read," and said, "There's been no news for 18 years. They must have forgotten about it long ago." Rutnai placed the paper on the table and said, "Even at the end of his life, my father could not let go of that unpaid debt. He told me that if they ever needed our help, we must lend them a hand, and thought otherwise. If they need anything, they will naturally contact us. You need not worry so much, Your Grace." Zutnai sumai faili. Yes, there is no need to worry about things that have not happened. Beside the warm fireplace, and declared, "I guarantee they will never contact us again." Absolutely not. Rutnai asked curiously, "Why are you so certain?" Adjusting his glasses, and confidently replied, "I have a feeling, and my instincts have always been accurate." Rutnai put the document back into the drawer. "That does not sound very convincing, but I trust you." CACAO held the document, unable to believe it. Vani did this. The secretary praised her enthusiastically. "Yes, Your Grace. This idea is brilliant. With this, we can easily track the trading company's monthly revenue." But the Duke of Agin Rot still found it hard to believe. The secretary remarked, "This table format is truly an innovation." CACAO rubbed his nose and smiled to himself. "Is that so?" The praise continued. "I always knew she had been intelligent since childhood, but I never expected her to be this exceptional." The father suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Strange. That girl has always hated paperwork. He looked up and ordered, "Bring Vani's personal maid here." Karen soon arrived at the study and bowed respectfully. "Your Grace," CACAO said sternly, "I summoned you because I have something to ask. Have you noticed anything unusual about Vani recently? You know her best." Karen clasped her hands together. "Your Grace, I was actually planning to report this to you." CACAO immediately pressed. "What is it?" Karen answered. "Ever since she was confined, my lady has seemed very depressed." CACAO's mouth fell open. Depressed? No matter how severely she was scolded, that child never reacted. She has even cut her food intake in half. As soon as he heard that, his eyes widened. How is that possible? She has eaten 6 meals a day since childhood. Karen continued, "And there have been many other changes. I heard from the other maids that my lady cleaned up the desk in her study." This time, CACAO shot to his feet. "What?" he asked suspiciously. "Why has she suddenly changed so much? There must be a reason." Then he thought of the Crown Prince. It must be because of the Crown Prince. Thinking of that noble and handsome Crown Prince, he realized that she had been rejected so bluntly. A proud child like her must have suffered a terrible blow. "I knew nothing, yet I scolded her." His voice softened. Could Vani still be unable to forget the Crown Prince? Meanwhile, in her room, Vani was relaxing and enjoying some fruit. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. She had not expected her Excel skills to be useful here. She had thought it would be something serious, but it was merely a false alarm. It was truly effortless. Karen gripped the edge of her skirt and stammered, unable to speak. Though she did not show it outwardly, it really was true. Kaiso was somewhat astonished, but it did seem to be the case. At that moment, Vani was lying in bed resting, feeling completely at ease. She thought it would be wonderful if every day could be this peaceful. Within that magnificent castle, even the resting areas in the flower garden were luxurious beyond measure, every corner carefully designed with elaborate beauty. Kaiso pondered for a long time. Vani had once been madly infatuated with and pursued Crown Prince Arian, deeply devoted to him, yet he had never looked at her even once. He thought of his daughter again. Vani could sometimes behave excessively, and she was very straightforward, but she was beautiful, a talented mage, and the eldest daughter of the Agenrod family. He clenched his sleeve, his face full of confusion. What exactly was wrong with his daughter? The more he thought of the Crown Prince, the more troubled he became. That man was even openly dating the illegitimate princess of King Mari. No wonder Vani had become angry. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His initial frustration gradually turned into rage. Kaiso slammed his hand onto the table, making a loud noise that startled Vani and Karen as they approached. Vani cautiously and respectfully asked, "Your Grace, father, what is wrong?" Kaiso quickly composed himself, coughed several times to hide his embarrassment, and said to his daughter, "Ahem, it is nothing. Sit down." Vani answered and pulled out a chair to sit. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she thought, "Is there a problem with the documents I prepared? I worked very hard to finish them. If I made mistakes, please forgive me." Kaiso was a little surprised. Vani was apologizing, but he reassured his daughter, "No, you did very well. My assistant and I are very satisfied." Seeing that everything was fine, Vani breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily. "Really? Thank you, father." Kaiso was extremely surprised. His daughter was smiling. This child had never cared about anyone's praise before, but he still tested the waters. "You seem happy today." Vani could only reply, "Ah, yes." She thought, "I thought I had been summoned here to be scolded." Fortunately, that was not the case. Scratching her cheek, she smiled awkwardly. "I never expected father to praise me." Kaiso replied, "Of course. You have always caused trouble before." Vani immediately admitted, "Yes, it was all my fault." Vani's straightforward admission startled Kaiso. Vani lowered her head apologetically. "I've been reflecting on the trouble I caused the family. From now on, I will stay in my room and be a good daughter." Of course, she only dared to say those words in her heart. Kaiso immediately objected. "No, you have no flaws at all. Why are you so dejected?" This time, Vani was the one taken aback. He placed a hand against his forehead and sighed. "I punished you so that you would reflect, but seeing you like this makes me even more worried." He continued, "I found an empty house for you. You can destroy it however you like to vent your anger." The moment he said this, Vani was completely baffled, while Karen beside her was utterly shocked. Vani's eyes went wide. "What? Did I hear that correctly? I can destroy a house." The secretary appeared and explained, "His Grace has erected a protective barrier around the house, so my lady may use magic freely. You may even use bombs to destroy it as much as you like." Kaiso sighed. "You may go after finishing your tea." Vani immediately waved her hands to stop him. Wait, she thought, "Why would I destroy something so precious? Having a house is my lifelong dream." Looking at her father across from her, her confusion deepened. And what was with that satisfied smile? Vani could only smile awkwardly. "I made a mistake, so I deserve punishment, but I will not go destroy a house." Kaiso slammed the table again. "Vani Agenrod, why are you nothing like the child you used to be?" His anger steadily built, and his voice lowered. "What on earth did that bastard, Crown Prince Arian Rudenbobbin, do to you to make you like this?" At that moment, his rage completely erupted. The Duke's secretary hurriedly called out to him, and only then did he come to his senses and calm down. He took a sip of tea to steady his emotions. "Sigh, I got a little carried away just now. If I frightened you, I apologize." Seeing magic power flow around Kaiso, Vani's eyes lit up. "That's amazing, father. Wow, is that magic?" Kaiso rubbed his chin in confusion. "Why are you saying something so obvious?" The warm atmosphere made Vani very happy. She thought, "Father seems a little embarrassed now. Perhaps he is not actually that strict." Kaiso spoke up. "Vani, tell father if there's anything you want. If you want to date someone, I will help you find someone better." Vani thought, "What do I want?" She immediately said, "Father, He replied, "Yes, go on." Remembering something she had never been able to do in her previous life, she spoke. "I want to study." The moment she finished speaking, her father spat out all the tea in his mouth. All three of them stared at her in astonishment. The secretary confirmed, "It does seem that way." In the familiar, luxurious bedroom, at the familiar, exquisite desk, there were simply a few more books on it. Vani ate her snacks while reading. After being reincarnated here, I don't understand the situation very well. This is a good opportunity to learn more. She chewed as she read. Being able to devote herself entirely to studying really was blissful. Besides, Vani was also a mage. Then I can use magic too, just like father. The thought made her even more excited. She placed the book on the desk and pondered again. But she opened the book again and thought, how strange. Magic books are the only ones I can understand. It's not as though I have dyslexia. Could it be because I'm not really Vani? She sighed again. In any case, I don't need magic right now. But who knows? There's no harm in trying. The young lady took a step forward, spread her hands, and silently chanted a spell. In comics and novels, people usually shouted spells aloud, such as fire. Before she could finish, there was a loud boom. Then the door was pushed open. A male voice entered the room. "Vani, I'm coming in." Very soon, he stepped into her room. "What are you doing?" The unexpected situation left Vani stunned. Why did this guy show up at a time like this? This brother of hers always called Vani strange. Vaden, full name Vaden Agenrot, the young duke of the Agenrot family and an assistant instructor at the Magic Academy. "What did you just say?" Vani asked with an awkward smile. Vaden felt somewhat helpless about this younger sister. That tone of hers was enough to give anyone goosebumps. But then he looked at the stack of papers on the desk and asked, "You said you prepared that business report yourself?" She answered, "Yes, that's right." Vaden was skeptical. "Why do you suddenly want to study these basic subjects?" Vani hurriedly replied, "I just want to learn." He looked baffled. "What is wrong with you? Are you trying to compete for the title?" Vani said in alarm, "The title?" Vaden rubbed his neck. "Yes, the position of young duke can change at any time." Unable to endure it any longer, she shouted, "Listen carefully. I want to protect our family." Vaden froze. "What? Help me." Vani explained, "Battles against monsters used to happen once every 10 years, but now the intervals are getting shorter. You took part in the recent battle, so you know, don't you? It has only been 5 years since the last large-scale battle against monsters. So the next one will definitely be even bigger, and it will happen within the next 3 years. This time, Vaden was completely persuaded by her sharp reasoning. I know that." His expression darkened. "But what makes you say that?" Vani was left speechless. She raised her fist in front of Vaden, forcing him to take a step back. "Well, I just finished studying history. I compiled the major events of each year and marked the ones related to battles against monsters. That's how I found this pattern." He looked at her pile of notes and was momentarily speechless. Vani had actually discovered and organized all of this. She complained, competing for the title? Honestly, that's ridiculous. Vaden could only cough a few times to hide his embarrassment. He said seriously, "All right, then what exactly do you want? Knowing you, I don't believe you're simply being obedient and helping me." She was equally helpless. "Seriously, you're always suspicious of me." She lowered her voice, making it as gentle as water. "Actually, I'm already exhausted. Now, I only want to live a peaceful life and help you and father. You understand me, don't you, brother?" Vaden was stunned again. "Huh? What, brother?" Vani clenched her hands, her brow tightly furrowed, yet she still smiled sweetly. "Brother." Vaden jolted. Good heavens, has this brat really gone crazy? As he thought of it, he became furious at that detestable crown prince. He rushed to find his father in 3 long strides. "Father, there's something strange about Vani." Vaden got straight to the point. Kaiso sat upright. "So you noticed it too?" Someone coughed and said, "She even said I was handsome." The man grinned broadly. "She called you brother?" Kaiso concluded, "I think being rejected hurt Vani deeply." Vaden pointed out, "She said she was exhausted and only wanted to live peacefully from now on." Kaiso sighed. "The teachers who taught Vani today said the same thing. Being motivated is a good thing, but they said Vani's eyes were full of madness." Vaden sighed as well. Her mental state really is a little unstable. Damn the crown prince. Kaiso continued, "So, I've been thinking about introducing Vani to a man more outstanding than the crown prince." Introducing a man to Vani? He believed that dating someone more exceptional than the crown prince might make her feel better. Vaden agreed. Maybe. It wouldn't be good for her to remain at home all the time. Going out might help. Yet both men were filled with anger. Vani really was still young, but if she went on a date, the family portrait in the room seemed to display the affection they shared. Vaden asked, "Have you chosen someone already, father?" In a castle in the north, Rut and I smiled and said, your intuition was wrong again this time. I was still confused. Prepare to depart. We're going to the capital. So you are the chosen one. 18 years ago, the previous Lord of Deo was a rigid and arrogant man. He believed only in the power of the sword and threw himself ceaselessly into battles against monsters. However, when he was driven into a desperate situation, Archmage CACAO Agenrod, who had been traveling north to find medicine for his wife, appeared like a savior and helped him. With CACAO's aid, the Lord defeated the monster. The Deo family was immensely grateful to the Agenrod family. The Lord was indebted to him, but he also asked the Archmage to keep the matter secret. In return, he wrote a pledge promising to fulfill any request from the Agenrod family. Naturally, this agreement had no time limit. As time passed, the pledge was forgotten, yet it suddenly came into effect again because of a letter. Rut and I gazed thoughtfully at the letter and was filled with doubt. Is your grace truly going? Rut and I asked him, can't you see? The young lady is suffering because the crown prince has someone else in his heart, and protested. Duke Agenrod has gone too far, using that pledge under such circumstances. You do not need to meet Lady Vani for that reason. Zut and I note that we should have several new outfits made, and we need to prepare a gift for her as well. And said angrily, your grace, that is Lady Vani Agenrod. She is infamous for being wicked. Why would you still? Rut and I replied sternly, the Deo family must repay its debts. We owe them far too much, and it is time to repay them. Do not forget that this was my father's final wish. And sighed, I knew I could not change your decision. Then I will write to the Deo family residence in the capital and reserve a tailor's shop. Zut nice, Umai. I'm very curious just how frightening this notorious young lady truly is. Oh my goodness, it's Lady Agenrod. She's looking this way. The whispers around her made Vani uneasy. Did I just make eye contact with her? We need to get away before that girl hurts us. Vani sighed. Although she had expected it, she had not imagined it would be this bad. Am I a demon or something? Vaden sneered. People are still afraid of you. Vani's reputation remains as impressive as ever. Vani said unhappily, you're my brother. Are you happy to see your sister treated this way? The streets were crowded, and carriages rattled over the road. At last they arrived. Vani said excitedly, this is the Nazan district. Vaden looked doubtful. What's so special about it? It has been so long since I last came here that it feels new. She sighed. In such a peaceful place, Vani was about to drop another bombshell. Vaden teased, if you want to throw a bomb, just tell me. I'll lend you one. Vani snapped, that's not what I mean. Why are you and father exactly alike? Then she suddenly noticed something. Oh, is that the Imperial Palace? It was a magnificent and splendid castle, even more glorious than she had imagined while reading the novel. Her skirt fluttered in the wind. CACAO said sternly, Vani, from now on, do not look in that direction anymore. Vani replied, yes, father. Vaden added, in any case, don't remain attached to it. She looked confused. Me? What? She thought to herself, does father think I am still secretly in love with the crown prince? I forgot about the crown prince long ago. She shouted, while the other two joined in, of course you are. You may pretend otherwise, but everyone knows. Vani objected. That's really not it. When they entered the tailor's shop, they were warmly welcomed. Welcome, honored guests. This is Iamoto, the finest clothing boutique in the empire. Haha, it has been a long time since Lady Vani visited us. This was completely different from when Vani came alone. She recalled that she had always wandered around alone, and the staff had not even bothered to acknowledge her. Vani was that lonely young lady. This had been her life. How sad. CACAO asked worriedly, Vani, are you all right? I'm fine, she replied. The two men immediately ordered, bring out all the clothes that would suit Vani. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and choose. Only then did she understand. So they had brought her out to cheer her up. She had not expected her family to care about her this much. After trying on many beautiful outfits, Vani hesitated. They're all lovely. I can't choose. Father, brother, what do you think? The two immediately gave their opinions. This one suits you better than you think. Really? Then this must be the most beautiful outfit in the whole country. That's right. Manager, those shoes. Shall I bring that pair for you to see? He was immediately rebuked. What did you say? Bring out every pair except those. The manager answered, yes, I understand, your grace. Vaden agreed. Those heels are far too high. It isn't safe for Vani to wear them. CACAO joined in. Exactly. What if she sprains her ankle? Come on, Vani. Let's go to another shop. The staff saw them off respectfully. Thank you for visiting. Vaden said, take us to the shop you usually visit. Looking at the two men, one held up a hat and said, this would definitely suit her. The other picked out an accessory. This one looks good. Try it on. Vani could not help laughing out loud at the sight. The two men froze, and Vani hastily apologized. Saw the... Kaiso waved a hand. It's fine. Vaden said as well. It's nothing. Kaiso said, Vani, when you smile, you look so much like your mother. You should smile more, just like she did. Vani felt a little embarrassed. Vaden coughed softly. Let's go have tea. Good idea. There's a tea house up ahead. All right. Seeing this, Vani felt awkward. What is this? Why are they speaking so awkwardly? She screamed inwardly, I want to go home. After entering the tea house, everyone began chatting. Do you like the things we bought? Ido, thank you both for the gifts. Raising her teacup, Vani said, as I told you, I only want to stay home, study, and share your burdens. I will not have any occasions to wear these clothes. How about returning half of them? Her father and brother immediately objected. How could you not have occasions to wear them? Exactly. Father will introduce you to a good man. 3 days from now, at this cafe. Vani completely fell apart. She asked in panic, Father, are you serious? Kaiso said decisively, I have arranged everything. Vaden continued, the person Father wants to introduce is Rutnai Deo, the young head of the Deo family. They are one of the Empire's founding noble houses. He is a master swordsman and the guardian of the Northern Gate. Vani recalled that she seemed to have heard of him before. A handsome and carefree man of exceptional talent, secretly admired by countless young ladies. That was what her dance instructor had once told her. She could not understand why such an outstanding man would want to meet her. Vani, an infamous villainess. Upon hearing that, her father slammed the table and roared, Who dares call my daughter a villainess? Vaden rose to his feet as well. Even though I used to think you were a little strange, you really are not that bad. Vani felt everyone defending her, and warmth filled her heart. It seemed she truly had a family now, even though I'm not the real Vani myself. After she finished buying gifts, an employee informed her, My lady, your gifts have been wrapped. Thank you, she said. Her father went to the magic tower, while Vaden had urgent business and hurried away. Both of them were so busy, yet they still made time to accompany me. Her attendant asked whether she was finished. The young man yawned. Vani thought, did he just yawn? His attitude is completely different when Father is around. A mischievous thought flashed through her mind. Should I punish him a little? No sooner thought than done. It looks like something is stuck to your hand. Huh, where? Oh my goodness, it's a hornet. She struck the young man, scaring him into screaming. She thought, perhaps I did not need to hit him that hard. Does it hurt? A hornet's sting hurts 100 times more than this, he shouted. Is Lady Vani some kind of living weapon? No, I mean, you're very formidable. She was slightly surprised. A weapon? Is he talking about Vani? She clenched her fist, but she was secretly delighted. She really did have powerful hands. Suddenly, she turned around, sensing something brush past. It kept wriggling and looked incredibly strange. With a whoosh, something suddenly swelled. What is that? Vani jumped in fright. She thought fearfully, black mist? What the hell is this thing? Whatever it is, it looks disgusting. With that thought, she raised her foot and stomped hard on the slimy mass on the ground. A miserable scream suddenly rang out. A strange, low voice said, as expected of an archmage, Do you think this is the end? Hearing that the thing beneath her feet could speak, Vani shuddered. It can talk too? That is terrifying. So she frantically stomped on the ground. Ronan, who stood beside her and witnessed everything, trembled all over and stammered, And my lady, are you angry? Soon, there was no trace of the monster left on the ground. Vani thought, did it disappear? Then she abruptly turned to Ronan and hurriedly pointed at the ground. You saw it too, right? Right here, there was something pitch black and disgusting enough to make you vomit. Ronan held his injured spot, tears brimming in his eyes. Huh? What are you talking about? Are you trying to scare me? She became extremely embarrassed and quickly denied it. No, that's not it. Vani thought, could everything I just saw have been illusion? That can't be. The scene shifted to the Imperial greenhouse. A voice rang out. It is so peaceful, so harmonious. The peace we protect is precious, is it not, young Duke? Vaden was walking alongside the Crown Prince. Hearing that, he replied, Yes, it is all thanks to your highness, the Imperial family, and the great noble houses. Arian continued, especially Duke Deo, who guards the northern gate alone. Though I have never met him, I hear that the young head of House Deo will soon arrive in the capital. It will even be his first visit. Vaden blurted out in surprise. Really? He thought. Has the news already reached the Crown Prince? Arian smiled at him. There is no need to hide it, Vaden. Duke Deo is coming to the capital because of Lady Vani, isn't he? Vaden broke out in a cold sweat and answered vaguely, I suppose so. Arian leaned toward him and asked, I heard Lady Vani has recently been studying history, etiquette, and even social graces. Stroking his chin, he said confidently, I understand now. Lady Vani is trying to become the Crown Princess, but I have already decided to choose Lady Kodila as Crown Princess, so I hope Lady Vani will not waste her efforts. Behind him, Vaden was burning with rage at these unbearable words. Forcing a smile, he replied, Your Highness, you are worrying unnecessarily. My sister said she has forgotten Your Highness and intends to start over. He emphasized every word. Your Highness, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. Arian raised a hand to shield his eyes from the gentle sunlight and smiled confidently. You really do not need to pretend, Vaden. You know perfectly well that Lady Vani will never give me up. Radiating arrogant confidence, he said, For your sister's sake, you should advise her. Of course, that may be difficult. By then, Vaden was furious enough to think, if he were not the Crown Prince, I would have kicked him already. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. Wait a minute. His attention focused on the black handprint on the tree trunk. A handprint? Why is that there? Seeing this, Vaden immediately stepped forward to inspect it himself. I should record this, just in case. Vaden's purple glowing bracelet recorded every second of the moment. Arian's voice suddenly rang out. Vaden, are you even listening to me? Startled, he stammered. Your Highness, there is a strange trace behind us. Vaden was shocked. It vanished. The mark on the tree had completely disappeared. Arian sighed. It is only a tree. Arian continued arrogantly. Vaden, stop avoiding the issue and listen to my advice. Lady Vani, suddenly, Vaden interrupted him. Your Highness the Crown Prince. He no longer seemed to have the patience to listen to Arian ramble. With a stern expression and a low voice, Vaden said, Forgive my abruptness, but it seems Vani has truly forgotten you. So please stop concerning yourself with her. Father, and I do not wish for Vani to become the Crown Princess. After saying that, he bowed. Then I shall take my leave. Leaving Arian standing there in a daze, Vaden quickly departed. He was decent enough in battle, but now, why did Vani ever like someone like him? Vaden's expression gradually hardened with determination. She really was blind. I must help her. I absolutely cannot let her make the same mistake again. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the flower garden. A severely injured, faceless figure cursed in the shadows. You dared kill my messenger with a single kick. The figure gently stroked the tree trunk, and a black handprint appeared. The figure screamed inwardly, I will make you pay for this, Vani Agenrod. Karen cried out emotionally, Thank you, my lady. She kept thanking her over and over. Seeing this, Vani said, Karen, that is the 30th time you have thanked me. I understand how you feel. You may thank me quietly now. Then she calmly sat down on the soft sofa, smiling to herself. She is this happy over a few ribbons? Suddenly, Karen asked curiously, But why have you been reading so many books since you returned, my lady? Vani answered awkwardly, there are just a few things on my mind. Vani stared pensively at the book in her hands, her face full of worry. There is absolutely no information about monsters or dark magic. What was that thing just now? If the real Vani had enemies, there must still be plenty of them around her. Then she suddenly shuddered. Did someone send it because they want to kill me? Vani's body began trembling involuntarily. Has this ordinary life suddenly turned into a horror story? She glanced furtively at Karen and wondered, is there no other information? Thinking that, she questioned Karen. Do you remember the place I told you never to touch? Karen jumped in fright. Yes. Then she panicked. I truly never touched it, my lady. Absolutely never. Hearing that, Vani was delighted. As expected, she seems to know something. So she asked again, what was it again? Karen answered in one frightened breath. It is in the right drawer of the desk in your explosive research room, my lady. I really, truly, absolutely never touched it. Vani smiled gently. I know. I was only asking. Yet she was shocked inwardly. An explosive research room? Was her hobby blowing up other people's houses? Then Vani reminded Karen, if anyone tries to touch it, you must report it to me immediately. Karen answered reliably, yes, my lady. As you instructed before, if I discover an intruder, I will not hesitate to throw this earring bomb at them. Vani stared blankly at the sparkling ornament in Karen's hand. That is an earring? Karen happily added, just give the order, my lady. Vani could only smile awkwardly. No wonder she survived this long as Vani's maid. Time passed, and night fell. A hand gently moved the desk clock. Suddenly, the wall behind it shifted, revealing a new, pitch-black passage. Vani entered carrying an oil lamp and exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? I thought the explosive research room would be a mess, but it is completely different from what I imagined." Everything was neatly arranged and impeccably orderly. Excitedly, Vani picked up a vial of red liquid to inspect it, then walked to a desk covered with papers and pens. Is this the desk Karen mentioned? The drawer should be here. Vani pulled open the drawer. Inside were two large notebooks. Found them. There was only a hardbound diary and a book, yet they were important enough for Karen to be entrusted with bombs. She picked up the dark red notebook and tried to open it, but no matter what she did, it would not open. Vani helplessly set it back on the desk. It will not open. Her face went pale as she panted. I thought I could open it with my strength, but I could not do anything at all. Then she glanced at the remaining brown book in the drawer. This book. She slowly turned its pages, which rustled softly. Suddenly, a passage in the book caught Vani's attention. She gasped, memory loss caused by magic and its treatment. Panic surged through her, and the book fell from her hands onto the desk. She suddenly realized Vani's amnesia was caused by magic. Vani thought for a moment. I always thought I could not use magic, she said anxiously, because I am not Vani. But the truth is that Vani was ill. Looking at the information on the page, she suddenly thought, there seems to be a treatment. Vani read the book's contents. Grind 1 kilogram of time magic stone and drink it regularly in tea to cure it. Her gaze stopped on the starred note in the book. The price of time magic stone. Seeing it, she exclaimed, what? Then Vani grabbed the notebook in alarm. 10 billion? 10 billion. Meanwhile, Rutnai was preparing to have his clothes adjusted. His attendant said excitedly, this outfit looks as though it was tailored exclusively for your grace. It is absolutely perfect. The tailor was nearly in tears as he clapped his hands in honor. It is an honor for our family to serve your grace. The people behind them also praised him. My lord looks so handsome. At last, Duke Rutnai spoke. That is enough fitting. Prepare it according to this design. The tailor immediately replied, yes, I understand. Behind the screen, Rutnai asked, any news from the north? And promptly answered, no. Fortunately, there have been no reports of magical beasts appearing. After tomorrow's meeting, you will return to the north immediately, correct? As Rutnai picked up the white shirt beneath, he replied, that is right. The frequency of magical beast appearances has been unusual lately, and said, then I will make preparations in advance. Karen, Vani's closest maid, was brushing Vani's silver hair. As she did so, Karen asked, my lady, are you unable to sleep again? Your complexion does not look well. Startled, Vani denied it. It is nothing. Then she looked up at Karen and asked, Karen, I have not truly wanted to buy anything in a long time. Could you show me a list of my assets? Karen asked in surprise. A list of your assets? She continued, ever since you sold your final asset, the mine, there have been no changes in your assets. Vani froze. Is that so? Suddenly, she whirled around and shouted at Karen, wait, why was the mine my final asset? Is there nothing else? Karen looked slightly startled, then hesitated. That is, because you used all the money to repay your debts to the Magic Merchants Guild. Vani truly fell into despair. A lady born with a diamond spoon in her mouth can end up penniless? She thought blankly, if my life is in danger and it is revealed that I cannot use magic anymore, what am I supposed to do? Then she suddenly cried out, Karen, any jewelry will do. Hurry and prepare a magical communication device for me. Karen stared at her in surprise while holding a jewelry box. That is right. No matter what you do, my lady, you are always beautiful. Vani thought, what is the situation? Then she replied, thank you. A moment later, Vani's astonished cry rang out. 1 gram costs 20 million gold. The manager of a Gem Merchants Guild branch spoke through the magical communication device. You contacted us at a good time, my lady. The current price is quite favorable. Last week, it was 30 million gold per gram. We have reduced the price considerably. Vani broke into a cold sweat and muttered, is there perhaps a high-grade time magic stone that is cheap? A burst of laughter came through, and the manager added, you are quite amusing, my lady, but we only sell it by the gram. If you wish to purchase it by the kilogram. He paused, then said gravely, I am afraid you would need to empty the entire Empire's crystal reserves. Hearing that, Vani could only smile bitterly. Even if I had the money, I might not be able to buy it. The magical communication device kept transmitting voices calling to her, but all she could hear was her own heart. I thought my life would pass peacefully. The scene shifted slightly. Vani blankly stared at the 2 teacups before her. These look expensive. How much would 1 cup sell for? She held the cup in her hand, estimating its worth. If I sell all my current clothes, I should get a decent amount of money. Time magic stone. 20 billion. 20 billion gold. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Lady Vani Agenrod. Vani jolted. Ah, yes. The man asked, what were you thinking about so deeply? Vani realized she had been rude. Oh no, I am on a blind date. She hurriedly replied, my apologies. It was nothing. As she noticed everyone around them looking at her, she remembered, this is even a public blind date. Embarrassed, Vani raised a teacup and took a sip. I had heard he was handsome, but I never expected him to be this stunning. How did father manage to invite him here? She looked up at the man across from her, sipping tea as she thought. I do want to suggest another date myself, but this is not the time to enjoy a pleasant blind date. Ending this meeting quickly would be better for both of us. With that thought, Vani spoke. Your Grace. She held out her hand before him. I apologize for being so rude upon our first meeting, but she hesitated before getting straight to the point. Could you lend me some money? Rut and I stared at her in utter astonishment. As he continued staring at her, Vani thought in embarrassment, he must think I am an idiot. He will leave right away. Why has he not left? Why is he still looking at me like that? Her face turned bright red. You can ridicule me or scold me if you want. As her thoughts ran wild, Rut and I's voice rang out. How much do you need? Vani blurted out in surprise. About 20 billion gold, with no repayment deadline and no interest. Would that be all right? As he reached into his breast pocket, Vani thought, is he really going to lend me money? I only said it on impulse. I thought he would scold or refuse me, so why am I the one panicking? Rut and I slowly removed the cap from his fountain pen. Countless thoughts flashed through Vani's mind. Wait, I heard he's a swordsman. Her face darkened, every hair stood on end, and cold sweat poured down her back. Is he planning to do something with that sharp pen tip? But in truth, he had merely removed the cap to write something down. Vani stared intently at Rut and I's face. His eyelashes are so long. And that hair. I wonder what kind of shampoo he uses. As expected of a swordsman, his nose bridge is so high. Lost in her own thoughts, Vani unconsciously smiled dreamily. He is so alluring. Perhaps beauty itself was created for him. She hurriedly shook her head to calm herself. Not again. Not again. Vani looked ahead calmly, thinking but looking at those long, slender hands writing slowly, she could not help but wonder. Those elegant hands are truly beautiful. Were those beautiful hands writing? So she tried her best to see what was written on the paper. Is this man insane? She thought in disbelief. Is he really going to lend me the money? Then she suddenly blurted out, excuse me, please wait a moment. Vani gripped Rut and I's hand tightly. The moment became rather awkward. Vani hurriedly released him. My apologies, Your Grace. After regaining her composure, she said, I have heard that Your Grace is very kind and upright, and that you care greatly for others. But you cannot lend me money so easily. She continued, you know my reputation well, do you not? And are you truly willing to lend such a vast sum to someone you only met today? At last, she said firmly, this will not do. Rut and I could not help smiling. He said, I am not merely lending you money. Vani let out a surprised sound. Rut and I explained, you are Lady Vani of the Agenrod family. Your identity is perfectly clear. Moreover, this money is my personal property, so there is no issue. He added, besides. He looked at her with a gentle smile. If I get deceived, then I can only accept it, can I not? Seeing his attitude, Vani thought this man. He is far too kind. She quietly warned him. But, Your Grace, if your blind date behaves strangely, you should run away as quickly as possible. Rut and I replied calmly, is that so? He gently set down his teacup, leaned slightly toward her, and said, then it seems Lady Vani is not a strange person. Covering his mouth, he softly whispered to Vani, so I do not need to run away, do I? Thump, thump. Her heartbeat echoed endlessly in her chest. In contrast to the quiet atmosphere around them, the two silently gazed at one another as Vani's heart raced wildly. Vani stared wide-eyed at Rut and I across from her. Only one thought flashed through her mind. Run away. Rut and I was the same. His heart sent the same pounding signal. Run. Having made up her mind, she said, then I shall leave first. She spoke hesitantly, then abruptly rose to her feet, looking somewhat flustered. Rut and I asked in surprise. You are leaving so soon? But he swiftly stood as well and said politely, Please wait, my lady. Allow me to escort you back to the Agenrod estate. Oh no, that will not be necessary, she hurriedly said. Is that truly not possible? I would like to get to know you better, my lady. His candid, sincere words made Vani's cheeks flush slightly. Vani nodded in agreement and answered shyly, I would also like to get to know you better, afraid he might misunderstand. She quickly added, That is not what I mean. Clutching the hem of her dress with both hands, she said, Forgive me, your grace. Since you have graciously come here, I should leave first, so that you may preserve some dignity. Thinking that, she lowered her head. I think it would be best if we part here. Then may I ask one favor of you? He asked. A favor? Vani did not understand what he meant. At our next meeting, may we address one another by name? He asked with a gentle smile. As he spoke, he lightly took her hand. I will call you Vani. My lady. Raising her hand to his lips, he naturally bent down and gently kissed the back of it. Please call me Rutnai, he said. Vani panicked, her heartbeat quickening. Vutnai. She softly called his name, showing her sincerity. Rutnai had held the upper hand, but her smile caught him off guard, leaving him speechless for a moment. In the quiet atmosphere, only the murmur of the waterfall could be heard. Phew, my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. I know he isn't someone I can be with. Sitting beside the lake, she thought to herself as she quietly stared at the water surface. Top, footsteps approached. She looked up. It was that blond man. His golden hair fluttered softly in the sunlight. Crown Prince Arian Rudenbobbin held out his hand and looked at her. My lady, you're quite persistent, aren't you? Today is the blind date, yet you keep searching everywhere for me. What am I supposed to do about that? He said with a hint of arrogance. The waterfall continued to murmur. She thought to herself, I thought I would never see this man again, not even by chance. He was the son of the emperor's favored concubine. After his mother died, the empress adopted him, and he became the crown prince. He had always cared deeply about his own reputation and the honor of the imperial family. That was why he utterly despised Vani for her impulsive personality. He would not even wear silver or purple clothes, nor adorn himself with accessories in those colors, because they were colors associated with Vani. He openly avoided her and had rejected her confessions many times. Vani wondered why he acted this way. I truly don't know what to do about you, my lady. You're so devoted to me. He smugly swept back his hair. That face. Greetings, your highness. She spoke in disappointment. Has he always been like this? She secretly observed him. I can't believe I behaved that way today. He is the male lead of the novel, so he must be handsome. But he only looks ordinary to me now. Is it because I just met someone so perfect on a blind date? She found herself wondering. He smugly added a few more words. No matter how lovingly you gaze at me, it is useless. Lovingly? Vani thought in surprise. What is he talking about? It seems I am inconveniencing you, so I shall take my leave first, she said. He cleared his throat. Ahem, very well. But then she simply walked straight past him, taking him by surprise. Excuse me, she thought, lowering her head. I need to get away from him quickly. Wait, Arian hesitantly called after her. Wait, Lady Agenrod, he shouted, grabbing Vani's wrist with a smack. Your Highness, did you just grab my hand? She asked in shock. No. Startled, he immediately let go. With so many people watching, would it not harm your Highness's reputation to be entangled with a madwoman like me? He had always cared about such things. She thought it over. I need to make him understand. I believe your Highness has misunderstood something. I no longer have feelings for you. From now on, I will live quietly and will never bother your Highness again. So please rest assured. As for everything that happened in the past, I sincerely apologize, Vani said. Arian replied, My lady, you always wanted my acknowledgement and began studying diligently in order to become the crown princess. There is no need to be ashamed of it. What is there to be ashamed of about studying? He continued to laugh arrogantly, shrugging his shoulders. Ha! What on earth is he rambling about? Still blonde-haired, a greasy lump of butter, just as unbearable as ever. Vani felt anger rising inside her. No, your Highness. She gritted her teeth. This crazy lump of butter. Why does he keep misunderstanding me? It is true that I once admired your Highness, but I do not anymore. I have given up. Given up on what? You even dragged the innocent Duke Deo into this just to get my attention, he stubbornly insisted. Vani clenched both fists, struggling to suppress her anger. My lady, don't you feel sorry for him? He taunted. Vani's entire body trembled. He became flustered. Good heavens, my lady, are you crying because of me? At that moment, someone appeared behind them. Vani, so this is where you are. It was Rutnai. He bowed. Greetings, your Highness. Duke Deo. She looked at him in surprise as he removed his cloak and draped it over her shoulders. I am Rutnai, he introduced himself. You are Duke Deo? Arian asked in disbelief. The waterfall continued to rush beside them, while murmurs rose all around. Oh my, the woman standing between the crown prince and Duke Deo is Lady Agenrot. They whispered among themselves. Could this be a love triangle? The murmuring continued. How could they say something so strange? It was obvious that Duke Deo had come to protect the crown prince. Unbelievable. Vani sighed. I should have taken a balm for my brother. Vani, someone called her name. It was Rutnai again. Smiling, he said, I prepared a gift earlier, but I have not had the chance to give it to you. A gift? She asked in surprise. This is not a convenient place for giving gifts. Shall we move somewhere quieter? He asked with a smile, pointing in another direction. He knows I am in trouble and deliberately came to help me, she thought. She smiled faintly. If that is the case. Your Highness, as you can see, I'm still on a blind date with the Duke. She linked her arm through Rutnai's. Please excuse us. Let us go, Your Grace. With a smack, he took her hand as well. As my lady said, we are on a blind date. Until we meet again, Your Highness, Rutnai said. He firmly held her hand, completely ignoring Vani's surprise at how naturally he had done so. Arian frowned slightly. The two turned and left together. The water continued to roar nearby. Arian gritted his teeth. Thank you, Your Grace, Vani said. I will certainly repay this favor. She smiled. A favor. Zutnai zipit. Actually, I know you came to this blind date today because my father requested it. Simply attending this blind date must have been troublesome enough for you, she said gently. And you even helped me deal with the crown prince just now. Thank you so much, Your Grace. His expression darkened. She could not understand his expression. Your Grace, are you in a bad mood? Is it because I failed to consider your position? With a thump, he stepped closer to Vani. Vani, he called her name. Yes, she replied. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled her closer. Vani's eyes widened as she stared at him from an extremely close distance. The gap between them narrowed. Thump, thump, the familiar sound. Too close, she thought, her heart still racing. Thump, thump. Rutnai lifted his hand and gently brushed a leaf from her hair. Embarrassed, she tried to remain composed. I cannot lose my composure, he said quietly. I told you already. You can simply call me Rutnai. The wind blew with a soft whoosh, and her heart kept pounding. If this continues, Vani thought, I might misunderstand. She looked at him for a long time. Her heart was still pounding with the same fluttering sensation. Ice cubes clinked together in a glass. What are you doing, Your Grace? Rutnai simply sat there in a daze, his expression absent-minded. Could a woman with such clear eyes truly be a villainess? He wondered. In his mind appeared Vani's eyes, glittering like stars. This charm was truly beyond expectation. He clearly looked like a man on the verge of falling in love. Your Grace, did you not hear what I said? And stood beside him, looking confused. And before I went on that blind date, you clearly said I was very handsome, didn't you? Rutnai looked at him. Ah, yes, and replied. Your Grace is very handsome now, and you will remain handsome in the future. How do I know whether you are telling the truth or not? Rutnai asked suspiciously. Is your sense of beauty different from everyone else's? Why would Your Grace suddenly say that? And hurriedly explained. Do I have to ask everyone's opinion and report back before you will believe me? Then why did Lady Agenrot look at me as though she were wary of me? Rutnai muttered inwardly, feeling doubtful. Could it be that he was doubting himself, too? She looked at you as if she were on guard. Good heavens, that young lady truly has no eye for men, and did his best to comfort him. But the moment the words left his mouth, Rutnai glared at him fiercely. What? No, that is not what I meant, he hurriedly denied. In any case, that bell sound earlier made me feel very uncomfortable, Rutnai said. A bell? What bell? And still did not understand, and kept asking. Rutnai was actually imagining that Vani had rung the bell inside his heart. Ding! He held his head with one hand. Whenever I think of that young lady calling my name, a bell rings in my heart. I am so flustered. Ha! It seems Your Grace is truly exhausted, and said with a faint laugh. Have you personally given her the gift you prepared? Ah, Zutnai sudeli et galim. Only after she left did I realize that I still had not given her the gift. He recalled what had happened, his heart skipping a beat before he hurriedly chased after her. Then he saw Arian and Vani talking. He clearly saw her trembling nonstop. She was obviously crying. It must have been because of the Crown Prince, he concluded. He remembered her words. Going on a blind date must have been difficult for you. In Rutnai's memories, Vani had seemed incredibly fragile at that time. She even saved me from the Crown Prince. Thank you, Your Grace. He remembered her saying those words through tears. Was it difficult for her even to face him because he was the man she had always loved so deeply? His voice seemed to confess his low spirits. That young lady's concern had drawn in even an outsider like me, making me want to help her escape the Crown Prince. Or does she like blonde hair? His thoughts veered in another direction. Your Grace, everything has been prepared. We can leave for the territory tomorrow. What time do you intend to depart? And interrupted his thoughts. And I think I will remain in the capital a while longer, Rutnai replied. Ah, yes, and was very surprised. Rutnai suddenly reached for his wineglass. Lady Aegon, Rut seems to have recently incurred a large debt. Investigate it for me, he ordered. Debt? And was puzzled. Do you need me to explain further? Rutnai asked. The other man immediately replied, No, sir. I will investigate it right away. Come to think of it, she did not ask to borrow 10 billion from me, but exactly 20 billion. How strange. Zutnai Ponda. Aegon Rot is one of the richest families in the empire. Is she planning to use it for something personal? Normally, I would not be this curious, but this time is different. I only need to wait until I learn her reason, he muttered, making excuses for himself. Lost in thought, he suddenly looked out the window. The sunset resembled that young lady's jewel-like, sparkling eyes. I should have prepared a more valuable gift. Only then would it have suited her. He felt somewhat regretful. No way. This was a magnificent bracelet set with purple diamonds. Is this the time magic stone? At this size, it must weigh at least 10 grams. Vani happily held it up. At current market prices, it had to be worth 200 million gold coins. Oh my, is this a blind date gift? The rich truly live in a world of their own. She could not help but marvel. Rutnai Deo truly is a perfect man, she thought. The Duke had prepared exactly what I needed. He is someone I could never dare dream of. So I will bless the Duke from afar. Thump! She clasped her hands together in prayer. A villainess would never dare approach her benefactor. The door was suddenly thrown open with a bang. Vani, someone called loudly. She hurriedly closed the precious box. Her father, CACAO, and her brother, Vaden, entered. Her father said, Is it true? Did you meet the Crown Prince at the blind date? He was furious, and Vaden was no less upset. Did you really meet the Crown Prince there? Feeling slightly nervous, she answered, Yes, I did run into him. More precisely, we met at the nearby square. But, brother, she said slowly, you two have been working very hard lately, have you not? You both look terrible. Indeed, they looked haggard. On their faces, she could see the exhaustion of ordinary office workers in Korea. After tormenting herself, this child is now worrying about us again. Her father's voice trembled with emotion. Vaden echoed him from beside her. Vani thought, Oh dear, I really should not have said anything. They're starting again. I should never have let you go on that blind date, only for you to run into the Crown Prince, her father said regretfully. I'm sorry, my child. It is all right, father. I truly am fine, she replied with a smile. If anything, I feel more sorry for Duke Deo. He had to publicly go on a blind date with someone like me. That tone again? A shout interrupted her. I do not like hearing you say that, her father said. Vaden agreed. Vani, what do you mean by someone like you? He asked unhappily. You are my daughter. You are so beautiful and intelligent. I have always been proud to have such an outstanding daughter, her father said gently. Your personality did cause some problems, which is why people gossiped about you. But you know how to reflect on yourself now, so stop saying such strange things, her brother advised. Vani only smiled faintly. Yes, I understand. I will not think that way anymore. By the way, I want to say something. I want to let go of everything and start a business, she declared. Why do you suddenly want to start a business? Both men were puzzled. She explained, I need a large sum of money now. Haha, CACAO agreed. That is a good idea. Her brother agreed as well. Yes, rather than wasting time on romance, it is better to invest in something meaningful. She winked mischievously. But I have no money. My account balance is 0. Just like my daughter. just like my sister. The two spoke in unison. Stamlis, no, excessively confident. She spoke up. Father, could you lend me 10 million gold coins? I will repay both the principal and interest. 10 million gold coins are only enough to buy a few outfits. I will just give that to you, Vaden said with a click of his tongue. No, she objected. I want to write a promissory note and formally borrow the money from father, then repay him. I want everyone to trust me. Is this child truly my little sister? Hearing Vani speak so firmly, Vaden was stunned. All right, we will do as you say. I could simply give it to you, but although our family is a family of mages, we are also the owners of the Rot Merchant Guild. This will be a good opportunity for you to learn business. Thank you, father. I certainly will not disappoint you. Vani has changed so much. She held her head high, her eyes shining brightly, looking just like her mother. Her father proudly put on his cloak as he spoke, though he was somewhat angry about the crown prince. Perhaps this could become a good opportunity. Aside from business, did Vani say nothing about the blind date? Vaden asked his father in confusion. Nothing at all. I intend to observe her reaction before arranging another meeting. Father, although Vani says she has forgotten the crown prince, people's hearts do not change so easily. Perhaps she is only pretending to have let go of her unrequited love for the crown prince. The crown prince, Kaiso murmured. Although Arian is the crown prince now, his position is not secure. Birds flew across the sky outside. He only became crown prince after being adopted by the empress. That position could change at any time. Do you mean you will interfere in the imperial family's choice of the next heir? Vaden asked with some doubt. If Arian is stripped of his position as crown prince, he will no longer be able to look down on our family. The wind howled. Are you truly willing to go that far for Vani? Vaden was worried. Our Aegon Rot family has never involved itself in the affairs of the Bobbin imperial family. I'm not doing this solely for Vani. That princess is an illegitimate daughter of the Mari royal family, whom the crown prince brought back from the battlefield. I find something suspicious about it. I think so too. The healing ability she used on the battlefield was beyond anything normal. Even if you had not said so, I was planning to investigate it. Good. I will leave that matter to you, his father said. Oh, and one more thing. Go inform the third prince. Who sent all these things? Vani asked anxiously. They were sent by Duke Deo and the crown prince, Karen replied. The moment she heard those two names, Vani immediately sank down. Distracted, she thought the one in front must be a lawsuit and the one behind must be an arrest warrant. Duke Deo, could he regret going on a blind date with me? She thought sadly. She always imagined the worst-case scenario. Think about it. Clearly, I am the one who should receive those 20 billion since I was the one who went on a blind date with him. As for the crown prince, he must have issued an arrest warrant because of the explosion in Nazen district. I will expose all of the young lady's crimes. He bluntly pointed at Vani as he spoke. Seeing how distraught she was, Karen hurried to comfort her. That will not happen, my lady. You used to act somewhat impulsively, but you have become much more restrained now, as though you were living in a monastery. Indeed, Vani's room was exceptionally quiet and peaceful at the moment. Hearing Karen say that, she paused for a moment. Honestly, what monastery could possibly be this nice? Vani laughed at herself. May I read the letter first? What if it really is a lawsuit? Surely he would not sue me, right? It is probably just a request to return the tie bracelet. She thought to herself. Russell. At last, she opened the envelope. He was so gentle with me that day. She tried to calm her agitated heart. Russell, the sound of her unfolding the letter. Vani, I had a wonderful time yesterday. I wonder whether you like the gift. The letter began with a few gentle lines. If you have time. As she read this, her eyes widened slightly. Something appeared to have startled her. Would you accompany me to see an opera tomorrow, my lady? No way, she murmured softly. I will await your reply. Zut nai dao. The letter was short, yet it stirred up countless emotions within Vani. She stood there in a daze. Was this another invitation to a date? Karen, standing beside her, cried out excitedly. It looks like his grace has fallen for you, my lady. Oh, please, Vani thought. Do not get carried away. She tried to remain rational, set down the letter, and sighed. I still have to refuse. Karen asked, what? Why? Because this is surely just a polite invitation, probably at his father's request. That was what she thought. He really is a difficult man to let go of, but what can I do? She put on a regretful expression while cursing inwardly. Damn it, she could not even be bothered to read the crown prince's letter. Still, he had invited her to the tea party hosted by Kodila. At that thought, she smiled, a calculating smile that also carried an unspoken threat demanding that she promise not to use magic. Her hand clenched the letter so tightly that she nearly crumpled it. How dare he treat me like a criminal? I already decided to let him go. So what does he mean by acting regretful now? Her mood was the complete opposite of when she had read the Duke's letter. That bastard. Her face was filled with anger as she cursed internally. I need to write a reply at once. Karen, bring me paper and a pen. She stressed every word. Outside the Imperial Palace, sunlight poured over the garden where several people had gathered. Someone remarked, "It truly deserves to be called the Blue Palace." Yes, the summer flowers here are so splendid and vibrant. Someone else chimed in. What is that flower called? I think it is. While everyone chatted happily, Crown Prince Arian sat silently, unable to focus on any of the sound around him. Is she really not coming? He thought. At that thought, his hand tightened around the armrest. The young lady used to do everything she could to get an invitation. Wherever I went, she would always appear. Why is it different now? He questioned himself, growing increasingly irritated at her absence. Did she say those things merely to get my attention? No, she could not have changed so suddenly. He tried to find reasons to support his own thoughts. Your Highness, that is not what happened. Kodila had somehow appeared beside him. Yes, the battlefield was truly dangerous then. She wore a radiant smile. Only then did he begin participating in the other's conversation. Kodila is my lifesaver. I survived thanks to her healing magic. Oh, the others exclaimed in surprise. I heard the young lady is highly skilled in healing magic. I heard her healing magic played an important role in this war. As expected of the Mari royal bloodline, hearing their praise, she merely smiled. Thank you, everyone. These abilities were passed down by my ancestors. By the way, have you all heard about the public blind date between Duke Deo and Lady Agenroth? At the mention of those two names, Arian immediately froze, while whispers arose all around him. I know. I heard Duke Deo is still in the capital. They say the young lady was very well behaved in front of Duke Deo, too. Amid the noisy chatter, Arian said nothing. The others continued discussing it enthusiastically. I am truly curious about how the blind date went. I heard His Grace is an outstanding man. I would like to meet him as well. Smack! A sudden sound rang out. Oh, Kodila interrupted with a smile. Countess Celia and Lady Ellen, your skin is so beautiful. Countess Celia and Lady Ellen looked at one another, then smiled a little bashfully. Really? I have been taking care of my skin often lately, and it does seem to be working. Kodila continued. Could you share your secret with me? She successfully redirected everyone's attention. Everyone burst into laughter. The young lady's skin has been looking lovely lately as well. At the same time, Vani was holding a receipt for a transaction involving Radia herbs, her face beaming with pride. This is the brilliant business idea I came up with. A smug smile curled at her lips. The price was low, so I used all the money Father lent me to buy up the entire stock. Radia herbs are commonly used in fever medicine, but there are many much more effective fever remedies, so they are not particularly valuable as antipyretics. Of course, fever treatment is not their only use. According to the original novel, at the end of summer, after Arian and Kodila returned home, an unexplained skin disease suddenly broke out among the nobility. Kodila, who was not accepted by the aristocracy because she was illegitimate, discovered a treatment for the illness and successfully turned her circumstances around. The treatment was Radia herbs. Kodila distributed Radia herbs to everyone for free, but I have no intention of doing that because I am the wicked Vani. Since I have been reincarnated into a novel, of course I should take advantage of the information I know. She smiled in satisfaction. Sorry, Kodila, but I'm going to make 20 billion gold coins with Radia herbs. My lady, we have arrived in Nazan district. The carriage creaked to a stop. I could simply sell the raw herbs, of course, but packaging is important if I want to sell them at a high price. What she had in mind was handmade natural cosmetics, luxurious in appearance and effective at treating skin diseases. Today, I need to find a shop quickly. Before the skin disease spreads widely, I must begin making cosmetics immediately. Vani stepped down from the carriage and turned to look somewhere in the distance. As for that tea party, go enjoy yourself with your lover. Poor Kodila. She was thinking of Arian again, which irritated her. I have my own business to take care of. She rubbed her eyes with both hands. It stings. Dasgadamai. Vani. Someone called her name from afar. Someone slowly approached her. Her eyes widened in surprise. It was Rutnai. Duke Deo, she blurted out unconsciously. Why are you here? She asked. The surroundings immediately grew lively again, filled with overlapping chatter. Look, that is Duke Deo. Everyone was excited, talking noisily. Oh my goodness, he is even more handsome than the rumors say. It is so loud. Dazzling must have been invented to describe someone like him. Someone else voiced their admiration. That is exactly right. Vani looked at him and silently agreed. He was so handsome that he seemed surrounded by a radiant aura. Simply standing there quietly was enough to draw every eye. Even that cold gaze of his was incredibly alluring. Ah, he is so captivating. I cannot take my eyes off him. Lost in her thoughts, she completely failed to notice what Rutnai was saying. Vani, he called her once, finally bringing her back to her senses. Saw thee. What did you just say? He looked at her quietly, and she looked back at him. Although I did not receive a reply from you, I'm still happy that I happened to meet you here. So that was what he wanted to say. Has your appointment ended? He asked. Yes, it has ended. I came here on personal business. She was slightly flustered. Lying while looking at that face made her feel terribly guilty. I did not have any appointment at all. That is wonderful. I was planning to look around as well. If you do not mind, may I accompany you, Vani? Is he asking me out? She could hardly believe her ears. What is going on? If it had been a blind date arranged by our fathers, that would be one thing, but what is this for? She remained caught up in those thoughts. What is the Duke saying to Lady Agenrod? Whispers continued all around them. Why are the two of them together? Her guard could only whistle and pretend not to notice. Could the Duke be getting threatened by the young lady? The gossip continued. A Duke as famous as him gains nothing by walking around with Vani, the woman rumored to be a villainess. Someone commented maliciously. In the novel, Duke Deo was only mentioned occasionally as the Lord of the North. For someone like him to suddenly have a blind date with Vani, and for Vani to have contracted a rare disease, so many things had changed from the original story. The less information there was about a character, the more careful she had to be, because this novel was full of unexpected twists. For example, a person who seemed like an ally might suddenly betray her. She worried that he might simply be acting out of kindness, but it was better to be cautious. In that case, would it not be better for your grace to stroll through the capital with someone else? She tactfully declined the Duke's invitation, brushing her hair behind her ear. At her words, he looked somewhat disappointed. Vani. He hesitated, looking as though he might burst into tears. What is with that expression? She wondered. I only used that as an excuse because I wanted to accompany you, Vani. He stepped closer as he spoke. His footsteps were heavy. Could you pretend not to notice and allow me to accompany you? He asked earnestly. Boom! Vani felt as if her heart were about to explode. Oh heavens! Even her guard was utterly stunned. Thump, thump. Her heart beat faster. Our young lady is truly merciless. The knight looked alarmed, in complete contrast to Vani's gloomy expression. Click, click. Footsteps slowly sounded. In the end, she agreed to take a walk with the Duke. And so, I left even my guard behind and went with him. I got swept up in it without realizing it, she thought. She recalled what had just happened. Go rest somewhere for a while. Her guard had been delighted at those words, immediately answered, and hurried away. I was worried about leaving him alone, so I agreed to go with him. But is that not even more dangerous? Rutnai interrupted her thoughts. Why do you bring a guard with you? Is it to distract others? He asked. She responded. It is only because this world is full of danger. Wait, Vani is an archmage. She does not actually need a guard. Remembering that, her entire body stiffened. The Duke had merely asked casually, but for Vani, it was completely different. Of course, I do not really need a guard, she answered. But there is no harm in being cautious. He laughed at that. That is true, he agreed. There is too much trash in this world. She asked teasingly. I am not one of those people, am I? I sincerely hope you do not think of me as trash. Hearing him say that, she swallowed. No, this cannot continue. I need to change the subject. She lightly smoothed her hair. Are you sure this is all right? We're going shopping. It is fine. So Vani likes shopping. I will remember that. Remember it? Why does that sound like I am being interrogated? Smack. Vani's bad habits flashed through her mind one after another. No. I'm trying to restrain myself now. I'm sick of luxury goods. Why am I suddenly trying to justify myself? She wondered. Then you do not like jewelry, dresses, handbags, shoes, or accessories of any kind. Why did he suddenly seem so flustered? I should have looked into it properly before choosing a gift. The Duke's mood suddenly darkened. Vani seemed to realize something. She recalled that sparkling bracelet. It was unmistakably a luxury item. It had been even more dazzling than she had imagined. It was the bracelet he had given her as a first meeting gift. At that thought, She could not help giggling. The thought alone was amusing. The Duke beside her called out, in confusion, Vani. But I truly like that gift. Thank you, Rutnai. I was very happy. It is a precious time magic stone that can cure magic-induced memory loss. I truly was very happy. I am glad to hear that. He smiled softly. What was that expression just now? Did I say something wrong? Vani wondered. After a strange stretch of silence, he suddenly began asking her questions as though nothing had happened. It was as if he wanted to write a book about every detail of her. And that was not all. Vani, you look even more beautiful than usual today. He suddenly teased her heart with seductive words. She tried to suppress her feelings, telling herself to stay calm and not be moved. Yet her heart was already fluttering intensely. If I fall for him, I will be the only one who loses out. It is merely polite flattery. That was how she reassured herself. This is so embarrassing. Should I just give him a vague reply and be done with it? Renai really is. Duke Deo. Someone had spotted them. Both turned their heads in surprise. Oh my goodness, are you truly Duke Deo? Greetings, your grace. The woman bowed. I am Viscountess Fantoy, and this is my daughter. She enthusiastically introduced the daughter who had emerged from behind her. It is a pleasure to meet you, but I am occupied at the moment, so please excuse me. The Duke smiled politely. I apologize for disturbing you while you were busy. We shall take our leave. Let us go. Did he just refuse them that directly? That was unexpected. I thought he was always so accommodating. Or is it because I asked too many questions? I promised I would not bother you anymore, Vani. I am sorry. It is only that there are so many things I want to know about you. Could this man really? No, that cannot be it. His repeated approaches, his personal questions, and attention reserved only for me. On the surface, it really does seem as though he likes me. But when she saw the Deo family crest just now, she suddenly remembered that Duke Deo had another reason to approach her. The pharmaceutical organization mentioned in her royal history class was actually a secret royal investigative agency, responsible for matters that could not be investigated openly. An intelligence organization said to have close ties with Duke Shun, one of the 4 great ducal houses. Since it was a secret organization, no one knew its exact circumstances. Still, she began to harbor suspicions, and her attitude became more cautious. If the Deo family was in charge of the royal family's intelligence work, that would make perfect sense. Lost in thought, she failed to notice that Rutnai had noticed. The meeting was probably arranged at her father's request. Vani. He called her name, but not everything he had done afterward could be explained by that same reason. Come to think of it, it was the same in the original story. As Vani became increasingly vicious, the Crown Prince had secretly sent people to watch her. Still absorbed in thought, she heard him again. Vani. Rutnai called her once more. Then Rutnai must be an investigator sent by the Crown Prince to keep an eye on me. She reached that conclusion. Vani. This time, he called more loudly. In a flash, he hurriedly pulled her aside. You need to watch where you're going. He admonished her seriously, still holding her hand. You nearly walked into that tree. Be more careful. Is he being so kind to me only to lower my guard as well? Thank you. I will be more careful. She tried to keep her tone natural. Never mind, this is good too. It is the perfect chance to prove that I mean no harm. She made up her mind. I will set you free soon, Rutnai. Several people wandered through the lavish shop, chatting cheerfully. There was a box adorned with a beautiful blue butterfly. Are you choosing cosmetics, Vani? He asked. Yes, she replied. I think Vani is already very beautiful without makeup. He complimented her gently. Do you even need makeup? No, not really, she said, lowering her head as she blushed shyly. The Duke beside her looked very pleased. Is he subtly implying that cosmetics are a luxury, too? She overthought it. He really was a responsible supervisor. Are you looking for something particular? She set the box back on the wooden shelf with a soft clack. Well, that is. She hesitated. This shop mainly sold heavily pigmented cosmetics. Perhaps they should go elsewhere. It seems they do not have what I need here. Let's try another shop. All right, let us go. At another shop, the two entered at a leisurely pace, looking just like a real couple. The saleswoman bowed her head. Welcome, Lady Vani Egenrot and Duke Deo. She recognized them immediately. It seemed she was quite familiar with prominent figures among the nobility. And this scent, Vani sensed something. Closing her eyes, she slowly took it in and identified it as the fragrance of herbs. It seemed she had finally come to the right place. This product contains herbal ingredients, does it not? Yes, my lady. Thank you for noticing. Could you tell me about this product? Vani picked up a pink box. Certainly, my lady, the saleswoman answered respectfully. She began explaining the product in detail. As expected, this shop specialized in functional cosmetics and handled herbs exceptionally well. Vani tested a little on her hand. The owner seemed very proud of the product. Both the fragrance and texture were wonderful, making it extremely appealing. If she entrusted them with it, they would surely be able to make the cosmetics she wanted. Duke Rut and I watched her intently. Their eyes met. Recalling something, his calm expression brightened. I accepted the tie bracelet as a blind date gift, but I have not given him anything in return yet. He might be monitoring me, but the one truly at fault was the crown prince, not the person merely carrying out his duty. The fault lies with the master, not the employee. Vani understood that well. Duke Rut and I. She gave him a small wave. He did not understand what she meant. What is it? Vani knew she should not think this way, but she did not know how to put it into words. He looked like such a well-behaved puppy. She suddenly took some cosmetics and handed them back to the saleswoman. Please give me your hand, she said. All right. Rut and I hesitated briefly before agreeing. She applied a little to his hand. Oh my goodness, can a hand be this handsome? She lightly touched it, her gaze lingering on the blue veins across the back of his hand. It was so alluring. Even if they called him useless, it would not matter. Anyone who saw these hands and was not moved deserved to be pelted with stones. What do you think? Vani asked. Renai was caught off guard and looked somewhat surprised. Was I too rude? Vani felt a little afraid. After touching him like that, the Duke must have felt uncomfortable. She smiled awkwardly. I wanted to return the favor for the gift you gave me last time, but giving hand cream to someone who uses a sword seems a little. She stammered, her legs trembling slightly. It is too presumptuous. How embarrassing. I feel terribly ashamed. I am sorry. As soon as she finished speaking, she fled. He hurriedly called after her. It is all right, Vani. If one wishes to use a sword for a long time, of course one must take good care of one's hands. He tried to reassure her. Is that so? She stopped. Of course, he encouraged her. The two exchanged smiles, then burst into laughter together. Goodness, had the blind date not already ended? Were they actually dating? How lively. The party is over. So why have you not returned to the palace? Why are you still here gossiping? Arian looked puzzled. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Everyone was startled. Lady Ellen said, It is nothing, Your Highness. We merely heard that Duke Deo and Lady Vani Agan were on a date in the Nazen district, so we mentioned it in passing. Lady Vani is on a date, he murmured. Your Highness, Kodila called. Then please excuse us. He gave a faint smile. Is she trying to make me jealous? Lady Vani is more adorable than she looks. He smugly thought that the wicked woman was suddenly quite captivating. How strange. This time, she had finally decided to use her head. Click. The door closed. Kodila swallowed nervously, feeling uncomfortable. Lady Vani Agenrot. She turned around. Had the Crown Prince not always despised and rejected Lady Vani? Yet his expression and actions just now had clearly been those of jealousy. Kodila glared furiously, her emotions shifting visibly. Those were not the feelings of someone who did not care at all. She clenched the object in her hand so tightly that her palm began to bleed. I must win His Highness's heart back, she plotted. She went downstairs and threw away the bouquet in her hand. That person was young Duke Vaden Agenrot. During the war, Kodila had won everyone's favor with her healing magic. But the one person whose opinion she could not change was young Duke Vaden Agenrot. Perhaps she could use him to change the Crown Prince's heart. She clenched her fist. I bear you no ill will, but in this situation, I have no other choice. The Duke cherished Lady Vani's gift dearly. Smiling brightly, he said, Thank you, Vani. I will use it often. Standing beside him, she could only smile awkwardly. He is this happy over a box of hand cream. This is making me feel embarrassed too. That is right. This hand cream smells like roses, does it not? He asked, raising his hand to his nose. Vani smiled. That is right. It suits you very well, Duke Deo. He narrowed his eyes as he smiled. The scent of roses suits me. Yes, very much so. She nodded with a radiant smile. What fragrance would not suit such a handsome man? She thought, but only to herself. Besides, we were alone together for quite a while just now. That should be enough to prove I mean no harm, right? She continued her unfinished train of thought. Vani, he called gently again. Yes, she answered. Could you? He hesitated. Vani Augenrot. Someone called out to her loudly, startling them both. The person rushing toward them was Vaden, her brother. Brother? Why are you here? she asked in alarm. Rumors that you and Duke Deo are dating have spread throughout the academy and even reached the palace, he said quietly. She leaned toward his ear and whispered, dating? It is not like that. She immediately denied it. Vaden stepped in front of her. The Duke looked surprised and slightly uneasy. Greetings, Duke Deo, Sword of the Northern Empire. Iam Vaden Augenrot. He introduced himself respectfully. It is a pleasure to meet you, young Duke Agenrod, Rutnai answered politely, extending his hand. The two shook hands. Vani and the young Duke look very alike. I find you even more handsome than the rumors say. He complimented Vaden with perfect tact. Oh, thank you, Duke Deo. Vaden awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. Even Vaden was charmed by him. He really was the kind of person adored by both men and women. The young Duke's reputation has reached even the north, Rutnai continued. I have always wished to meet you. If possible, I would like to invite you to dinner, along with Lady Vani. His words were sincere and exceedingly polite. Vaden was startled by the invitation. I am sorry, but I do not think that will be possible. Regaining his composure, he spoke sternly. Vani looked in confusion at her brother, who was gripping her wrist tightly. There is also something I wish to say to your grace. My sister has resolved to change and begin a new life. Please do not give her false hope. Vaden, Vani's voice trembled slightly. Are you stopping me because you are afraid I will fall for the Duke again? She thought, but did not say it aloud. Her brother tightened his grip on her hand. False hope? Is that what you said? Rutnai's attitude abruptly changed, and he appeared disappointed. Yes, Vaden answered firmly. Vani has declared that she will let go of her feelings and focus on improving herself. Is that right, Vani? He asked loudly. That is true, but the Duke is only watching over me on the Crown Prince's orders. She thought it to herself, but merely smiled and said, yes, that is right. See, he is looking at me with such a confused expression. Vaden is the one saying incomprehensible things. Why should I be embarrassed? Your Grace has heard it as well. We will take our leave now. As soon as Vaden finished, he turned to leave. Come on, Vani. He pulled her away. She turned back, trying to say a few words. Thank you very much for today, Duke, Rutnai. Holding the box of cosmetics, he watched her leave, unsure what to say. Several days passed without the two meeting again. In Rutnai's room, and spoke quietly. Your Grace, I have completed the investigation you requested into Lady Vani's financial debts and connections. Go on, Rutnai answered absent-mindedly. Lady Vani has no debts whatsoever, nor has she lent money to anyone. More precisely, her record is entirely clean. But, has something happened? I am rather curious. Rutnai spoke ganli. Tell me, how does one express one's feelings to a woman who needs neither money nor luxury goods? Not even love? He asked seriously. Good heavens, did Lady Vani say that? She means she needs nothing at all. Is that not essentially a polite rejection? And analyzed. Simply put, the game is over. Your Grace has been rejected, and bluntly stated the truth. Life is full of surprises. Even the Duke has a day when he is rejected. He went on at length. Rutnai stared at the gift Vani had given him, lightly tracing it with a finger. But Lady Vani still gave me a gift, he said, trying to find a reason. Rejecting someone coldly while still giving them hope. She truly is the wicked woman the rumors describe, and declared with certainty. Rutnai frowned at that, his voice turning stern. Do not casually speak of Lady Vani that way. A dark aura emanated from him, making him break out in a cold sweat. My apologies, Your Grace. I only said it because I was worried. He hurriedly apologized. What are you worried about? Rutnai asked indifferently. I feel that Your Grace seems to have been toyed with by Lady Vani. And stopped there, put in her fish tank, and played with. That was what he wanted to say. And imagine himself being toyed with. A fish tank. Rutnai mumut. That term has become popular in the capital recently, and began to explain. There are two fish in it, Rutnai and Aryan. It means that although she clearly knows there will be no outcome, she continues meeting both men, as though keeping fish in a tank. Is that so? Rutnai blurted out. Thinking of Vani as merely one among countless suitors, he recalled every one of her actions and expressions. He smiled quietly. If it is Vani's fish tank, perhaps I would not be so bad, he said softly. But even entering that fish tank would mean nothing. Because of that worthless crown prince, Vani did not want anyone to come near her. He set the hand cream box down on the table with a hard clack. First, we must change Vani's mind and, yes, your grace, and answered at once. To do that, as he considered it, he gently lifted his teacup. I will write to the third prince and tell him that I will visit soon. Rut Nai made his decision. He had to deal with the crown prince first. At the Agen Rod estate, Vaden interrogated his sister. Was that not a date? Or are you interested in Duke Deo? I told you it was not, she said irritably. We only happened to run into each other on the street. She emphasized the point. He shrugged. It is good if that is true. He is very charming and sweet-talking. If you are not careful, you could be swept off your feet, so be careful. Were you not the one who was charmed by him? Look at the expression you had earlier. She teased him. What are you talking about? What was wrong with my expression then? You know best yourself. Hey, he called loudly. In the room, the door remained slightly open. It was a bathroom. The faint sound of running water could be heard. I'm genuinely worried about you, yet you are being so mean. Vaden looked somewhat hurt. He playfully splashed water, making it slosh loudly. When father returns, I must tell him about Duke Deo. I need to let him know that Vani is constantly being troubled. The crown prince hurt her and caused her pain for so long. I cannot let her go through that again. In Vaden's eyes, Vani was still his little sister, someone who needed to be carefully protected. You really are something. Do not pretend not to know. You clearly know Lady Vani will never give up on me, Arian smugly declared. Thinking of that face, Vaden could not help frowning. Splash, splash. He imagined throwing water straight at him with all his strength. If you were not the crown prince, then in the flower garden that day, I would have already. That day in the flower garden. He suddenly remembered something, his gaze falling on the bracelet lying on the table. Click. He stepped out of the bathtub. All right, I recorded those suspicious fingerprints. I nearly forgot. The corner of his lips lifted slightly as he casually put on a robe. I may as well check them. Rustle. A huge centipede crawled out from beneath the cloth at the foot of the chair, hissing. It was approaching Vaden, or perhaps the glowing bracelet on his hand. Vaden studied the object in his hand thoughtfully, wondering what exactly it was. His eyes were fixed in contemplation. His tousled hair only emphasized the delicate beauty of his face. Suddenly, a loud sound came from behind him. Continuous rustling echoed at his back. He gradually realized something was there. The suspicion in his eyes said it all. A gigantic creature was looming above him. It was so ugly that it only made Vaden look more handsome by comparison. His sharp eyes, delicate features, long flowing blue-gray hair, and defined collarbones. Everything about him was indescribably perfect. Yet even so, he was bewildered by the sound behind him. It was a colossal monster with savage, gleaming eyes, long antennae, and two sharp pincers. The creature had countless pointed legs and a segmented abdomen. It looked like a stink bug enlarged 1,000-fold. Its cry was equally horrifying. The monster let out a roar. Vaden was so shocked that he could scarcely believe his eyes. Startled and terrified, he involuntarily wondered, what is that? The enormous beast suddenly attacked him. It lunged at him, sending him into a panic. Fortunately, Vaden managed to dodge in time. Vaden accidentally fell to the floor while evading the vicious creature, and the bracelet slipped from his hand, striking the floor with a crisp clatter. He hurriedly pushed himself up, an idea flashing through his mind as he turned to look at the monster behind him. Is that a demonic creature? Only now did he fully see how enormous it was. It was more than twice Vaden's size. The demonic creature kept making terrifying growling sounds. Before its imposing presence, Vaden looked very small. How did this thing get in here? He vaguely wondered. Vaden cast a barrier. Countless small circles glowed pink, beautifully radiant. His gaze grew more serious than ever. The barrier formed a large circle around him. This pitch-black smoke resembles dark magic. Then, was this demonic creature sent here by someone using dark magic? He was deeply puzzled, unable to determine where it had come from. At the same time, an extremely frightening dark aura radiated from the creature. Vaden vigilantly turned his head, glaring toward it. By all rights, the guard should have noticed something amiss, yet no one appeared. It seemed that someone had used magic to cut off all contact with the outside. That was likely what he thought when the demonic creature suddenly appeared in the house. He continued using magic to create a barrier and protect himself. The monster suddenly moved, its rustling making Vaden flinch. I'm going to lose my mind. This demonic creature was truly making him suffer. A crisp sound rang beside Vani's delicate ear, where a finely crafted silver flower-shaped earring gleamed. Vani asked Karen, "Did you hear that sound?" Karen replied, "I didn't hear anything." Vani answered, "Ah, could I have misheard it? Suddenly, a loud noise startled Vani, and her expression tightened. Karen asked, "My lady, where are you going?" As Vani pushed open the large door, she asked Karen again, "You really didn't hear anything?" The two hurried toward the source of the sound. Vani said anxiously, "It seems to be coming from over there." Karen followed close behind, equally worried. "Let's go together, my lady." Neither knew what had happened. Their hurried footsteps thudded across the floor, revealing their impatience. Karen saw something and startled. "What is this?" They stood before the young duke's room, which had fallen silent again. Karen said, "But I really didn't hear anything." She wanted to make clear that she had not heard a single sound from beginning to end. Worried, Vani pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Brother," she thought, "is this Vaden's room? What on earth is he doing in there?" She remained certain that the sound had come from this room. When Vani saw what was inside, her eyes filled with alarm. She hurriedly opened the door wider and called to Karen. "Can you go get someone to help me?" Karen asked blankly, "Huh?" Vani said again, "Something seems to have happened. Hurry." She urgently pressed Karen to move faster. Karen went to call for help, leaving Vani alone as she entered the room and softly called, "Brother?" No answer came, only those strange sounds. She thought, "I had definitely heard it." A beast-like growl and murmured incantations echoed through the room. Vani also noticed the pink light spilling from the room. She stood outside and asked whether her brother was inside, but the only reply was the muttering of spells. Vani thought, "I've already called everyone over. It'll be so embarrassing if nothing is wrong." She stared in shock at the sight within. A pitch-black demonic creature rumbled continuously, while the entire room was dyed pink by the barrier Vaden had erected. Looking inside, Vani saw Vaden continuously chanting spells while the demonic creature attacked him. Terrified by the scene, she shouted, "Brother, what's happening?" Vaden flinched at Vani's voice. "Why are you?" Before he could finish, he told her to use attack magic to help him. Vani asked blankly, "Attack magic?" Before she could fully understand what her brother had said, the demonic creature let out another terrifying growl. Vani thought awkwardly, "Sorry, but I don't know what kind of magic I should use right now, brother." The creature suddenly grew more vicious, spewing a frightening cloud of purple venom. Drool dripped endlessly from it, and the stench was unbearable. Its body writhed continuously. Seeing how ferocious it was, Vaden cried out in alarm, "Careful, it's poisonous!" As though it had spotted prey, the creature repeatedly lunged toward Vani with wet, slapping sounds. She stood frozen, too frightened to know what to do. Vani covered her eyes with both hands. For some reason, the room suddenly fell silent again. A barrier had formed around her. She thought, "Is this defensive magic?" Vaden said impatiently, "Did you just wake up? Why are you standing there like an idiot?" Vaden seemed utterly helpless with this younger sister of his. Cracks spread across the barrier with sharp cracking sounds. Vaden did not understand what was happening either. He muttered to himself, his eyes filling with panic. He kept chanting as the creature below frantically attacked the barrier, and he suddenly leaped upward. Vani stood to the side, trembling, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. She thought, "Did brother's magic break because of me? I want to do something, but my body won't listen to me. When is Karen coming back? Can Vaden hold it off alone until everyone escapes? If I can't help, maybe I should stay out of the way." Vani's legs hesitated as she struggled to decide what to do. Suddenly, she stepped on something with a clink. Looking down, she saw a glowing silver bracelet beneath her foot. As Vaden erected a new barrier, he wondered, "Vani, what are you panicking for?" The barrier flickered continuously. Vaden cast an attack spell at the creature, which responded with growls. Vaden thought, "I may be an excellent mage, but this is probably the first time my sister has seen a controlled demonic creature. It's only natural that her body can't react quickly in a situation like this." The barrier he had formed struck the creature with a bang. He continued, "The first time I saw one of these, I nearly fainted too. My sister is probably the same." The creature became increasingly horrifying, and the attack magic had little effect. Vaden thought again. Without attack magic, defeating this creature will be extremely difficult. He looked at Vani and shouted, "Pull yourself together." One hand still maintained the barrier. Vaden's head swam and his heart pounded, as though something were happening inside his body. Terrified, he thought, "I can't move anymore. The creature is charging at me." The creature seemed to inject something into his body. "Is this paralyzing venom? It's making me unable to move." He panicked. Did the barrier break, allowing the venom to enter my body? The creature wrapped itself tightly around him. All he could do was curse inwardly. Damn it. Vaden was furious. I can't do anything. He clenched his teeth, his face twisted with anger, and thought, at this rate, Vani will be in danger too. His hand trembled as he desperately tried to think of a way. Vani, suddenly, a loud cry rang out. Stop! Seeing the creature wrapped around her brother, Vani shouted, Let my brother go! She hurled the bracelet she had picked up at the creature and shouted furiously, You filthy worm! The bracelet flew straight toward the creature's face, striking it and leaving it stunned. With a sharp smack, the bracelet hit it. Vani shouted, Brother now, take this chance. After throwing the bracelet, she panted heavily, her face exhausted and worried. The creature appeared unharmed and only grew angrier, drool continuing to drip from its mouth. Suddenly, the bracelet controlled it, and the creature crashed to the ground. Neither Vani nor Vaden understood what had happened. Just then, a group of servants rushed in, their footsteps pounding loudly. Someone anxiously asked, Young Duke, my lady, are you both all right? Only then did Karen cry out in panic. My lady, I brought help, Vaden said in astonishment. For a moment, I forgot that worrying about the future is the most useless thing in the world. As the scene changed, a crystal sphere displayed an image of the fallen demonic creature. Everything that had happened was replayed. Drops of blood red liquid fell onto the crystal. With a crack, it shattered. Kodila had suffered a nosebleed. Blood also trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were filled with furious disbelief. This can't be. She stood before the crystal in her dark room. Crack, crack. Kodila looked at her hand and thought, My contract with the demonic creature has been severed. The price is that my lifespan will be shortened. That bracelet. How could she kill my creature with something so ordinary? Kodila could not stop thinking. It was one thing for a creature to follow the lady's shadow, but Callan, the high-ranking demonic creature she had sent after Vaden, was not an existence that could be subdued through mere brute force without magic. That was exactly right. Why had such a huge and vicious demonic creature been subdued so easily? She wiped her mouth. Wait, but why did the lady appear at exactly the right time? I clearly set up a magical barrier outside. By all logic, she shouldn't have been able to hear anything. Kodila continued to ponder. When Vani's image appeared, smiling charmingly as if she had anticipated everything, Kodila's face twisted in alarm. Kodila clenched her teeth and bit her nail, repeatedly denying it. No, that's impossible. This attack wasn't part of my plan. If my trace hadn't appeared on the bracelet in his possession, I wouldn't have been monitoring him like this. She continued staring at the crystal, hesitating as if contemplating something. She picked up a beautiful golden bottle. Something feels unsettling. Kodila gazed thoughtfully at the bottle in her hand. Perhaps the lady has noticed something. I need to confirm it myself. The demonic creature had shrunk and was confined inside a glowing pink barrier. It had been knocked unconscious. Kaiso studied the round barrier and said, This truly is a demonic creature controlled by a dark mage. Kaiso, Vaden, and Vani sat together, intently observing the creature. Kaiso spoke first. You said it appeared in our estate, correct? He nodded slightly. Answering his father, Vaden said, Yes. It suddenly appeared in my bathroom yesterday. Kaiso appeared to sketch the bathroom layout, indicating the direction for which the creature had come. He continued, Judging from where it appeared, it may have entered our estate through the window, or may have been hiding somewhere within the estate from the start. Vani remembered checking the window area. She refuted her brother's words, but when I went closer to inspect it, the window was tightly locked. Confirming his sister's observation, Vaden looked at Kaiso and said, Then could it have followed me when I went to the battlefield to write my report? Kaiso did not reject his son's suspicion. That is possible, but I don't think so. Vaden asked his father in confusion, Why not? Kaiso's sharp gaze suggested he had noticed something. He said, A high-ranking demonic creature like this can only be contracted by a powerful dark mage willing to use their own life as the price. The image of a ruthless mage controlling a terrifying creature appeared. He continued, The creature and its contractor become tightly linked from the moment the pact is formed. They cannot be too far apart. Vaden pressed. You mean there's a dark mage in the capital? Kaiso agreed with his son's deduction. That's right, he added. Someone brazen and mad enough to send a high-ranking demonic creature directly into a ducal estate. The worry in his contemplative eyes was plain. Some force was targeting their family. Images of terrifying skulls appeared. Dark mages were those who formed contracts with the demons of hell, grotesque beings of bizarre shapes. For example, there were one-eyed skulls and skulls grinning endlessly with rows of sharp teeth. Those mages were the masterminds who incited demonic creatures to wage war. Among them, the exceptional ones could easily control powerful demons, making them even more dangerous. Sharp black fingernails gleamed with a mysterious coat of black polish. CACAO continued, "That is why the Empire imposes extremely harsh punishments on anyone involved with dark magic and strictly controls all related information." Vani clasped her hands anxiously. It was shocking that a dark mage dared to act so boldly in the imperial capital. She wondered, could the creature that clung to my shadow a few days ago have been high-ranking as well? Vani looked at CACAO, her face filled with concern. As the master of the magic tower, the Duke seemed highly knowledgeable about dark mages. "Should I ask him?" Vaden voiced his thoughts. "The situation seems more serious than I thought. I wonder what they are plotting." CACAO replied, "We have too little information right now to conclude anything. If they are targeting you, can you think of anyone who might be responsible?" Vaden was equally confused. "I don't know. Other than fighting in the war, I don't think I have any connection to them." CACAO seemed to see through his son's concerns. He picked up the barrier stone and said, "I understand. Since we do not know their purpose, you must be especially careful to protect yourself. Do you understand?" He gave Vaden a worried warning. Hearing CACAO's words, Vani's gaze became unfocused. She began to wonder, why would Vaden become a dark mage's target? She stared blankly at her reflection in the mirror, her heart full of doubts. Could this be related to how Vani, in the original story, became a great dark mage? She no longer heard what CACAO was saying, thinking only, "I clearly gave up being the villainess and wanted to escape that fate. I have no intention of becoming a dark mage." She kept questioning herself. How did Vani become a dark mage in the first place? Vani grew deeply worried. What if Vani did not become a dark mage of her own free will? Clutching her head in anguish, she thought, maybe my fate has not changed at all. Vani felt as though she had fallen into an abyss of despair, imagining that her ultimate end would still be becoming a dark mage. Vani was nearly overwhelmed with shock and failed to notice CACAO speaking to her. "But how did you defeat it? Its shell is so hard that neither magic nor swords can harm it." Vaden rescued Vani from answering, rummaging through his pocket as he said, "About that." The bracelet Vani had thrown at the creature was now warped, and Vani's expression was as twisted as the bracelet. Helplessly, she thought, "Don't jump to conclusions. I think I'm just a little too nervous." CACAO nearly jumped in surprise when he saw the bracelet in Vaden's hand. Vani defeated it with this? CACAO truly could not believe his eyes and turned to Vani. "Is that true, Vani?" She jolted at his question. CACAO pointed at what Vaden was holding. "Did you really use this to defeat that demonic creature?" He could not even tell what it was. Vaden added, "It's a bracelet." He clarified his father's question. It was their father's bracelet. Vani found it difficult to answer. "Well, to be exact, I threw it because there was nothing else nearby to throw." CACAO's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. "Why didn't you use magic?" Vani covered her mouth awkwardly, unsure how to answer. Well, she thought, should I take this chance to confess that I don't know how to use magic? All kinds of imaginary scenarios ran through Vani's mind. Scenario 1, her life blossoms. CACAO lovingly patted Vani's shoulder. "What? I'll buy you the best magic tools right away." Vaden looked at her fondly as well. "You should have told us sooner." Embarrassed, she repeatedly thanked them. "Thank you, father. Thank you, brother." Scenario 2. Her life reaches a dead end. CACAO angrily grabbed Vani by the shoulders. "What? You caused trouble again." Vaden added irritably. "Exactly. Causing trouble again. You pretended you had changed, but was this what it was all for?" Vani kept avoiding their gazes. "Actually, I don't know why it turned out like this either." Vani worried over the scenarios she had imagined. I still haven't earned much of their trust. This is so worrying." Vaden stared at his sister suspiciously. Tense, she began, "Actually, it's because Vani suddenly seemed to realize something. Vaden looked calmly at his father and continued, "I had been caught by that creature." Vani stared at her brother in confusion. Vaden, recalling how the creature had restrained him, Vaden continued, "If Vani had attacked with magic at that time, I would have been caught up in it too." Vani looked at Vaden in confusion, thinking, "But I clearly had a chance to use magic earlier." Vaden added, "Given the situation, I believe Vani made the best decision." Vani stared at Vaden, thinking, is he covering for me because he thinks it would be embarrassing for others to know I can't use magic? Without noticing anything strange about Vani, Kaiso asked, I see. Neither of you was hurt, were you? He was deeply concerned for his children's well-being. Hearing his father's concern, Vaden paused. Then he smiled and replied, yes, as you can see. Vani answered shyly as well. I'm fine too, thanks to Brother Vaden. Feeling a little moved, she thought, maybe he really is a good brother. Perhaps he wanted to get along with Vani from the very beginning. Kaiso's gaze softened. To subdue a demonic creature through physical strength alone. What he meant was that this extraordinary strength was exactly like that of her mother, Camilla. An image appeared of his gentle wife, whose kind eyes so greatly resembled those of his daughter Vani. The girl had inherited all of her mother's beauty. The siblings spoke in unison. Like mother, their father affirmed it once more. That's right, Camilla was an exceptionally strong and highly promising knight. The image of a gentle yet strong woman, subduing a ferocious beast with her bare hands. That was Vani and Vaden's mother. In a soft voice, Kaiso told them about his wife. I fell in love with her the moment I saw her take down a brown bear barehanded during the royal hunting competition. He lowered his voice. She was that strong. The room suddenly fell quiet after Duke Kaiso's confession. Duke Kaiso coughed awkwardly a few times. The conversation had drifted off topic. In any case, I will continue investigating this matter. Is there anything else you two wish to say? Vaden solemnly raised his index finger. Father, there is one more important matter. Kaiso allowed Vaden to speak. Go ahead. Looking slightly tense, Vaden said, to put it plainly, Duke Deo has been hanging around lately, and he keeps bothering Vani. Vani did not understand what exactly her brother was talking about. An image surfaced in Vani's mind. Duke Deo taking her hand as charmingly as a prince and asking, Vani, would you have dinner with me? The middle-aged father, Kaiso, was shocked by this revelation and had already begun imagining the day he would lose his daughter. Vaden wore the same unpleasant expression as a strict teacher. The Duke has always pursued Vani. There are even rumors that they are dating, and those rumors have spread throughout the Imperial Palace and the Academy. He recalled hearing people say, Duke Deo and the young lady of House Aegon Rot are dating. Voices immediately followed. Really, it's true. Vaden could only stand there blankly on the podium. He even imagined how devastated Vani's family would be over it. Duke Deo is naturally kind to everyone. I am worried Vani will misunderstand his intentions and end up heartbroken. Vani panicked. That is not true. You are all misunderstanding this. Kaiso said angrily, if he dares pursue Vani again, tell me. I will personally go and warn him. Vani was becoming irritated as well. Why is no one listening to me? She sighed helplessly. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. My apologies for interrupting your conversation. All three turned toward the door. A servant reported, My lady, you have a visitor. Vaden looked suspiciously at Vani, and Kaiso shared the same doubts. Another visitor? No one in the family understood. It was truly astonishing, as this was the first time anyone had come to visit Vani. All three wondered who this mysterious guest could be. Before them stood a solemn, sturdy castle. A young woman with long, golden-brown hair wore an elegant flowered hat. In her hands, she carried an exquisitely patterned box. It was Kodila. True to her intention of probing the situation, she had indeed come to see Vani. An exquisite teacup appeared, its gold rim especially eye-catching. The tea inside released a fragrant aroma and shone with a lovely pale pink hue. A slender, fair hand raised the cup, making a light, crisp clink. Vani lifted her teacup and pondered as she drank. The person sitting before her now was. She continued examining the girl opposite her, describing her inwardly, gentle as spring sunlight, able to warm a person's heart at a single glance, even capable of taming a savage, demonic creature. Those were all flattering words used to describe Kodila. Kodila quietly savored her tea as well. Just as Vani had described, she was truly beautiful. Her lustrous golden hair further highlighted Kodila's delicate features, while her long curled lashes made her seem even more extraordinary. Vani thought to herself, the female lead, Kodila. She could not help continuing to look at her. If possible, she had wanted to avoid Kodila, but now that they had met again, it felt like encountering a celebrity. Vani thought, I do not think this event happened in the original story. Why has she come looking for me? The atmosphere fell quiet. The two young women drank tea without saying a word. To break the silence, Kodila set down her cup with a crisp sound. Kodila spoke first. I sincerely apologize for visiting so suddenly, but I am deeply grateful that you agreed to receive me. Kodila's gaze turned sorrowful as she continued. To be honest, I thought you would refuse to see me, because I know very well that you dislike me. Vani's hand trembled slightly against her cup, and her expression darkened. You knew that, yet you still came? What could possibly be so important? I truly have no thoughts about the female lead at all. Still, I should appear friendly for now. It would be best to make her lower her guard. Vani merely smiled. That may have been true once, but now I have no reason to hate you, princess. Suddenly, tears seemed ready to spill from Kodila's eyes. Kodila thought, does she think she can win the crown prince's heart? Vani's eyes widened in alarm, and she stopped midway through drinking her tea, looking at the other woman in confusion. Kodila continued thinking, there are 3 reasons I came to see her today. She considered them one by one. First, I wanted to confirm whether she is a threat to me. Something beneath her feet kept wriggling. Kodila moved on to the second reason. I want to get rid of Vaden's bracelet. Outside the window, something black kept darting past. Then she considered the third reason. I must ensure that she can never interfere with my plans again. Vani suddenly asked suspiciously, I do not understand why your highness would think that. As soon as Vani finished speaking, Kodila replied after a moment of thought, did you not recently have a blind date with Duke Deo? She continued, calculating. I must achieve my purpose without arousing suspicion. I need a perfect disguise. Kodila suddenly continued in a dejected tone. When I heard that, I thought you were trying to forget His Highness the Crown Prince. Her eyes brimmed with tears again. Raising her voice, she said, I thought you had accepted the relationship between the Crown Prince and me. Vani simply smiled and replied, you are right. I no longer feel anything about the two of you being together. Then why? Kodila asked. A teacup clinked against its saucer, as if ripples had spread across someone's heart. Kodila's expression did not look any better. Why are you still deliberately trying to attract His Highness the Crown Prince's attention? A barrage of questions was hurled at Vani. Vani was utterly baffled as to why Kodila would say such things. What do you mean? Kodila continued. You deliberately dated in the Nazan district near the Imperial Palace so that you could quickly gather supporters. An image appeared of Vani and Duke Deo happily spending time together, naturally under the public's watchful eyes. Crying as she spoke, Kodila said, I heard that this is a common method among the Empire's upper class, like following a script. You deliberately created a scandal with an influential man in order to draw the attention of the opposite sex, did you not? Wrongly accused, Vani felt utterly helpless, and her sigh grew heavier. Kodila's words continued to echo. Did you use Duke Deo to attract His Highness the Crown Prince's attention? Kodila thought. An innocent princess seeking revenge out of jealousy. Would that not make a very convincing disguise? Her schemes were truly unfathomable. Outside, both Kaiso and Vaden were furious. Kaiso said, what the hell is this? Seeing Vani being bullied, he wanted nothing more than to rush in and teach that princess a lesson. Inside the room, the 2 young women remained extremely calm, while the 2 men outside continued making an uproar. Kaiso said, let me go. Did you not hear those insolent words? This cannot be allowed to pass. Vaden felt helpless before his father. Patting Kaiso on the shoulder, he said, calm down, father. The angrier you become with that woman, the more difficult it will be for Vani. Kaiso became even more enraged at his son's words. Then do you expect me to stand by and do nothing? His anger erupted. As Vani's father and the Duke of Agenrod, he could no longer sit still. His gaze was fierce as he added, still no news from the third prince? He seemed like an ever-burning flame. Vaden answered, I've been so busy that I forgot. Vaden continued. That day he said he was unwell and refused to meet with us. An image appeared of flames consuming someone's papers, reducing them to ashes in the fierce blaze. Philip Deo Bobbin abruptly turned and strode forward, saying, Duke Deo and Duke Agenrod. The fire raging behind him resembled his own fury. With his hands clasped behind his back, Philip continued, I never expected to receive letters from the Empire's 2 most renowned dukes. Philip was the 3rd prince of the Bobbin Empire. Then a sweet voice rang out, Philip, my son, look at this. Philip turned toward the voice. Philip continued his unfinished reflection. What a pity. I fear we will be unable to meet. Consort Evelyn held up a handful of grass to Philip with a gentle smile. Though her hands were covered in soil, her smile was radiant. It has roots, my son. This plant should survive. Ha ha ha. Philip approached her and replied softly, It appears so, mother. When consort Evelyn saw her son draw near, she smiled even more brightly. Philip Deo Bobbin thought, because I must protect mother in this peace. The flag of the Bobbin kingdom fluttered in the wind. The people cheered. Long live His Highness Crown Prince Arian. Waves of cheers and reverent voices rose from below. Wow, that is His Highness Crown Prince Arian and his mother. 18 years ago, Empress Jizan lost her 2 sons and had no remaining heir. Philip had still been very young then, his childishness evident on his little face as his small hand tightly held his mother's. Mother and son stood behind His Highness Crown Prince Arian. Philip no longer had any illusions. Thus, she adopted Arian, the 4th son of consort Mabel, and named him Crown Prince. Someone continued. Meanwhile, the 3rd Prince Philip, consort Evelyn's 3rd son, is exceptionally intelligent. How can a 4-year-old child be named Crown Prince when we clearly have such a talented prince? Moreover, the 4th prince's background is so humble. The nobles' murmurs continued. Philip thought, that is why the nobles supported me as crown prince and opposed Arian. The emperor sat imposingly upon his throne as another noble whispered, perhaps now we should try to persuade His Majesty. Philip continued reflecting. After the ministers had met with the emperor, young Philip bowed in greeting. Greetings to your majesty. The emperor asked his son kindly, 3rd prince, you look very tired. Are you ill? Philip was surprised by the emperor's concern. No, your majesty, I am fine. His Majesty continued, sometimes you should act spoiled like a child. Anyone can see that you are unwell. I will send an imperial physician to you. Go to the imperial medical office and take some medicine. At that moment, Philip thought, I have already received medicine. A man with long hair tied behind his neck said, this is precious medicine specially prepared for the prince. You must never tell anyone about it or share it with anyone. Drink it alone. The medicine was contained in a striking purple bottle. Although Philip was still young, he knew what kind of medicine it was. Fear made him hesitate for several days. From morning until night, the bottle remained untouched. When Philip finally took hold of it, terror flashed across his face, unable to conceal the anxiety in his heart. Philip had no way back. Yet no matter how afraid he was, he had no other choice. Philip decided to drink the medicine, thinking only, if I disappear, Mother can at least live a peaceful life. After drinking it, he suddenly opened his blue eyes wide. What he had not expected was that the bottle contained only water. Just water again? A loud commotion arose outside, followed by someone shouting, Mother! Evelyn! Startled, Philip hurriedly turned around. He rushed to open the door and cried out, Mother! Mother! A crowd had gathered around Evelyn. It turned out that Evelyn had drunk the bottle of poison in Philip's place. Now, she lay motionless on the ground, blood staining the corner of her mouth. Philip cried out in agony, Mother! Fortunately, his mother was still alive. A physician examined her pulse to assess her condition. Philip stared blankly in terror at his mother lying in the sickbed. But due to the poison's effects, her mind could never recover as it had been. In anguish, he said, Perhaps Mother will be like this for the rest of her life. The once radiant consort, Evelyn, now seemed like a completely different person. She had once told her son, These are the flowers Philip likes. Philip looked tenderly at the mother he loved so dearly. Ah, are these flowers from you, Mother? She replied, Yes. Mother likes these flowers too. Philip likes them too, he said softly. Thank you, Mother. It was as though he were thanking her for giving him life twice. The life I have now exists only because of Mother's sacrifice. Philip's gaze was no longer gentle. To protect this peace. At that moment, the image of a red-haired woman emerged. Third Prince, this child seems exhausted. Sometimes he should be allowed to act spoiled like child. The Empress's briefly sorrowful eyes came to mind. Philip continued thinking, I cannot disappoint her any further. Jizn remained dazzling and radiant. Children can act spoiled sometimes. Never. That was Philip's vow. In the silent space, footsteps suddenly sounded. Meanwhile, in the great hall of the magic tower, CACAO clenched his fist as he walked and thought. The third prince's poor health must be nothing but an excuse. His expression was murderous. He must be afraid that meeting me will make the Empress dislike him. But does he think he can protect my peace that way? How naive. so absorbed in thought, he failed to notice what was ahead and bumped into someone. The person turned and said, "My apologies. I was in your way." Kaiso replied helplessly, "It is nothing." Before him stood a handsome, friendly young man. "Is that not the master of the magic tower? It has been a long time." Seeing that the other person recognized him, Kaiso became rather embarrassed. "My apologies, but who are you?" The young man immediately introduced himself. "I am Rutnai Deo." Hearing the name, Kaiso repeated, "Duke Deo." Then he said, "How rude of me. You have grown so much that I did not recognize you. You have become an outstanding man, just like the late Duke." Rutnai's face immediately brightened. "Thank you. You look just as you did when I was young, as though time has forgotten you." Kaiso's guard rose to its highest point. Just as the rumors say, this young man is no ordinary person, whether in appearance or eloquence. I made a grave mistake in letting my daughter go on a blind date with him. Even as he thought this, he asked, "It may only be courtesy, but thank you nonetheless. What brings you to the magic tower?" Rutnai replied, "Actually, I came to find a teacher who can teach magic to beginners." Kaiso froze at those words, wondering, "Are you not a swordsman? You have already reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship." Upon hearing the question, Rutnai shifted his gaze. Without hesitation, he explained, "Since coming to the capital, I have encountered many convenient magical tools. The magic created by mages is truly astonishing. More importantly, some demonic creatures can only be destroyed with magic. Swordsmanship is useless against them. Naturally, House Deo, those of us who guard the northern gate, must adapt to the times, must we not?" Those words softened Kaiso's wariness. A family that had blindly revered swordsmanship had raised a child capable of such thoughtful consideration. As he spoke, Duke Deo bowed slightly. "In truth, your grace once aided my father, so I have always been grateful to and respectful of you." Kaiso smiled and waved his hand. "I merely did what I should have done." Duke Deo was truly modest. Rutnai blushed slightly as an image of Vani's lovely face appeared in his mind. He praised her. "Lady Vani of Agenrod, your grace's daughter, is also an exceptionally beautiful and remarkable person." Kaiso's wariness diminished further. This young man is not only handsome and well-mannered, but he also has a discerning eye. Perhaps he is even more exceptional than I thought. Then Kaiso said happily, "She is my daughter, so of course she is exceptional." Suddenly, Rutnai's eyes darkened. "That is also what I cannot understand." He began emphasizing every word. "That man hurt the young lady's heart." When the other man hit the nail on the head, Kaiso wholeheartedly agreed. "So Duke Deo feels the same way. I have so much to say about that man." Then the two leaned close together and whispered maliciously about him. "He pretends to be a battlefield hero, but he is actually incredibly arrogant, among many other problems." The entire Magic Tower hall fell silent, with only the two of them whispering. Kaiso was in an exceptionally good mood and felt thoroughly at ease. "I never expected us to have so much in common. Have dinner at my estate tonight, and we can continue our conversation. What do you say?" Rutnai immediately replied, "It would be an honor. I will visit your estate." Kaiso waved goodbye as though he were seeing off a new friend. "Then I will see you tonight." The two immediately turned and left. Rutnai clenched his fist, his face brimming with delight. The scene shifted to two women in a verbal confrontation. Kodila firmly said, "Please answer me honestly." Looking into Lady Vani's cold eyes, she thought to herself, if it is Lady Vani, she will surely lose her temper soon. Vani was silent for a moment before innocently asking, "Is that all?" Kodila was stunned. Vani said, "Are you truly curious about that? I thought you came to see me so early because there was something very important." Hearing this, Kodila began to wonder, is this some kind of test? Her unusually calm manner and those words made it sound like nothing more than casual small talk. She nervously swallowed again and again, feeling that this young lady was even more dangerous than she had expected. "I need to get rid of her before things get worse." With that thought, she slammed her hand on the table and declared, "What could possibly be more important than this? It seems you still have not grasped the situation, my lady. Even if you claim your recent actions had no ulterior motive, who would believe you?" She continued to slander Vani, saying these were merely the words of a wicked woman who would stop at nothing to win the crown prince's heart. "The upper class is currently spreading rumors that you used Duke Deo to stage a romantic drama, dragging me, His Highness the Crown Prince, and Duke Deo into it. We have all been humiliated because of you, so please show some self-respect, my lady. Unless you enjoy these rumors, After saying that, Kodila smugly thought, if I keep provoking her until she cannot control her rage and madness, she will destroy herself. Her face now carried a dangerous expression. As usual, I will destroy what displeases me and bring about my own downfall. Numerous schemes flashed through Kodila's mind. She was a criminal who had twice failed to assassinate the crown prince's lover, the princess of the kingdom of Mari. Wouldn't it could suit this lady better? Suddenly, Vani raised her hand. Kodila was somewhat surprised, but inwardly pleased. Did she take the bait? Unexpectedly, Vani merely picked up a strawberry from the delicious cake and calmly ate it as she said, I am sorry to hear those rumors, but my opinion remains unchanged. Kodila was utterly astonished and froze in place. Vani, meanwhile, looked innocent and completely guileless. Setting down her fork, she continued, besides, no matter what I do, His Highness will not spare me even a glance. So why should I be careful? Vani added, so if there's a problem, it would be best to speak directly with His Highness the Crown Prince. She poured herself tea under Kodila's astonished gaze. Do not make things difficult for an innocent person. Kodila's face flushed red with anger. My lady, please stop. The conversation was becoming increasingly tense when Vaden suddenly appeared. I happened to pass by and heard you two arguing. If my sister is insulted like this again, I will not stand by and watch. Hearing this, Kodila grew even more furious. He used to treat the young lady as though she were invisible, and now he is pretending to be her brother. She suddenly noticed the gift box beside her. There was no other choice. She would have to retreat for today. I still have plenty of plans to make the young lady obey me, Kodila thought. Rising to her feet, she said, my behavior just now was disgraceful. I lost control of my emotions and said things I should not have said. Though explaining myself now would be meaningless, still, she had begun using her tricks. When I received the gift sent by His Highness the Crown Prince, I was truly flustered. Vani looked at the gift box before her in confusion. What is this? Kodila immediately explained. It is a gift His Highness the Crown Prince gave me. Standing beside Vani, Vaden asked in displeasure, and what does that have to do with us? Kodila spoke in a choked voice. It seems you have misunderstood. This gift was not actually meant for me. If you read the enclosed letter, you will understand. It was truly intended for Lady Vani. The siblings could only listen in helpless silence as she finished. Then Kodila lowered her head. I will not use this to justify my behavior, but please believe that I truly meant no harm. With that, she immediately turned and left. The siblings looked at each other in bewilderment. Vaden then said, I am a little curious. Considering your usual temperament, you held yourself back remarkably well today. You even let her leave so calmly. Hearing that, Vani could not help laughing. Turning around cheerfully, she said, it was all thanks to you, brother. You kept pacing around outside the door, so nervous that I was afraid you would faint if I did anything. That is why I had to restrain myself. As if she had struck a nerve, Vaden looked confused. Since when did you know? Vani replied, my hearing is very sharp. I will forgive you for eavesdropping today. Vaden muttered, I understand. You really are hot-tempered. Vani began to reflect seriously, but I was not talking nonsense either. Thankfully, Vaden was here. I knew he would handle everything properly, so I said all the things I wanted to say. If it had been the old Vani, she probably would have been truly enraged. No matter how generous she was, she would not be satisfied until Kodila had spent 30 weeks in the hospital. I tried my best not to interfere in the affairs between those two, yet it still turned out like this. At last, the two went their separate ways, but not before exchanging a few final reminders. Oh, right, do not open that box out of curiosity. Just leave it alone. You can throw it away when you go to work. It is fine. I can deal with it myself. You should leave now, too. Take care. Before departing, Vaden sternly warned, make sure you throw it away. I will check when I get back. Now alone in the room, Vani stood before the gift box and thought, what could possibly be inside that box to make Kodila so angry? The sound of a carriage departing echoed away from the estate. Kodila was inside the carriage. She softly called someone's name. Bembi. Suddenly, a dark blue figure darted out. It resembled a faceless monster and emitted a hissing sound. The demonic creature said, you called for me? Kodila asked, what happened with the bracelet? Bembi replied, of course I found it. Shall we destroy it now? Kodila answered indifferently. If the bracelet disappears right after I appear, they may become suspicious. Rather than keeping it forever, find an opportunity to destroy it for me. Her gaze deepened. The bracelet matter has been dealt with. Now only the matter of the young lady remains. I have heard many people say that she has changed, but I always thought that was merely a lie they made up. The scene shifted to when she had been eavesdropping on Philip's conversation. Lady Vani has stayed home for several days. A servant replied, yes. Everyone says she is repenting and taking time to reflect. Philip angrily said, repenting and reflecting? Who would believe that? Lady Vani is dangerous. She even tried to kill Kodila before. Hidden in a corner, Kodila curled her lips into a sinister smile. Someone is defending me. On the other side, Philip continued, do not lower your guard. Keep watching her. How could a person change so easily? I never expected Kodila to meet Vani today, but the young lady she met was no longer the vicious Vani I once knew. Her eyes became unfathomably deep as she silently turned away. Vani had not been moved at all upon seeing the gift that Kodila claimed was from the Crown Prince. Inside the box was a bottle of yellow liquid, resembling the poison Philip had taken as a child, along with a card. Kodila thought irritably, in that case, I cannot be certain whether the young lady will use Sunspring. Sunspring had originally been created to win over foolish nobles. These nobles would apply Sunspring to their skin. It was said to make their skin smooth and radiant. But long-term use would cause a terrible skin disease. It was in truth a poison. Yet Kodila claimed that only she knew how to cure the disease. In other words, only she could save those people. She was like a savior to those who had used the product. Kodila immersed herself in fantasies of being praised. The nobles will use every possible means to sing my praises. I once tried using this method to tame the young lady, yet she merely frowned and sighed. The demonic creature, Bembi, beside her asked, did it not go well? Why? Is there anything I can do to help her? It tilted its head cutely as it looked at Kodila. Kodila merely replied coldly, help? What can you help me with? Bembi added, when I left the room earlier, I saw that woman also has dark magic. Did you not want to recruit her? Bembi had been at Kodila's feet when it saw Kodila speaking to Vani. The demon's words made Kodila start in shock. She suddenly understood. Why did I not think of that before? If the young lady truly is a dark mage, she could easily see through my subordinate and even hear sounds from inside the barrier. All of that proves it. It was a truth she had never considered. To confirm it, she had never imagined that there was another dark mage she knew nothing about. She smiled brightly and said, thank you for providing such valuable information, Bembi. Now go back and complete your mission. Be careful not to get caught. The demonic creature seemed to understand its master's command and nodded. Kodila gave a vicious smile, thinking, now I have a way out. If I expose the young lady as a dark mage, the Bobbin Imperial family will naturally take care of the rest. Kodila was devious. Fabricating evidence was no problem for her. She was determined to become the crown princess. Malice surged within her as she prepared to ruthlessly trample anyone who stood in her way. Rutanai's figure passed beside her, carrying a magnificent bouquet of multicolored flowers. It turned out that Rutanai had ridden over with the flowers. He thought, I was invited for dinner, but I wonder if I arrived too early. He found it hard to conceal his happiness. Rutanai handed his reins to an attendant and, thinking of Vani, could not help feeling a little shy. Will I be able to see Vani today? Suddenly, Vani forcefully pushed open a high window. With a sharp clack, the woman Rutanai had just been thinking about appeared. Vani raised her hand as if trying to catch something. A flash of light appeared. Rutanai saw it as well, and a baffled look briefly crossed his face. Without warning, a deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth. Time rewound 15 minutes. A letter from Arian Rudenbobbin. I deeply regret that urgent business prevented me from attending the afternoon tea party you personally hosted. I also feel that I may have upset you during this time. I happened to hear at the tea party that this is a kind of bath salt recently favored by noble ladies and young women. The moment I heard of it, I thought of you and was certain that you would like it. I went to great lengths to obtain it, so I hope you will make good use of it. Postscript. It is from Arian Rudenbobbin. Vani's expression darkened as she held the letter in one hand and the cosmetic jar in the other. If a boyfriend did that, who would not be angry? Thinking about Kodila's feelings, Vani carefully examined the jar in her hand. This bath salt looked expensive, but it would be best to throw it away. A knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock. My lady, it is me, Karen. Vani was startled. Come in. Karen entered with a radiant smile. We just received word that we can produce cosmetics containing radia herbs now. Vani smiled as well. Really? That is wonderful. Now we only need to decide what kind of product to make, right? Karen eagerly agreed. Do you have any ideas yet, my lady? Vani gently replied, I have not thought of anything yet. Vani suddenly thought, I recently heard that bath salts are very popular among the nobility. This is a classic example of precise market positioning. Demand for this sort of product is very high in summer. In her imagination, nobles who used it praised it endlessly. Wow, the fragrance is wonderful. I have started using this instead of bath salts. Vani continued thinking, then I should follow this trend too. It will surely become popular quickly. She was very confident about it. Vani abruptly stood up and decided that settles it. We will use it to make bath salts. Karen, standing beside her, strongly supported her mistress. An excellent idea, my lady. Karen asked again, but is that item in your hand Sunspring? Vani said, so that is its name? It must be very famous if even you know it. Vani was surprised upon hearing the jar's name. Karen spoke knowledgeably. Yes, I heard it can make the skin instantly smooth as silk. Many famous people have spent fortunes to buy it. It is so popular now that it is difficult to purchase even with a great deal of money. Vani's heart began to race. How much money? Karen thought for a moment. I heard it costs around 10 million gold coins. Vani was utterly shocked by the figure. 10 million gold coins? 10 million gold coins. She carefully hugged the jar to her chest and could not help secretly smiling. I almost threw away 10 million gold coins. She thought, I have to sell it. The thought of the money she was about to receive filled her with joy. Karen asked curiously, perhaps Duke Deo gave it to you? Vani's hand suddenly stopped. She recalled Rutnai holding her hand and saying, thank you, Vani. Vani's heart raced, and her face turned red. Embarrassed, she said, that is not it. Do not get ahead of yourself. Karen said, but who would not be captivated by such a perfect young lady? If it were me, I would give you gifts every day. Alarmed, Vani said, goodness, flattering me like that will not get you anywhere. Vani's gaze suddenly sharpened as she called Karen's name. Karen was still smiling and asked in surprise, yes. Vani pointed at her earring. One of Karen's earrings was emitting a red glow. Vani thought, could it be? The moment she saw the earrings glowing strangely, Vani sprang into action. She swiftly tore the earrings from Karen's ears. Suddenly, she felt that this scene was strangely familiar. Fresh blood dripped down. Before Karen could react, Vani had already snatched away one earring. Her face tense, she hurried to the window. She quickly opened it and threw the earring outside. At that moment, she calculated that there should be no one in the garden and tossed the earring down there. Unexpectedly, Rutnai was standing directly below. Vani panicked, realizing that she had failed to account for every possible variable. When Rutnai saw the glowing earring, his handsome face stiffened. Then came a world-shaking explosion, a tremendous blast. Inside the room, Vani and Karen tightly covered their ears. The glass windows shattered with a crash. Vani could only say it happened. Black smoke from the explosion made Vani cough violently. Once the smoke gradually cleared, she could finally see the severity of the accident. Could that person just now have been Rutnai? She was so terrified that she could barely remain calm, her voice trembling. It cannot be. As soon as the words left her lips, she rushed to the window and cried out, my lord, Lord Rutnai. Flower petals, scorched by the explosion, drifted through the air. She wondered where the petals had come from. Before she could speak, a sword emerged from the smoke, followed by the Duke's handsome face. Seeing him, she silently gave thanks. Thank goodness he is all right. The moment she met his gentle gaze, Vani's face inexplicably turned pale with fear. What incredible luck! But she anxiously turned away, wondering how she could conceal this accident. What was she supposed to do? If she said it was a mistake, would Rutnai believe her? Just then, a voice called out from behind her. My lady, are you all right? It was Karen, her attendant. Surprised and relieved, Vani hurriedly asked, Karen, I'm fine. Are you hurt? Thanks to you, my lady. I'm completely unharmed. Delighted by her mistress's concern, Karen answered cheerfully. Only then did Vani let out a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. You scared me to death. Go rest for a while. I'm all right. Somewhat flustered, Karen replied. I'll call someone to help clean up your room. Whispers began to rise all around them. The servants had apparently only just arrived at her room. Seeing this, Vani entrusted the cleanup to Karen. Then I'll leave it to you. I need to go somewhere else. After all, she had just dragged Duke Rutnideo into this. At the mention of the Duke, Karen's face went even paler. Stammering as she blamed herself, she anxiously asked about him. "It's all my fault. Is Duke Deo all right?" Seeing Karen's expression, Vani gently reassured her. "How could it be your fault? I was the one who gave you the bomb, and I was the one who threw it outside. Don't worry." With that, she opened the door. "My lady." Before Karen could finish, Vani had already left the room. Though she claimed she was fine, she was actually the most panicked of all. She rushed downstairs as fast as she could, her face stricken as the same question circled through her mind. What was she supposed to do? Even as she ran, she worried about her image, feeling as though nothing remained of it. Not only was she no longer the graceful, refined lady everyone expected, but she had even dared to throw a bomb right in front of a royal investigator. Outside the main gate, servants had gathered to watch the commotion, none of them knowing what had just exploded. Seeing so many people witness her handiwork, she could only blame herself. Why did those earrings have to explode at that exact moment? I didn't know either. By now, she had completely fallen apart. She could only sink to the ground and burst into tears. At that moment, a tall figure stood, surrounded by people asking after him. "Please make way." At Vani's voice, the crowd parted to create a path. Yet a few of them were surprised to see her. "It's Lady Vani. She usually never concerns herself with matters in the estate. Why is she here today?" Vani urged them again. "Please move aside." Surprisingly, the villa's garden had not suffered any damage from the explosion. Vani looked around in astonishment. She had thought everything would be destroyed, but it was all still intact. As she wondered about it, Ronan appeared out of nowhere and answered her unspoken question. "You noticed too, didn't you, my lady?" As you can see, the damage this time was minor. Considering the force of the explosion, it was practically negligible. Fortunately, Duke Deo was visiting and used his sword to absorb the aurora blast. Then Ronan marveled at the Duke's strength, as expected of the finest swordsman. "I see," Vani replied. Ronan confidently declared, "We will certainly do everything in our power to capture the culprit." Vani shot him an irritated glare, thinking there's no need for that. Naturally, she did not say it aloud and could only grumble inwardly. Unable to say anything, she drove her elbow hard into Ronan's side. "Move." Her tone was far from friendly. The blow nearly sent Ronan stumbling. Vani approached Rutnai, still wondering how she should explain the explosion to him. What should she say? Should she call an accident? Or would it be better to apologize first? Meanwhile, he was busy responding to everyone's concern. "Duke Deo, are you truly all right? I came to treat your injuries." "I'm really fine." But when he saw her approaching, he immediately smiled warmly and called her name. Vani. She had still been hesitating over what to say, but his greeting interrupted her thoughts. She stammered, "Duke Rutnai." For some reason, the warm smile he gave her looked like a cold smile in her eyes, throwing her into confusion and fear. "Oh no, have I gone mad?" The onlookers misunderstood, believing the two were gazing at each other affectionately. "Oh my, look at those passionate eyes. They're such a perfect match." Who would have known that Vani was actually terrified inside? "It's not like that. This is really frightening." Because of the misunderstanding, she could not bring herself to look him in the face. She could only turn away and ask, "Are you hurt anywhere?" He answered gently, "I'm fine. It was just beyond my expectations. When I drew my sword earlier, the roses I intended to give you withered. So those petals from earlier were his." Vani was puzzled, unable to understand why he would give her flowers. "Flowers? Roses? Why? I'm just glad you're all right," she replied. Seeing her reaction, his mood sank slightly. Then she reassured herself. With Rutnai's personality, he could never come empty-handed. Besides, we were once introduced for a marriage meeting. This is just basic courtesy. That must be all it is. Having reached that conclusion, she happily accepted his bouquet. "So, this bouquet was meant for me. Then may I take it? I happen to need flowers to decorate my room," she said happily as she looked at them. To him, the sight was like an angel glowing with the light of love. Scratching his head somewhat shyly, he said, "If you need flowers for decoration, I can find you some others." Vani hurriedly refused. "No, it's all right. This bouquet is already beautiful. Thank you." Vani wondered why he had come to her family's villa in the first place. "By the way, why did you come to the Agenrod estate?" He immediately answered, The master of the Magic Tower invited me to dinner today." Their conversation ended, leaving only their awkward gazes. Seeing that they were both a little embarrassed, Vani took the initiative to break the silence. "Haha, you came quite early," he answered with an equally awkward smile. I had some business nearby recently. I finished early, so I stopped by on my way. Vani was puzzled again. Why did father suddenly invite this man? But never mind that for now. Still, he came so early. He must have another purpose. As they spoke, a middle-aged man walked over and introduced himself. My lady, I am the captain of the security guard. Vani turned and replied, Ah yes, captain. He had come to discuss the explosion from earlier. A mysterious explosion occurred on the road leading to the estate. Do you know anything about it, my lady? The culprit was standing right in front of him. Vani nervously stammered, well, without waiting for her to finish, he continued, the only witness at the scene was Duke Deo, but he says he does not know much either. We have found no clear evidence at the scene. Hearing that, Vani turned toward him in surprise. Lord Rutnai. She glanced uneasily at the security captain. Rutnai spoke in a tone that seemed to be helping her out. It appears Vani has no leads either. If I remember anything, I'll inform you later. Investigate the others first. The security captain bowed to him. Understood. We will report back to you once the investigation is complete. Rutnai turned to Vani and asked, Then could you show me the way? Vani, ah yes. I'll take you to the reception room. Though a little surprised, she agreed. Yet she was still suspicious inside. Does he want to speak to me privately? Does he want compensation? Or is he going to threaten me? All sorts of terrible scenarios flashed through her mind. In any case, she should thank him for not exposing her as a troublemaker in front of everyone. They talked as they walked, but Vani remained uneasy, not knowing what would happen next. I'm so nervous. Her reception room, already a mess because of her explosion, also startled him. Is this Vani's private reception room? Vani answered awkwardly, Ah yes. The reception room on the first floor is probably too noisy. In truth, this had all been her arrangement. Negotiations required a private space. He asked worriedly, All the windows are shattered. The explosion must have been powerful. Vani, are you really all right? She quickly answered, I'm fine. I was only a little startled. Thinking back on it now, she found it strange. She had been too panicked to notice at the time. But no matter how strong Vani was it really reasonable that her clothes and hair were still perfectly neat and she had not a single injury? Only after seeing that she truly appeared unhurt did he say, That's a relief. Vani said as well, Lord Rutnai, you weren't hurt either. That's truly fortunate, and thank you so much. He looked puzzled, unable to understand why she was thanking him. At last, Vani confessed, Because earlier, you pretended not to know and helped conceal what happened. It was an accident. I am truly sorry. He responded mildly, An accident? Vani hurriedly explained, Yes. There was a problem with a magical artifact in the house, so I threw it outside immediately. I thought there would be no one outside. He asked again, You mean the bomb you made showed signs of exploding on its own, so you immediately threw it outside? She immediately answered, Yes, that's right. He continued, Then why? May I ask why you chose to throw it outside, rather than use defensive magic? At his questioning, she immediately lost confidence. As expected of a royal investigator, he was so sharp. Vani stammered, unable to say anything. Just as she did not know how to answer, he stepped closer. The closer he came, the more tense she became. What should I say now? If I answer incorrectly, I might be arrested immediately. Should I confess? Because I can't use magic. Vani, he suddenly spoke. Hearing him call her name, she flinched. Before she could speak, he continued his interrogation with a cold expression. Did you deliberately throw that bomb at me? Vani and Rutnai stood facing each other by the window in the sunlit room. Fear was plain on Vani's face. He thinks this was a deliberate crime. In her mind, Vani saw herself lying there in terror, surrounded by malicious hands seeking to harm her. Lost in her thoughts, she wondered, if I confess that I have amnesia and cannot use magic, perhaps Rutnai will believe me. But the problem is that rumors about my condition may spread. Vani has enemies everywhere, and they will use this opportunity to hurt me. Rutnai's image suddenly appeared in her mind. Can I endure all of that? Vani's hands trembled as she clenched them together. If I do not tell him, I will become a criminal. Besides, this is not the first crime I have committed. She began calculating silently. Then father and Vaden, everyone will no longer trust me. In the end, only an image remained of Vani looking back as everyone walked away. The thought alone caused Vani immense pain, and her face darkened. She was about to answer Rutnai's question. The moment she opened her mouth, before she could finish, Rutnai hurriedly said, It seems I was right. Vani asked in surprise, What? Rutnai pretended to look away and murmured, Were you trying to test me? Vani froze upon hearing that. Test him? What does that mean? Rut and I sat down in a chair, reading a document as he thought. Once I realized that my feelings for Vani were more than mere curiosity, I wanted to become the most special fish in her pond. Looking at a sheet of paper bearing a drawing of Vani, Rut and I thought, but since I've spent nearly my entire life in the Deo territory, I know even less about Vani than that prince does. Vani's figure appeared in his memories. It was because I wanted to fill the gaps from the time before we knew each other. That, as I began to learn about her, my feelings for her only became clearer, even if some of her actions are quite reckless. Thinking of Crown Prince Arian, Rut and I wondered, what exactly does the Crown Prince have that makes Vani long for him so much? Rut and I imagined himself facing the Crown Prince. If Vani gives me a chance to, I will prove what I can do. And I will prove who can truly satisfy her more. The sound of a sword leaving its sheath rang out. First Rut and I drew his sword. Then Crown Prince Arian drew his. The power of both men enveloped their blades. The swords clashed as Rut and I and Arian dueled. A blazing red key suddenly appeared, unlocking something. A stream of thoughts flashed through Rut and I's mind. That is why when I saw the glowing bomb, I was both confused and pleased. In his mind, Arian used a sword wrapped in power to protect a young woman. Across from him, Rut and I radiated an overwhelming presence, his sharp eyes filled with green power. A dull thud rang out, as if Rut and I had struck Arian. Perhaps this is the chance Vani has given me. Rut and I lowered his head, placing a hand over the left side of his chest as his thoughts continued to wander. She must want to test how my strength compares to the Crown Prince's Vani. Then he spoke to her. Whatever your reason, I have no intention of blaming you, so you need not worry. Vani replied. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. Can we sit down and talk? Rut and I immediately answered, yes, of course. A glass of red wine sat on the table, gleaming with an elegant light. Vani thought he believes I was testing him, but what is with that calm attitude? Sitting opposite Rut and I, she asked, what did you mean earlier when you said I was testing you? She was still very curious. Why did he think I was testing him? Rut and I held his wine glass, making a faint clinking sound. Looking toward the sword beside his chair, he said, was I mistaken? I thought Vani wanted to test my strength. Rut and I gave a chilling smile. Perhaps because the situation happened to resemble what I had been thinking. Vani stared tensely at the sword. A similar situation? Frightened, she seemed to remember something. Could it be? An image of Arian protecting Kodila flashed through her mind. Is he referring to the time in the Nazan district when I threw a bomb at Kodila? At the time, the Crown Prince clearly protected Kodila from being injured by it. But what does that have to do with testing him? Vani suddenly realized something. Wait, could Rut and I? Even as Rut and I sat across from her and called her name, Vani remained lost in thought. Has Rut and I discovered that I know his true identity? She imagined Arian and Rut and I standing together, glaring at her. So he thinks I deliberately recreated a situation similar to the Nazan district explosion to investigate whether he is the Crown Prince's spy? But his calm attitude seems to imply that no matter what I do, I will never escape the Crown Prince's investigation. Vani cautiously spoke. Do you really think so? Vani was deep in thought. Should she confess that she had lost her memory and could not use magic, abandoning her own safety? Or should she continue pretending nothing had happened and remain under surveillance as a dangerous person? Do I only have those two choices? Vani continued. Lord Rut and I, you said you would not blame me, correct? Rut and I immediately answered, of course. Vani forced a bright smile and said, but I truly am sorry. In fact, I was testing you. I am deeply grateful for the Duke's generosity. Yet inwardly, Vani thought, perhaps I should rely on Rut and I's kindness. She frankly asked him, but could you keep this a secret from that person? She looked at him with pleading eyes. Meanwhile, Vani continued calculating. If Rut and I can keep the secret, I can avoid exposing my condition and act ignorant to deal with the questioning. Suddenly, Rut and I's expression darkened. That person? Do you mean the person who sent me here? Vani answered, His Highness the Crown Prince. A faint clink echoed through the room. Rut and I lifted his wine glass and gently swirled it, remaining silent. Suddenly, he slammed the glass down on the table with a sharp clatter, making Vani flinch. It seems I have angered him. Sitting upright with a dark expression, Rut and I said, I do not understand. Why are we bringing up His Highness the Crown Prince now? Vani hurriedly covered her mouth. Oh no, that backfired. To an upright man like Rut and I, my words must sound like I'm trying to bribe him. I'm such an idiot. Vani hurriedly apologized. I am sorry. I wasn't thinking things through, and I kept saying things I shouldn't have. Nai suddenly stood up. Vani, as he walked over, he took something from his pocket. About what happened today. Nai suddenly sat down beside Vani, taking her by surprise. Nai continued solemnly, I won't tell His Highness the Crown Prince, nor will I tell anyone else. Then he held out his hand before Vani. She hesitated, unsure whether she should take it. When Vani placed her hand in his, Nai gave her a small gift, an exquisite piece of jewelry. He continued, so you don't need to worry so much. Looking at Vani fondly, he added, seeing you like this makes me a little sad instead. Vani looked at the item Nai had given her and thought, this is the heirloom earring I threw away before. As she considered it, another thought crossed her mind. Does he truly intend to protect me, even at the cost of neglecting his own duties? Unable to hide her surprise, she asked, why? Because this is a matter between you and me, Vani. Is there any need for anyone else to know? Vani blushed, her cheeks flushing red. He means he considers this a private matter, unrelated to the investigation. Vani pressed both hands to her chest. If you say so, then I sincerely thank you. She thought, fortunately, Nai is so forgiving. Maybe he truly believes that I can change. Nai teased her. Then shall I take care of the security guard captain? He's still diligently investigating. Vani immediately panicked. Take care of him? Take care of him? Nai reached into his pocket, looking for something. Then let's put an end to the investigation. Vani wilted. Oh, that's what he meant. He scared me. Nai took out a small gemstone and held it up for her to see. This is the communication relic I brought from the Dao territory. He clenched his fist and continued. We'll just say that this relic exploded. He added, for some unknown reason. When he opened his hand again, the relic had shattered into pieces. Vani replied, but you told the security guard captain that I knew nothing. Will they believe us if we say that now? Nai smiled faintly, his face bright with confidence. I am Nai. To Vani, I am what Duke Agenrot is to the security guard captain. Of course they'll believe me. Vani's heart thudded. Does he mean he'll use his status to pressure them? Her heart fluttered again, and her cheeks reddened. But then I'll feel guilty toward you, Duke Nai. Nai replied, Vani, you don't need to apologize. But if it still bothers you. He immediately turned to look at her. The atmosphere became romantic as he continued. Then just grant me one request. Would that be all right? Vaden frowned and raised his voice. Sir, what happened? Was there a bomb explosion in the estate? He approached the remains of the blast and asked the security guard captain, who bowed. The young duke has arrived. I'm finishing the investigation and preparing to close the case. Vaden asked, the investigation is already over? Vani answered yes. Vani recalled Duke Nai standing tall and declaring, the explosion was caused by a relic I brought with me. House Dao will continue the investigation internally, so end your investigation here. The security guard captain's expression darkened at the memory. Duke Dao said his communication relic exploded due to a technical malfunction. Vaden asked, as long as it wasn't an act of terrorism, that's good. Is His Grace all right? Thinking of Nai and Vani together, Vani said, he handled the explosion perfectly. No one was hurt. Right now, Father and His Grace are taking a walk in the garden behind the estate. Vaden was startled. What? Those two are taking a walk in the garden? Annoyed, he immediately ran off, muttering as he went, I really don't understand why Father is so lenient with the Duke. And Vani never listens, no matter what I say. I need to go see for myself. The security guard captain could only watch him leave helplessly. The scene shifted outside the estate. Sunlight spread across the surrounding shrubs as Nai and Vani walked side by side. Nai said, I spoke with the security guard captain. They won't investigate any further. Vani replied, thank you so much. If there's anything I can do to help, please be sure to tell me. Nai seemed to be calculating something. Do you know what I want your help with? Nai suddenly leaned close to Vani with a smile, leaving her flustered enough that she could only murmur, embarrassed. Vani scratched her cheek. If you need to borrow 20 million gold coins, I can't help you with that. Nai burst out laughing. That's not what I want to ask of you. If it were, you would have run away long ago. The wind rustled through the leaves. Nai said, my request is, as the breeze gently lifted Vani's hair, she asked in confusion, Nai gently tucked Vani's hair behind her ear, startling her. Slightly embarrassed, Nai said, I want you to call me Rut. Vani froze. Rhett and I continued, it's my nickname. I would feel more comfortable if you called me that. Vani's face turned bright red. Turning away, she said, of course, I'd like to grant your request, but is it really all right? She thought, does he want us to be closer? Why is he acting so intimately? Rhett and I said, it's fine. I like it that way. Vani thought, does he really have feelings for me? I can't figure out what he's thinking at all. Tilting her head, she said, then I understand. Vani spoke. Rhett and I's face immediately flushed crimson. Seeing that, Vani asked, was I too forward? Rhett and I replied with a red face, no, it's just. Suddenly, someone called out, Your Grace. They both jumped. Vani thought, that voice feels familiar. No, it isn't. Someone was running toward them from afar. It was Vaden, arriving breathlessly. Vani thought, he's panting so hard. At that moment, Vani thought Vaden looked like a weak little deer. Panting, he asked, I heard about the explosion. Are you all right, Your Grace? Rhett and I answered, yes, I'm fine. Vaden continued, that's a relief. Still gasping for breath, he said, Your Grace, there's something important I need to discuss with you. Could you spare a moment to speak with me privately? Vani wanted to stop him. What could they possibly need to discuss in private? Is he planning something again? Rhett and I replied, of course. Actually, I have a few matters to discuss with you as well. Young Duke. Vani thought, Rhett and I has something to say too? She inwardly groaned. Oh no, what am I supposed to do now? He's such an idiot. Then Vani said, then I'll excuse myself first. Rhett and I replied, see you at dinner. After Vani went inside, Rhett and I said, Young Duke, you go first. Vaden spoke bluntly. Your Grace, I made myself very clear last time. Please stop approaching my sister with that frivolous attitude. Rhett and I thought, the reason Duke Agenrot and the young Duke are wary of me is actually very simple. He answered, I understand why you think that way, young Duke, but I will not hurt Lady Vani. You can rest assured. Rhett and I's expression shone brightly as he thought. They are both afraid that Vani will be hurt again. Vaden leaned back, slightly embarrassed. There it is again, that dazzling smile that makes people lose their senses. Rhett and I stepped closer to Vaden. May I speak about my business now? Vaden replied, Huh? Why are you being so mysterious? Rhett and I thought, I've investigated this thoroughly. He placed a hand on Vaden's shoulder, startling him. Rhett and I firmly gripped his shoulder. I heard that the young Duke is highly knowledgeable in magical theory and is also an excellent teacher. Rhett and I thought, that way, I'll be able to see Vani more freely. He continued, after hearing that, I determined that you are exactly the person I'm looking for, young Duke. Vaden asked, what? Why me? Rhett and I was extremely excited, while Vaden had no idea what was happening. Rhett and I thought, I'll start with these two. The table was laid with exquisite dishes and sparkling red wine. Vani looked completely puzzled. What is going on? They were just arguing. So how did they suddenly become so close? She watched the two of them in bewilderment. Laughter and cheerful conversation filled the room. Rhett and I said, I believe the magical defense pillars used against demonic creatures are outdated and need to be replaced. CACAO immediately replied, that's true, but replacing them will require a large budget. Many people may strongly oppose it. Rhett and I continued, what if the Duke and I propose it together? After all, this is for the safety of the Empire. Everyone laughed. CACAO replied, it is truly wonderful to see young people like you devoted to the Empire. The Duke is the Empire's future. I am proud and reassured. Rhett and I responded, I feel the same. I'm reassured knowing that Duke Agenrot and the young Duke are protecting the Empire's capital. As she watched them laughing together, Vani thought about the distance she felt in her heart. CACAO laughed. You certainly know how to flatter people. Rhett and I thanked him somewhat bashfully. They continued chatting and laughing as they discussed all sorts of matters. Then a servant standing behind them said, since Madame passed away, how long has it been since the three of you last had a meal together like this? Another maid quickly added, and now our young lady is with such an outstanding man as well. Hearing this, Vani thought, we're not even lovers. If we were, he should pay more attention to me. While everyone else continued laughing happily, Vani thought sadly, otherwise I wouldn't feel so excluded. Vani sulkily took a small bite of food. She suddenly stood up, looking even more elegant in her long black dress, tinged with pale violet. It's getting late, so I'll excuse myself first. With that, she took her leave. Karen softly said, truly the Empire's silver rose. Everyone turned to look at Vani. Rhett and I immediately stood as well. He gazed at her with fascination. Vani really does suit. Vani took a sip of wine and thought, even if I stay, I won't know what to say. Is he deliberately keeping his distance from me? This is nothing like how he acted when he asked me to call him by his nickname. Vani raised her glass. Well, it doesn't matter. We never had any kind of relationship to begin with, so I don't need to care so much. A few minutes later, Vaden was thoroughly drunk. Your Grace, do you know cloning magic? Why are there 3 dukes here this time? CACAO said, including me, that makes 4. Vani said with a headache, oh, I really can't take this anymore. Rut and I looked at the 2 of them. They're both drunk. CACAO protested, I'm not drunk. Look how serious I am. Vani wiped her mouth with a napkin, thinking helplessly, having 2 drunks near me is unbearable. She stood up. I'll step outside for a moment. Although CACAO had an arm slung around Rut and I's shoulders, Rut and I still called out when he saw her leave. Ah! Vani, the door shut with a click. Outside the estate, night had begun to fall, though light still spilled out from the building. Vani sat on a bench outside and sighed. Going back to the dining room would only be boring. I might as well pass the time here. Suddenly, a rustling sound arose as a maid approached Vani. Vani quickly turned and asked who it was. It was Julia. Am I, lady? Vani remembered that she was the maid who often accompanied Karen. What is it? Vani asked. The maid approached her, bowed, and said, my name is Julia Ronan. I came to ask a favor of you, my lady. Vani thought. No servant has ever dared approach me alone to speak like this. Interesting. Go on, said Vani. Seeing Julia's hands tremble, Vani thought, she looks terrified of me. What could be important enough for her to come here? Julia suddenly fell to her knees and pleaded, please sell me the Sun Spring. I beg you. Vani was extremely surprised. The Sun Spring. Julia hurriedly explained, yes. My older sister suffers from a severe skin disease. I heard that the Sun Spring can cure all skin ailments, but someone like me could never obtain it. Julia clasped her hands and pleaded, trembling. I heard that you were given the Sun Spring, my lady. Raising her head, tears streamed down her face as she continued, if you have no use for it, please. Vani's expression darkened. What? The Sun Spring has that effect. Julia trembled all over, her heart racing as she said humbly, I'm sorry for making such an impertinent request. She thought fearfully, maybe my request was too much. What should I do? I'm so scared. Vani said, I understand your circumstances. Julia's eyes widened in surprise. Vani continued, but I have no intention of selling the Sun Spring. However, I am very interested in your story. Wiping Julia's tears away, Vani added, so bring your sister to see me. The night was quiet. Vani's silver hair drifted across her forehead in the breeze, unable to conceal the melancholy in her eyes. Clenching her hand, she thought, I never expected there to be a competing product. If this continues, the radia herbs I invested in might go bankrupt. Julia's face also showed alarm at Vani's words. Vani sank into thought. But if the Sun Spring can really cure every skin disease, why was it never mentioned in the original story? She was deeply suspicious of the medicine. Julia asked sadly, my sister? Could you tell me why, my lady? Vani was slightly taken aback. Vani answered Julia seriously. House Ronan was originally a noble family, correct? The scene shifted to 10 years ago. In Vani's memories, the title had been passed to a cousin rather than the daughter who had been raised to inherit it. The former Viscount Ronan's 2 daughters had been driven out of the estate. Those were you and your sister, weren't they? In that memory, Lena Ronan held her younger sister Julia's hand, both girls' faces filled with sorrow. Julia recalled the scene, her voice hesitant. Yes, that's right. We live with our mother on the outskirts now. Vani seemed ready to rise. If your sister attended the heirs courses for House Ronan, she must be very intelligent. The full moon seemed to emphasize Vani's resolve. She said confidently, there is something I would like to ask your sister to help me with. Julia saw Vani's radiant expression, her eyes glittering. To make herself clear, Vani added, naturally, I will provide appropriate compensation. If you accept these terms, I will give you the Sun Spring. She extended her slender hand as if to help Julia up. I want to speak with your sister directly. Julia was surprised by Vani's attitude, but she did not disappoint her. She reached out her hand as well, showing that she trusted Vani. Her gaze remained resolute as she replied, yes, my lady. Tomorrow morning, I will come with my sister to see you. Julia hurried away, leaving Vani alone with her thoughts. If it isn't written in the original story, then I can only investigate myself. A lavish dining table was filled with exquisitely arranged dishes. Kaiso appeared somewhat drunk and continued speaking in fragments. He said he wanted to continue, but kept hiccuping. The topic we were just discussing. Perhaps I need to sober up a little. He hiccuped again. Someone had to support Kaiso before he could reluctantly walk away. Only Rut and I and Vaden remained at the dining table, and Vaden had also collapsed face down on it. Rut and I said goodbye, Duke. Vaden suddenly grew serious, though he still could not hide his drunkenness. I will seriously consider what you just said. Rut and I seemed not to understand what Vaden meant. Vaden's face lit up with joy. He grabbed Rut and I by both shoulders, startling him slightly. I want the young Duke to become my magic instructor. Didn't you say in the garden earlier that you wanted to be my magic instructor? Rut and I answered casually, thank you. Vaden made one request. But first, you must not do anything that could hurt my sister, Vani. The two suddenly fell silent at Vaden's words. Rut and I looked at him sadly. Young Duke, do you take me for such an improper man? His mind hazy, Vaden hurriedly corrected himself. No, everyone sees you as an admirable, elegant man, a role model for all. Vaden's eyes were filled with concern. But that is exactly the problem. Do you know why she likes the crown prince? Rut and I appeared to wait for his answer. Vaden swirled the wine in his glass, his face reflected in the liquid. There is no particular reason, really. As far as I know, Vani has hardly ever been angry. It is just that. Vani's beautiful eyes lifted upward, met his gaze, and then showed regret. Arian looked at Vani affectionately. Vaden added sadly, because the crown prince always wears a bright smile and never shows his sorrow. I do not know the other reasons, but I can be certain of one thing. Vani gives her heart more easily than she appears to. Rut and I looked surprised. Vaden raised his glass to signal the servant for more wine and continued. Your Grace, you do not truly intend to be serious about Vani, do you? You're not someone who is easily moved by others. Vaden took a sip of wine. That is why I hope you will not give her any hope. Rut and I was momentarily speechless. Vaden continued. Still, fortunately, Vani does not actually have any feelings for you. That is why I say this. He smiled slyly. Rut and I asked in surprise. She does not have feelings for me? Why do you think that? Vaden smiled lightly. I did not know what gift you gave her, but I heard her say indifferently that she wanted to crush it up and drink it. Rut and I's heart seemed to crack apart at the words. Crush it up and drink it. Rut and I's hand, holding the wine glass, became unsteady. Drink it like tea. The wine was poured freely into his glass. Rut and I lifted it and drained it in one gulp. Seeing Rut and I hand the glass back to the servant and ask for another, Vaden asked, Does your Grace usually enjoy drinking? Rut and I replied, Today's wine is especially fragrant. Vaden said proudly, This is carefully selected wine. Rut and I's manner of drinking was very natural as he emptied one glass after another, while the servant continued refilling them. Just like that, 4 bottles of wine were completely emptied. In the night, the drinking party had been cleared away. Rut and I leaned against a pillar, his gaze melancholy. Vani had smiled brightly and said, I really like the bracelet, Duke. But then he heard her brother say, I heard her say indifferently that she wanted to crush it up and drink it. The two thoughts clashed endlessly in Rut and I's mind, tormenting him. His legs lost all strength and went limp. Vani, what are you really thinking? Even calling me by that affectionate name. Did she only do it because I asked her to? No wonder there was a trace of sadness in her eyes. Rut and I thought as he caught the lingering scent of roses on his hand. Come to think of it, Vani had always been extremely careful around me. Did she reluctantly agree because the pressure was too great? Zut knife, thou win. I thought that even being a fish in her pond would be enough. The falling petals are like my tears. Even Ronan's breath could not conceal his confusion. What? What did you just say? Rut and I's gaze hardened. I will learn magic. Ronan seemed to be restraining his anger. You know that using magic goes against our family rules. Rut and I had already considered that. I'm now the Duke of House Deo and the head of House Deo. These things will change with the times sooner or later. There is no need to explain further. But why do you suddenly want to learn magic? Ronan asked cautiously. Rut and I swiftly lunged forward, beginning a sparring match between them. Ronan assumed his stance as well. Every dangerous strike was aimed at the other. Ronan attacked first, swinging his sword, but Rutnai evaded it and counterattacked repeatedly. Ronan was not easily overwhelmed either. Suddenly, something attacked Ronan from behind. It was Rutnai's hand at his throat. Rutnai said calmly, "Beside manipulating aura with only my hands, there are other options. Is that not a significant difference?" Ronan looked stunned. "Frankly, what you are saying sounds like an excuse. Are you not simply trying to get close to the young lady of House Agenrod?" Rutnai answered somewhat awkwardly, "That is only incidental." Ronan looked displeased. "Are you truly sincere about the young lady? You have not even known each other for long." Rutnai wiped his sweat, paying no attention to Ronan's muttering. "A man like you has never been moved, no matter how many outstandingly beautiful women you have met. Is it not natural for me to become suspicious when you suddenly act this way?" Rutnai asked back, "Suspicious of what?" Ronan lowered his sword. "The young lady is an exceptional mage. Perhaps she used some kind of enchantment that even you, Duke, could not detect." Rutnai was deeply displeased by Ronan's words. "That makes it sound as though I cannot tell genuine feelings from artificial emotions created by magic." Ronan replied tiredly, "That is not what I meant." Ronan added, "There are rumors that the young lady is using the Duke to change the Crown Prince's decision. Please begin to doubt others as well." At that moment, Rutnai looked like a wild beast being led around by Vani. It was already very late. As Vani hurried inside, she thought, "Damn it, I only meant to sit and think for a moment before going in. I cannot believe I stayed outside this long." As she walked, her thoughts wandered. Everyone must have finished eating already, and Rutnai has probably gone home. Then she told herself, "No, this is not the time to worry about that. I should return to my room first." Perhaps because she was in such a hurry, she failed to notice someone sitting beneath a nearby pillar. When she noticed the person, she screamed in fright. The person sitting on the ground was Rutnai, his face flushed from alcohol. He looked up at her with hazy eyes and called, "Vani." She answered in disbelief, "Rutnai?" Clutching her racing heart, she sighed in relief. "You scare me to death. I thought you were an assassin." He remained silent, looking at her with unfocused eyes. She stared back at him in surprise. Perhaps because of the alcohol, he called to her in a strangely needy voice, "Vani." Though she had not been drinking, her face turned bright red at his voice. Kneeling before him, she thought, how can he be this adorable? Though she could not say it aloud, she asked with concern, "Rutnai, why are you here?" Rutnai finally pushed himself upright. "It is embarrassing for you to see me like this. I only wanted to think alone for a while." She asked again, "What were you thinking about?" He did not answer. He merely moved slowly closer and looked directly into her eyes. Looking at his face, only one thought remained in her mind. His face is a little red. The more she looked at him, the more her heart trembled. She even bit her lip as she murmured inwardly, "Is he really drunk?" No wonder any random picture of him would turn out beautifully. In my previous life, I never had time to fangirl over idols. Otherwise, I would have devoted my whole life to this man already. I really want to capture this moment from this close. Noticing her staring at him, he turned away shyly and called, "Vani." Then, with those same eyes and that same face, he asked, "Do you really like the gift I gave you?" Vani was caught off guard by his question and answered vaguely, "What?" Hearing her response, he said hurtfully, "You said you would drink it all." Only then did she realize what he meant. Was it Vaden? Sensing that something was wrong, she hurriedly explained, "You misunderstood. I did say that," but he did not listen to her explanation. He merely lowered his head and said sadly, "So it was true." She tried to explain, "No, it is not like that. I really do like the gift. It is just because of a personal reason." He glanced at her and asked doubtfully, "A personal reason?" Her gaze dropped slightly as she thought, "What should I do? What excuse should I make up this time?" Swallowing nervously, she said, "Actually." He continued listening quietly with those same eyes and that same face. Facing him, she did not know what to say. "Rutnai has never treated me with prejudice, and he has helped me before. Yet I was the one who made him look like this." She did not want to deceive him any longer. After making up her mind, she finally gathered her courage. "Actually, Before she could finish, he interrupted her. He pressed a finger to his lips in a quieting gesture, looked elsewhere, and told her to wait a moment. The two of them fell silent. Then he said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Someone is watching us." She subtly looked around as well. Someone is watching us? Looking at the room before them, she realized it was Vaden's room. Is the security really this strict? While Rutnai looked around in search of the watcher, Vani waved her hand. "It is all right. Your Grace need not worry about it." Yet he continued, moving forward. "No, I can feel someone staring at me from somewhere, and it is making me uncomfortable." I need to check. She tried to block his way, but nothing has happened. Her mind in turmoil, she thought, it must be whoever is inside the room glaring out with murderous intent. As he walked, he said, only for a moment. Meanwhile, she screamed inwardly, no, I do not want this to become so awkward. In her panic, she grabbed his hand. Wait! He froze at her sudden action. Then she forcefully spun him around and pressed him against the pillar behind him. She braced both hands on either side of him, cutting off his escape. The pillar cracked beneath her hands with a crunch. Under his astonished gaze, she said, please calm down, Duke. I will send a guard to investigate. The two stared at each other in a terribly awkward position. His hand moved as if he wanted to embrace her, but he restrained himself in the end, clenching it tightly. Finally, he turned his flushed face away and said, all right then, Vani. She looked at him gently and thought, Rut Nye is stubborn when he is drunk, but seeing how obediently he listens to me only makes him seem even more adorable. Perhaps because the situation had been so urgent, she had not noticed that both her hands were gripping his hands, pinning him against the pillar. She stiffened in alarm, then quickly released him. I am sorry. That was terribly rude of me. He merely rubbed his wrists and said it was all right. Looking at his reddened, swollen wrists, he thought, in an instant, I was completely subdued. Vani is truly strong. As he looked at her, he wondered, what flaw could she possibly have? Feeling guilty, she asked, you are not angry with me, are you, Duke? No, I have no reason to be angry. I would not mind if you did that again. She answered awkwardly. What? No, thank you. I will not do that again. He pretended to be disappointed. What a shame. By the way, what were you about to tell me? She quickly replied, right, I will continue. There was a slightly strange atmosphere between them. Mimicking his earlier gesture, she pressed a finger to her lips. This is top secret, so do not tell anyone else, Duke. He suddenly moved closer to her. If it is an important secret, this is not the proper place. Then he looked at her gently. It is all right if you do not wish to tell me. Only one thought remained in her mind. He is too close. Panicking, she said, no, I want to tell you. If you do not have anything else to do, then. Her mind raced. What should I say? Ask him to have tea somewhere else? Invite him to look at the moon for a while? But she dismissed both ideas. Neither is appropriate. It is too late. It is almost time to sleep. At that thought, she sighed, blushing again. At last she spoke. Duke, please stay here tonight. In a luxurious room, something flickered beside a cabinet. Its shape was vague, and it made a faint sound. Inside, wondering what was that just now, Bimbi looked out the window and muttered to itself. That person probably did not notice me, but that Duke's intuition is remarkably sharp. From above, it watched the two people below and thought, if more people like him appear, it will be troublesome. This will not do. With that thought, it returned to the cabinet and quietly got to work. I had intended to wait another 2 or 3 days, but Cordilla has already been here for far too long. I have to destroy it now. Bimbi was doing something that made the bracelet give off a loud sound. Suddenly, the door was thrown open, and someone entered supporting Vaden. The bracelet on the table was still floating in midair, clattering loudly. Sensing trouble, Bimbi thought, why now of all times? And hurriedly hid. The man asked, Young Duke, would you like me to prepare your bathwater? After helping Vaden down, he said, Then I will go prepare your bath. Glancing at the table, the man wondered, why is this drawer open? He casually closed the drawer. Suddenly, Vaden pointed ahead. Wait, bring that to me. The man asked the bracelet. Vaden did not answer, only said, have this repaired. If possible, restore the data inside as well. Bimbi hid beneath the floor, eavesdropping on their conversation. Yes, young Duke, the man replied before turning to leave. Having given his order, Vaden collapsed onto the bed. Bimbi stared at the man in panic, crying inwardly, is this really impossible now? The door closed tightly. Bimbi secretly followed the man, constantly reassuring itself. It will be all right. I only need to get rid of this person. Suddenly, Vani's appearance disrupted its plans. It snorted inwardly as it watched the man speaking with her, angrily cursing, do not make things more complicated. Just leave already. Yet neither of them could hear its thoughts. Vani stood there and asked the man, could you prepare a guest room for me? The man answered, yes, of course. Then a voice called out, this way, Duke. Bimbi hid behind a pillar and frowned. It is that brat. As it was lost in thought, a gaze swept across it, making it panic. What is this? What is wrong with that child? Did he discover me? Meanwhile, Rut Nye came to stand beside Vani, and she led him to a guest room in the estate. Bimbi was left standing aside, thinking, HM? So I have been discovered. How can I keep watching them now? The scene shifted to Rut Nye's room. Vani entered carrying a glass of water, only to find him already asleep on the bed. She gently placed the tray on the table and looked at his sleeping form. Oh, he's asleep already? She moved closer and saw his peaceful sleeping face clearly. I only just want to get water. He must be truly exhausted. She stared at him without blinking, admiring him more and more. His eyelashes are so long. His forehead is high too. He is so handsome. His nose is lovely, and his lips. Thinking that, she stared at his lips for a long time. His lips, too. The distance between them steadily narrowed. Her hair softly fell across his face, and there was barely any distance left between them. Suddenly, she stopped and forcefully slapped her own forehead. What am I thinking? Am I still not awake? In the end, she decided to turn around and leave. Looking back at him once, she thought, I should let him rest properly for now. There will be other chances to talk later. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed hers. The man lying on the bed had apparently woken up at some point. He took her hand and asked, Where are you going, Vani? Didn't you say you had something to tell me? His large hand completely enveloped her small one. Startled, she quickly pulled her hand back. You looked very tired, so I wanted to let you rest a little. Then she wondered to herself, when did he wake up? Rhett and I sat up as well. I'm not tired. I've been waiting to hear it. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Please don't tell me he woke up when I was having improper thoughts. She even imagined him lying there weakly, not daring to move. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm in danger? The very thought sent her into a panic. She lost control and pinned him down, wanting to explain that it was not like that. You were clearly asleep just now. You must be exhausted. He answered frankly, I only dozed off for a moment. I'm really not tired. Apparently still unaware of what she was doing, she continued, then lie down and rest some more. It isn't a big deal. I'll say what I came to say and leave right away. He was completely dumbfounded by her. Only then did she release him. First, I want to clarify something. She continued, when I said I wanted to grind down the bracelet, it wasn't because I disliked it. On the contrary, I currently need a large quantity of magic stones, which is why I wanted to do that. Rhett and I looked at her for a long time before asking, May I ask why you need them, Vani? Vani promptly replied, I can't explain the details, but I need them for something. They're very difficult for me to find, so. Her expression suddenly fell as she continued. Even so, intending to do that to the bracelet you gave me was inappropriate. I'm very sorry. After hearing her out, his lips trembled slightly before he smiled softly. You don't need to apologize, Vani. If anything, knowing what you're thinking makes me happier. Do you need that much? Then I'd like to give you more. She looked at him gently. Thank you, but I'll try to find them myself. Her heart softened even further. How can someone be so considerate? Having cleared up the misunderstanding, she decided to slip away. I'm glad we cleared that up. Then I'll be going now. Please get some rest. You too, Vani. With that, she hurried out and closed the door behind her. After she left, he was alone in the room. Gently touching his lips, he recalled the moment from earlier. Just a little closer. Blushing, he held his forehead as sweat began running down his cheeks. Perhaps I really have been bewitched by someone. Morning came in the blink of an eye. Karen drew back the curtains to let in the sunlight, then turned to her brightly. Good morning, my lady. Did you sleep well last night? Vani sat up in bed. Good morning. Is your ear all right? As she spoke, she thought, why isn't she wearing her earring? So last night wasn't a dream after all. Karen answered cheerfully, of course, my lady. My ear is perfectly fine. Relieved, Vani said, that's good. Be more careful from now on. Don't let something like that happen again. Afterward, she got out of bed and walked into the sunlight. So much has happened. It feels as though I've been caught in a storm. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to Karen. By the way, where did Duke Rhett and I go? Karen paused, as though trying to recall. He left at dawn, my lady. He probably had something urgent to attend to. I see. She sighed, then shook her head, dismissing the thought. What am I disappointed about? Get a hold of yourself. I still have plenty to do. She looked at the earring on the table and began planning her first step. First, she needed to find out why it had exploded on its own. She searched through books and documents until she finally found something. Placing the relic beside the earring, she chewed on bread while reading the information inside. Since I've lost my memories of magic, I can't investigate it myself. As Vani turned the pages, she felt fortunate. Luckily, Vani recorded everything in great detail. There are drawings and designs for everything, so it will be easy to have someone else investigate it. Holding the blueprint in her hand, she could not help but sigh. Vani really was meticulous and hardworking, yet she met such a tragic end. An unfamiliar sensation suddenly washed over her, and her heart began pounding for no clear reason. Is this an illusion or fear of death? Letting out a breath, she placed a hand over her chest, soothing Vani and herself. It's all right. I won't die. Trust me, Vani. Outside, Karen called out, "My lady, it's Karen. Julia Ronan and Lena Ronan have arrived." At those words, Vani immediately sat upright. She looked out the window and saw two figures standing below. They had arrived and were entering the estate. Whispers sounded behind them. "In weather this hot, why is that person dressed so covered up? Who is she?" "I don't know." Neither woman paid attention to the gossip as the sound of high heels echoed over the tiled floor. Julia walked ahead and turned back to call, "This way, sister." The whispers continued. "She must be Julia's older sister. Does she have some terrible skin disease? Is that why she has to cover her face all the time?" Lena ignored the remarks, but the others continued murmuring. "I heard her face is covered in horrible scars. Why is she here?" Just as they were walking, a voice called out from behind them, "Miss, please stop." The two women turned around in surprise and saw Vaden leaning against a pillar. "I heard there were guests today. Who are you?" Julia stepped forward and bowed politely. "Greetings, young Duke. This is my older sister, Lena Ronan. We were invited here by Lady Vani." Hearing that, he frowned. "Vani invited you? Why is she covering her face?" Julia answered awkwardly, that is..." Before she could think of an answer, Lena stepped forward and bowed. "It is an honor to meet you, young Duke. My name is Lena Ronan." She touched her mask, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I have to wear this mask because of a skin disease." Looking directly at him, she continued, "The wounds on my face may make others uncomfortable, which is why I wear it." Standing before him, she revealed her face. Whatever he saw made him shudder. Julia softly called, "Sister." Finally, Lena said, "Please forgive my discourtesy." After seeing Lena's face, Vaden felt intensely nauseated. "Dear heavens, it isn't contagious, is it?" Julia hurriedly defended her sister. "It isn't contagious. She'll recover soon." The cruel whispers resumed. "Oh my, that's terrifying. The young Duke must be uncomfortable too." Vaden's face went pale as he tried to explain. "No, that isn't what I meant." Covering his mouth with one hand, he turned away. "The estate has been quite busy lately. I only wanted to make sure. I'll be going now." As Julia helped retie her sister's mask, she watched him leave and explained, "He seemed more sensitive than usual today." "He normally isn't like that, Lena." Lena replied indifferently. That was a normal reaction. "It's fine." Finally, Julia urged her, "Let's go. Lady Vani is waiting for us." Lena gave a quiet assent and carried her luggage down the long corridor. She remembered someone saying, "Do you really think you can inherit this title with a face as ugly as yours?" The person kept provoking her. "Don't be so narrow-minded. This money is enough for you to buy a house where your parents and children can all live." As she walked down the corridor, the ghosts of old words seemed to haunt her. "I am sorry. You did a fine job, but the client doesn't seem satisfied. Good looks are essential." Every remark struck at her deepest wounds. "Isn't the Ronan family noble? Why are you working here? It must be difficult for you." "I am sorry." Lost in thought as she walked, she was suddenly pulled back to reality by a voice calling, "Sister." Lena startled and looked over. Before her was a pair of hands pushing open a door. It reminded her of childhood, when Julia had run toward her with her arms spread wide and happily said, "I like the three of us living together. I only want to live with you and Mother." Their mother had said, "Lena, I'm so sorry." Those memories flashed before her again. Now she stood before the open door, where a warm voice called to her, "Sister, leave those thorny shackles behind." Another call of "sister" brought her back to herself. Inside, Julia tilted her head at her older sister, who was still standing blankly in the doorway. Inside the room, Vani sat in a chair and said, "Don't just stand there. Come in." Lena Ronan entered, handed her bag to her younger sister, and bowed respectfully. "It is my first time meeting you, my lady. I am Lena Ronan." After greeting her, Lena reached behind her neck and untied the mask. "My appearance may make you uncomfortable, my lady." She removed it completely and continued, "But it would be terribly discourteous to greet you without showing my face." Lena Ronan removed her mask, revealing a face covered in sores. Even Vani's eyes widened in surprise. After a brief pause, she sighed softly. "It's worse than I expected. This won't do." Hearing that, Julia, who stood behind her, looked ready to cry. "What do you mean, my lady?" Lena's expression also became strained. Vani did not let them remain distressed for long. Waving a hand, she said, "Take off the mask. That cloak looks unbearably hot." Then she turned to Julia. "Julia, please bring a doctor here." Vani's words startled both women. Julia anxiously replied, "Yes, yes, my lady." After Julia left, Vani touched the scroll on the table. I don't want to waste time, so let's get straight to the point. She picked up the scroll. Turning to Lena, she said, let me help you. The mask and cloak were removed and set aside. Vani began reading from the document. According to what is written here, you will become my secretary and also a test subject for Sunspring. Holding a copy of the cooperation contract, Lena read as Vani continued. Of course, you will be paid in full. I will also arrange for a private doctor until you have fully recovered. Just as she finished speaking, the doctor arrived. Julia lowered her head and reported, I have brought the doctor, my lady. Vani turned in surprise. That was fast. The doctor answered, young Duke Vaden became drunk, so I've been waiting in the main hall since early this morning. Vani looked incredulous. He only had 2 glasses. How'd he get drunk enough for this? Suddenly, Lena set the agreement down on the table and addressed her. My lady, no matter how I think about it, it seems that you have nothing to gain from this. I am merely a fallen noblewoman who has been stripped of her inheritance. Why are you being so kind to me? The lady is definitely not someone who does good deeds without a purpose, she thought. Yet she is letting me use Sunspring and even wants to hire me. She must have some other motive. Vani answered casually, kind? I think you misunderstand me. I merely want to use you. Lena stared at her in surprise, unable to understand. Vani murmured, I've been busy lately and need a secretary. Besides, no one is better suited than someone who is trained to become a Viscount's heir. More importantly, I need a test subject for my Sunspring research project. With that, she produced a box containing a vial of golden liquid. The two looked at each other as the air seemed to freeze. At last, Lena relaxed and let out a breath. Of course, you truly do need a secretary who is good at negotiating, my lady. Though the reasoning sounded plausible, she still had some doubts. After all, Lady Vani was a daughter of House Agenrod and could easily have found other candidates. Sensing the right moment, Vani quickly asked, Then do you accept my terms? Lena signed her name on the agreement. Being your secretary may be more than I can handle, my lady, but I will not let this opportunity pass me by. I never imagined my bad reputation might one day turn into good fortune. Vani happily took the agreement. From now on, you are my secretary, so I will speak frankly with you. Lena replied, Of course. You do not need to use formal speech with me. Once that was settled, Vani turned to the doctor. Now, please examine Lena's condition. The doctor bowed. Understood. Julia exclaimed happily. This is wonderful, sister. The doctor examined Lena Ronin's wounds. Even the lightest touch of cotton made her tremble in pain. Her condition is quite serious, the doctor said. Even remaining on her feet must be difficult for her. It hurts a great deal, doesn't it? Enduring the pain, Lena answered, I'm fine. Someone nearby asked curiously, What illness does she have exactly? The doctor replied, I am not sure. It may be an allergy of unknown cause that has worsened. Lena said breathlessly, I tried every possible method. I spent all the money I received after leaving the estate on treatment. Julia's eyes filled with tears. So what if it is all gone? That money should have been given to you in the first place. Unable to stay silent any longer, Vani interjected, I heard that the medicinal bath known as Sunspring is effective for many skin diseases. This time, let's try Sunspring. While examining Lena's wounds, the doctor said, There has indeed been a great deal of talk about it recently. Although it has not yet been officially recognized as medicine, we may try it if the patient consents. Vani turned toward the tray, holding Sunspring. Please continue prescribing painkillers and disinfectants for her. If Sunspring does not cure her, we will ask you to conduct a more thorough examination then. As he packed up his medical case, the doctor said, Yes, I understand. Julia bowed in gratitude. Thank you so much, my lady. Holding Sunspring, Vani said, It is too early to thank me. This is only the beginning. Water trickled in the bathroom as Vani prepared a bath for Lena. Lena suddenly cried out in pain. Karen and Julia, standing beside them, did not understand what was happening. What is it? Vani asked. It's nothing. Lena hesitated. It's just, this scent suddenly feels very familiar. Is this really Sunspring? My lady, this is definitely genuine, Karen hurriedly replied. I heard it from the aunt of a friend whose daughter married into my mother's family. I guarantee it is real. What a ridiculously convoluted connection. At that point, they are practically strangers, Vani thought. Really though, this scent is a little like the tonic my sister often drinks. Julia sniffed the air. What is this smell? Vani smelled it as well. It smells all right, but why does it seem stronger the more I smell it? Lena answered, I've been drinking that tonic for a long time. It helps relieve the itching. The woman who cared for us when we were children gave it to her, Julia added. Did you bring any of that medicine with you? I left in a hurry, but I'm sure it is the same. Vani thought for a moment. I see. Karen, come speak with me for a moment. Vani gently pushed open the door, which creaked softly. Yes, my lady, Karen obediently replied. Do you know who gave that tonic to Lena? Vani asked. If I remember correctly, they said it came from someone in the Cadden family. The Cadden family? Vani was somewhat surprised. Yes, the greatest noble family the House Ronin has always served. Cadden. I feel as though I have heard that name before. Suddenly, a glimmer flashed in her eyes. Queen Jizn Cadden Bobbin. She finally remembered. It was the Empress's family. Now she was truly astonished. The Empire's protector, its most outstanding diplomat, the savior of the people, the model of noble spirit. Within the Bobbin Empire, only one person possessed all those titles. Queen Jizn Cadden Bobbin. She had governed the country on the Emperor's behalf during his severe illness and had begun wielding immense influence both within and beyond the Empire. She was an exceptional leader with extraordinary political talent and strategic ability. One could say that she was the one who truly held the highest power. After all her sons died, she adopted Arion, the son of a concubine, and raised him as her own. This was a famous tale that demonstrated the queen's greatness of character. All the subjects respected her, and Crown Prince Arion deeply admired her as well. The two shared an exceptionally close relationship. He gently reached out and touched the queen's sleeve. She cried out in surprise as he hugged his adoptive mother from behind. Mother, he replied obediently. She answered with a gentle smile. Haha, heavens, you've grown so much already. Since it's just the two of us here, I'll allow it. He said coquettishly. All right. In any case, Arion's birthday is coming soon. Time really flies. It'll be here before we know it. Is it already that time? He was somewhat surprised as well. Time truly does pass quickly. What do you want as a gift? She asked softly. I haven't decided yet, but I know you've already prepared one for me, Mother, he replied with a smile. I know, but whenever there is something you want, just tell me. I'll do my best to find it for you. Can I really have anything I want? He asked again. Of course, she replied. Sometimes I really don't understand you, Mother. As he spoke, he picked up a flower. How can you be so good to me? Hearing his question, the queen fell silent for a moment. He continued, I haven't done anything for you, and I'm not even your biological son. The queen opened her arms. Arion is a gift heaven bestowed upon me. The queen embraced him from behind and said tenderly, just having you here makes me very happy. It also gives me strength. After that, the two quietly sat in the flower garden, looking at each other with their most sincere smiles and gentle gazes. He tucked the flower into the queen's hair. That was a foolish question, he reproached himself. I've always been grateful to you, Mother. Thank you. The queen continued, smiling kindly. The flower in her hair looked beautiful. The memory came to an end for the time being. Back in the present, Lady Vani sat quietly beside a vase, writing something. House Ronin has served House Cadden as retainers for generations. Her pen scratched across the paper. Just before Lena, the heir apparent, was to inherit the viscountcy, she suddenly developed a skin disease and was forced to relinquish her succession rights. Afterward, she received help from someone in House Cadden, who continuously supplied her with a tonic that could alleviate her symptoms. But the scent of that tonic is extremely similar to Sunspring. What does that mean? Perhaps they both contain ingredients beneficial to the skin, which is why they smell alike. Vani thought for a moment. Then Sunspring may truly be an effective treatment for skin diseases. But why did she still feel such strange hesitation? Karen, do you know who the current Viscount Ronin is? Vani emerged from her chaotic thoughts and asked. I heard he is Lena and Julia's cousin. Rumor has it that he is very lazy and greedy, Karen immediately answered. It seems there are still many mysteries, my lady, Vani murmured to herself. Vani felt that something was wrong. Perhaps this cousin had done something to Lena, such as causing her skin disease. I think so too. They both shared the same suspicion. But how exactly had he made Lena fall ill? Vani twirled her pen as she sank into thought. Why would House Cadden want to help a fallen noble like Lena? Perhaps it was because they were family to Queen Jizn, the most revered queen in history. Or perhaps they had simply helped out of a sense of duty. A flash of insight crossed her mind. She swallowed, and her expression suddenly tensed. What's wrong, my lady? Seeing Vani's expression change, Karen hurried over. Am I overthinking this? Vani rubbed her forehead. I suddenly have a slight headache. It's nothing. Actually, none of this has anything to do with me, no matter what happens to House Ronin or House Cadden. Yet she remained lost in a flood of thoughts. Both houses could become her competitors. She set her pen down. Karen, can you secretly investigate who supplied Lena with that tonic? She ordered. Karen was a little surprised, since this request was indeed somewhat beyond her expected duties. After considering it for a moment, Vani asked Karen, It must be difficult, right? Not at all, my lady. I can do it. I was just surprised because this is the first time you've entrusted me with something like this. Karen answered with a bright smile. She lightly tapped her chest, as if proudly declaring that she would certainly complete the task. What? You can do it? How? Vani hesitated. Because I am Karen Demi-Ran, granddaughter of Lori Demi-Ran, the president of the Intelligence Guild. The lady's eyes widened. What? She shouted. Outside, crows flapped away, seemingly startled by her cry. You're the granddaughter of the Intelligence Guild's president. Vani still could not believe her ears and asked loudly again. Then why did you come to serve as my personal attendant? Vani was full of doubt. Karen merely smiled. As expected, you didn't know. No, of course you wouldn't know. I may look bolder than most girls, but serving you is an honor for me. That was how she had looked when applying to become a personal attendant. Thanks to you, my lady, I am safe now. That had been her attitude after the earring explosion. I'll inspect it one more time. This was the moment Karen checked the mysterious gift. Vani frowned. She had never expected Karen to be connected to the Intelligence Guild. All right, I permit you to go out. Karen, can you investigate the origin of Sunspring for me? Yes, my lady. But Karen hesitated slightly. If I am not here, who will look after you, my lady? That was what truly worried her. All right. Only then did Vani remember that Karen was her only personal attendant. I think Julia would be suitable as a second personal attendant, Karen suggested with a smile. Julia? Vani murmured. Yes, Julia is very diligent, and she has a good personality too. Vani agreed with Karen's assessment. Vani recalled the arrangement of the rooms. Her room was diagonally opposite the rooms of the Ronin sisters and Karen's room. That had been the original arrangement. If Julia became her personal attendant, she would be assigned a room closer to Vani's, allowing the sisters to be closer to each other as well. Vani quietly calculated the matter in her mind. That isn't a bad idea. Then I'll leave that investigation to you. Vani snapped her fingers in agreement. Karen replied with a smile, Please leave it to me. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. My lady, it's Julia. Come in. Vani answered from inside. Just then, Julia pushed open the door and entered. We were just talking about you. Where is Lena? Vani asked. She just finished bathing. She'll come once she has changed clothes. As soon as Julia finished speaking, Lena entered. There was a hint of hesitation on her face. Well, you look much better now, Vani said happily upon seeing that her condition had improved. Is it all right for me to dress like this? Will others find me disgusting? Lena asked somewhat embarrassedly. I don't mind. Do you find her disgusting? Vani turned and asked head maid Mona. No, not at all, she answered firmly. If you hear anyone in this estate saying such things, report it to me immediately, Vani said seriously. You're my secretary. Naturally, you deserve proper respect. She comforted Lena. The two women slowly entered the room, their footsteps steady. Thank you for your concern, Lena said sincerely. Not at all. It is simply what should be done, Vani replied without hesitation. This is head maid Mona, Vani introduced. And this is Lena. Beginning today, she will serve as my secretary. The two bowed to one another. I am Mona. I am Lena. And Julia, starting today, you will be my personal attendant. I have already spoken to the head maid. Julia was slightly surprised. The kitchen staff under your supervision is sufficiently staffed, so you can transfer here beginning today. Head maid Mona bowed. Your transfer will be completed today. One of you is my secretary, and the other is my personal attendant. Both positions require you to remain by my side, so I have arranged for the two of you to share a nearby room. Do you have any objections? Though even if you do, I won't accept them. She said that aloud, but she had another plan in mind. The two women looked at each other in surprise. Then, Julia, hurry and come learn from me. Head maid Mona cleared her throat. Julia's eyes reddened with emotion. I understand. I will work hard and learn. Lena turned and gave her a gentle smile. There certainly are more people around you now, my lady, head maid Mona remarked. Indeed, beside them, the sisters were still whispering to each other. It's wonderful to be with my sister. We did not come here to play, Julia sternly reminded her. In any case, there were now 3 people by her side. Suddenly, she felt far more reassured. She could not tell them all her secrets, but it was still better than being alone. Vani thought to herself, it feels good to have people on my side. She smiled faintly. If I had understood this sooner in my previous life, would anything have been different? In that life, the inferiority complex of an orphan and my arrogant pride had made me into a clumsy fool who did not know how to ask others for help. Just wait until you are abandoned again. I won't let this go so easily. I'll go speak to the director of the orphanage. Aren't you good at this sort of thing? Please stay and help until tomorrow. If I had had at least one friend or colleague with whom I could share my worries, I would not have isolated myself to that extent. She recalled those painful days. My past self and Vani had one thing in common. We were both proud and always alone. She shuddered unconsciously as that feeling suddenly returned. That feeling again. Could I be sick? Please, tell me it isn't so. Then we shall take our leave first. Head maid Mona and Julia bowed respectfully. Ah yes, please take good care of her. Lena, let's go as well. Vani stood and spoke to Lena. Yes, Lena replied and left. To test your abilities, Lena was speechless. Before her stood a mountain of documents, with another pile beside it. What is all this, my lady? Treatment is treatment, but work still needs to be done. This is your first assignment, Vani said seriously. According to my investigation, you know 5 languages and can even understand ancient languages. I also heard that you studied administrative law, geography, diplomacy, and accounting. Is that correct? Vani looked at the stack of documents. Paper rustled. Yes, that is correct, Lena replied. I have prepared a simple task suited to your abilities. It is nothing special. I will teach you gradually, Vani said with a smile. Yes, Lena replied, somewhat bewildered. Look, these documents record the types and numbers of magical beasts that have appeared in each region over the past century. Magical beasts are creatures that threaten humanity's peace. Lena took the stack of documents and looked at a fierce dragon-like dinosaur. You must compare every entry and mark it on this map here. Like this. Russell, Vani carefully instructed her while flipping through the pages. Just mark it this way. She demonstrated with a marker. The sounds of pens scratching on paper filled the room. This task looks simple, but it cannot be entrusted to just anyone. You need to understand the types and numbers of magical beasts as well as geography to do it. Vani skillfully encouraged Lena. I'm happy to have work to do. When I focus, I don't feel as itchy anymore, Lena replied with her eyes closed and a smile on her face. A little headache is better than doing nothing? Vani asked. If I simply sit idle, I start dwelling on negative thoughts. All my effort and knowledge became useless because of skin disease. Lena spoke with a trace of sorrow. She must have suffered terribly. I hope she recovers soon. Then get to work. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Report to me once you are finished. Lena nodded, and the door clicked shut. Lena sat alone in the spacious room. She looked at the pile of documents on the table, then began marking them as Vani had taught her. She smiled as she focused on completing her assignment. In Vaden's room, he lay on the bed with a horrified expression, his forehead drenched in sweat. He seemed to be having a nightmare. In his dream, voices from the Agen Rot family rang out. Come, let your big brother help you walk like this. His dream showed happy scenes of him and Vani playing together as children. Vani had been very little then, just learning to walk, and Vaden stood beside her, constantly encouraging her. You're doing great, Vani. Then he happily ran over and embraced Vani. After playing for a while, Vaden took out a book and began reading intently. Seeing this, Vani came over to him as well. Holding onto the chair, her little body struggled to climb up. Vaden saw her and reached out to help her up. He smiled, patted her head, and said, You're doing great, Vani. After reading, he clasped his hands and gathered his energy. Suddenly, a surge of power condensed into a sparkling magic crystal. Having successfully created a magic crystal, Vaden immediately turned to show Vani. Amazing, isn't it? This is difficult. Only someone who learns as quickly as your big brother can do it. Let me teach you an easier way. Unexpectedly, Vani learned it after hearing it only once and condensed an enormous magic crystal several times larger than Vaden's. Like this, big brother. When he saw it, he stared blankly at his little sister, a trace of coldness in his eyes. As time passed, Vaden and Vani gradually grew older. Her talent became increasingly apparent. No matter what she did, she was always the best. One day, the siblings went to enroll at school, and Vani almost immediately became the center of everyone's attention. At that time, a young girl came over, patted Vani's head, and said, "You are the youngest student ever admitted early. That is so admirable." Seeing this, Vaden could not help but feel jealous and silently resolved, "I must become more outstanding than Vani." Gradually, more and more people gathered around Vani, constantly asking her questions. But Vani paid no attention to them and ran straight toward Vaden, calling loudly, "Big brother!" It seemed that every good thing came to Vani. Even her talents surpassed her brother's, which made him jealous. He deliberately ignored his sister's call. Vani stared blankly at her brothers departing back. After entering the classroom, Vaden only played around with his friends, leaving his little sister all alone. Before long, they had both grown up, and Vani gradually became accustomed to her brother's coldness. Once, Vaden passed through a hallway and glanced at the younger sister he had always ignored. Vani seemed to notice him as well and returned his glance coldly, with eyes full of contempt. Vaden was startled. Those cold, lifeless eyes stared directly at him. At that moment, he jolted awake. Startled out of his nightmare, he blankly placed a hand over his forehead and thought, what the hell was that dream? Vani entered the room just then and asked, "Did I startle you? Are you awake?" Still groggy, Vaden heard her voice, jumped in fright, and shouted, "You scared me." Vani said, "Honestly, there is clearly nothing there, yet you react as though you have seen a ghost." Vaden heard this and tapped his head. Then Vani walked to the foot of the bed, picked up a strange orange bottle of medicine, and said, "Are you really such a lightweight? Here, drink some hangover medicine." Vaden took the bottle from her and said, "You certainly can hold your liquor. But why did you come to see me with such a strange hairstyle?" Vani replied, "I do not want to hear you talk right now." She added, "I only came because I heard you were sick." She continued, "I wanted to see just how seriously ill you were." After drinking the medicine and swallowing it, Vaden said, "So you came to visit a patient?" He continued, "That is rare. I was often sick while we were growing up, but you never visited me even once." Vani blushed in embarrassment, turned away, and replied, "I have grown up too. If I hurt your feelings before, I am sorry." She added, "Now that I know you are all right, I will leave." Seeing this, Vaden hurriedly called after her, "Hey, Vani." Vani stopped and turned around. "What is it?" He lowered his head and said awkwardly, "Actually, when you were sick, I stood outside your door too." He continued, "About 2 years ago, you became ill. Before that, you had never even caught a cold. You endured the pain by yourself for a week without calling a doctor, so I came to your door." An image appeared of Vaden hesitantly walking up to her door back then. He continued, "But in the end, I still couldn't bring myself to go in and see how you were." After hearing this, Vani looked at Vaden and said, "So that's what happened." Then his voice rang out again. "I remember you got sick after the palace banquet. Come to think of it, it's almost time for it again." Vaden said, "The Crown Prince's birthday banquet." Vani's eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing that, Vaden cried out in alarm, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up the Crown Prince. But you won't be attending this banquet, right?" Upon hearing that, Vani walked heavily toward Vaden and said, "Of course I'm not going. I've forgotten everything." Frightened, Vaden replied, "All right, keep thinking that way. Absolutely do not go." Then Vani lightly tapped his forehead with her finger and said, "I understand. Get some rest." Seeing this, Vaden immediately obediently lay back down on the bed. With that, Vani walked toward the door. Before leaving, she did not forget to say, "Then I'm really leaving now." After Vani left, Vaden turned over in bed, his expression thoughtful. This mouth of mine. The scene shifted to a magnificent, splendid palace, where dawn streamed through the windows with breathtaking beauty. Vani had not truly left. Instead, she was hiding behind the door, lost in thought. "I got sick after going to the palace, but why don't I remember anything?" Her eyes were full of despair and sorrow. "I've recovered most of Vani's memories, so what?" Vani looked out the window and continued thinking. Something must have happened at the palace. Vani can make other people sick, but who would dare make Vani sick? Her gaze was filled with doubt and confusion. She turned and left, continuing to think. There's no point dwelling on it. I'll take it slowly. First, I need to cure this magic-induced amnesia. The scene shifted to a spacious apartment, from within which strange sounds could be heard. The next day, in a hen city, Rut and I was in the hallway within and asked, "Have you prepared all the materials I requested?" And replied, "Everything is ready. I prepared the amount of tea currently circulating in the market, mineral extraction output, mine locations and ownership information, the heads of merchant guilds, and the most renowned advisors in the capital, just as you instructed." Rut and I said, "You've worked hard. With your help, things will move forward quickly." Looking at him, and asked, "But why do you suddenly want to investigate tea? And why do you need advisors?" Rut and I smiled and replied, "I simply have a few important matters to handle." The two of them entered the room. When the people inside saw him, they respectfully bowed. Seeing this, he said, "Let us begin the meeting on monopolizing tea throughout the empire." Then he looked at him behind him. "Until tonight, receive no visitors, and do not allow anyone near the study." Understood, and looked bewildered and asked, "Wait, why do you suddenly want to buy that? It has no investment value, nor is it useful for anything." Rut and I smiled in response. "How could it be useless? I intend to give all of it to Lady Agenrod at a large, sturdy complex." Vani was in the castle, telling herself, "All right, I need to work hard today, too." At that moment, Julia approached her holding a stack of documents. Seeing her, Vani asked, "Karen still hasn't returned, has she?" Julia replied, "No, my lady." Then Vani opened a box and thought, "She must be doing a good job. I need to work harder as well." With that, she picked up her pen and began tirelessly drafting the documents Julia had brought. "I've been too careless lately. I need to check whether there are any variables besides Sunspring." Just then, Julia enthusiastically offered Vani a piece of cake. "My lady, please have some. If your blood sugar drops, your work efficiency will drop too." Vani happily replied, "Ah, thank you." Vani slowly enjoyed the cake Julia had brought. At that moment, Julia seemed to notice something. Her face flushed, and she said somewhat shyly, "My lady." Julia continued, "My lady, your nails are so beautiful. They sparkle so much." Vani thought, "Well, I do have a nail specialist every day." After finishing the snack Julia had brought, she returned her focus to the pile of documents on the desk. "Concentrate." Julia, meanwhile, remained absorbed in admiring Vani's beauty and continued praising her. "My lady, your features are clearer than my own future." Julia continued showering her with praise. "How are even your abs so firm? You look so cool while working. Would you like some snacks? I can bring more." Vani thought, "Julia takes such good care of me, but it's too much. Please let me be alone for a little while." At that moment, Lena appeared at the door and called out, "Stop doing that, Julia!" As soon as her voice fell, Julia immediately recognized her older sister and scurried away with her tail between her legs. Lena then approached Vani and said, "I'm sorry, my lady. That girl is not a bad person. Perhaps she was spoiled too much, or maybe that is simply her nature." Vani replied, "It's all right." Then she looked at Julia and thought, "She's so sociable, which is why she can be close to Karen. Thanks to that, I learned the details about Sunspring." Lena respectfully placed a hand over her chest. "My lady, I have nearly completed all the work you assigned me. Let me check it once more to see if there are any mistakes." She continued, "It's truly fascinating. Marking things on a map like this makes it easy to see where and how magical beasts appear. You truly are a genius, my lady." Vani thought, "It feels like I'm nurturing a clever junior." "What genius?" Lena Ronan continued. "Also, once I completed the map, seeing everything arranged so neatly made me feel very calm." Vani smiled and replied, "Really? That is what I take pride in about my methods and records." The two of them grew more cheerful as they spoke. "Yes, I even found joy in the work itself. It may sound a little strange, but I feel the same way." Lena laughed happily. "It has been so long since I laughed like this. Thank you so much." At that moment, the bruises on Lena's body gradually began to shrink. Vani stared blankly at her and said, "Huh." But Lena had yet to notice and merely answered softly, Vani said again, "Your arm." Only then did Lena Ronan notice. "The wounds on my skin are gradually shrinking. Even the wound on my hand is getting smaller." Lena Ronan said in amazement, "I've never recovered this quickly before." Standing nearby, Julia happily watched her sister's wounds heal. "Sister, check the other places too." Lena took off her top, revealing her toned figure. Standing before the mirror, she discovered in astonishment that the wounds on her skin had become much smaller. Julia was overjoyed and stepped forward to inspect her everywhere. "That's wonderful. Every part is so much better than yesterday." Lena Ronan turned to Vani and said, I never expected Sun Spring to be this effective. Thank you so much, my lady. Vani replied, that's wonderful. Lena Ronan and Julia noticed her troubled expression and asked in confusion, my lady. At that moment, Vani abruptly rose to her feet, lowered her head slightly in respect, and said, I'm sorry. There are a few things I need to think about. I would like to be alone. Lena Ronan replied, I understand. The sisters then turned and left, still looking at Vani with puzzled expressions. Once they were gone, Vani dejectedly slammed her hand down on the desk and thought, I can't even be happy with everyone in a situation like this. I hate myself too. Her eyes were full of melancholy. I should be thanking Sun Spring for healing Lena, but I can't do it. If Sun Spring is this effective against skin diseases, what will happen to my business plan? Will it all become worthless? In that case, the only option is to sell Sun Spring at a low price. The time has really come. All I have to do is reveal my illness and beg them to sell me the tea rights. In any case, this illness can be cured, and my relationships with everyone have not been bad lately. Surely they won't throw me out, will they? She continued thinking, how ridiculous. My business failed because I went into debt. Now I have to lower myself and beg someone to sell me tea. Then she took a pen and slowly wrote on a check. Am I just too tired? She raised the pen in her hand and stared at it, thinking shyly, I'm thinking of Rutnai again. He has never questioned me and has always treated me well. Perhaps because he has the task of watching over me. I cannot expect direct help or comfort from him. She continued, but that face alone is a comfort. Then she called out, Julia, prepare to go out. Julia poked her head out and answered, yes. My lady, where are we going? The scene shifted to the Ahen estate. Seeing the enormous estate before her, Vani thought in shock, I only made that decision because I was in a bad mood. What do I do now? Where should I go? Have I gone mad? Then she turned around and ran back toward the carriage. Julia asked in confusion, my lady, aren't you going in? At that moment, a young man appeared at the estate gate. He stared blankly at Vani and called, is someone there? Vani awkwardly replied, it's nothing. But Julia walked toward the young man and said, this is Lady Vani of House Agenrod. Vani looked at Julia in astonishment and thought, what is she doing now? Julia continued enthusiastically, please inform Duke Ahin that Lady Agen Rod has come to visit. The gatekeeper hurriedly replied, understood. Once they entered, the butler and servants all stepped forward and warmly greeted her. Welcome, Lady Agenrod. The steward of Duke Ahin's estate approached her and respectfully bowed. It is an honor to meet Lady Agenrod. I am the steward of this estate. Vonya replied, I am Vonyi. The steward then asked, you have come to see Duke Ahin, correct? Vani covered her face with her hand in embarrassment and replied, yes, that's right. The steward and servants all smiled at her. Vani thought, why are they all so happy? The steward said to someone beside him, however, the Duke is currently in a meeting. Somewhat awkwardly, Vani replied, oh, is that so? Then I'll come back another day. Just as she was about to leave, someone shouted, no, please come inside and wait for a moment. I will inform the Duke immediately. Julia pushed Vani inside and smiled. Please come in, my lady. Everyone in the house was delighted to see her and murmured among themselves, we finally get to see Lady Agenrod. Seeing her in person, she truly is different. The two of them are such a perfect match. Thanks to the lady, the Duke has stayed in the capital for so long, and the estate has become livelier too. Contrary to the rumors, she is truly elegant and noble. You mustn't say such things carelessly in the estate. At that moment, Eusebio appeared among the crowd. Still unaware of what was happening, she thought, what is going on? Why has she come here? At the same time, Loria clapped excitedly and loudly said, everyone return to your posts. Kitchen, quickly prepare the finest tea and sweets. Upon hearing that, Eusebio immediately turned away and thought, have you all lost your minds? Have you forgotten who Lady Agenrod is? She went down to the kitchen, thinking as she walked, that is the wicked Lady Vani? Why is everyone so happy? How could servants dare oppose their masters? Her gaze turned cold. She continued thinking, however, I'm the only one in this estate who has personally witnessed her terrible behavior. That is why I think everyone should not trust her so easily. Then the only thing to do is expose her true face for everyone to see. What kind of person is Vani really? At that moment, the table was covered with tempting strawberry pastries and fresh fruit desserts. Julia and Vani both gasped in surprise when they saw the lavish spread. Wow. Vani quietly turned to Julia and whispered, I think this situation may be more serious than I thought. Julia calmly replied, Not at all. You came all the way here to visit, my lady. It is only proper that they prepare this much. Julia bent down and whispered in Vani's ear, More importantly, this hairstyle truly suits you, my lady. But are you really planning to meet the Duke like this? Vani asked in surprise, Is there something wrong with my hair? Suddenly, she touched her hair and stammered, Have I gone mad? Julia smiled and praised her. But your features are naturally striking, and you have a beautiful head shape, so it really suits you. It is only a little unfortunate that you are not wearing any jewelry. Vani said gloomily, That isn't the problem. Suddenly, someone approached from afar, bowed respectfully, and said, I am the estate's head housekeeper. My name is Loria. Vani started, turned around, and replied somewhat flusteredly, It's nice to meet you. Loria smiled warmly. I never imagined a rare, honored guest visiting our estate would be Lady Agenrod. We are truly honored. She continued kindly. Hentown rarely takes part in high society functions, so if there is anything we have overlooked, please let me know at any time. Vani awkwardly said, Overlooked? I think everyone has treated me wonderfully. Loria said excitedly. The Duke will arrive shortly, so please wait just a moment, my lady. Vani gave a strained smile. She thought, this is the first time I have received such a warm welcome. I'm honestly not used to it. She recalled everyone whispering when she first entered. The Duke's lady. The two of them are truly a perfect match. She is nothing like the rumors. She is truly elegant. She told herself, why is everyone being so excessive, both at home and here? Vani took a small sip of tea and thought, I wonder whether Rutnai likes me. Loria came over and pushed a plate of pastries before her, saying attentively, My lady, please try this. We specifically selected pastries that pair well with this tea. Vani immediately replied, all right, it looks delicious. She picked up a fork, speared the nearest pastry, and slowly brought it to her mouth. The moment Vani took a bite, she froze. Her eyes widened in shock, her expression instantly darkening as she continued chewing the pastry. The scene returned to the past. In an exceedingly lavish banquet hall, a red-haired girl loudly declared, all right, everyone is here. Arian suddenly looked toward the door. No matter where she went, Vani was always unwelcome. At the time, Vani stood blankly at the entrance in a black dress as everyone turned to look at her. Everyone whispered among themselves. Who gave her an invitation? She must have bought one with money. Nearby, the red-haired girl whispered to a maid beside her, who lowered her head to listen. Someone said, What? Has she come to pursue the crown prince again? She is always an uninvited guest. The host said, Thank you all for attending. Vani awkwardly looked away. Arian immediately turned his face away, avoiding her gaze. A voice still echoed in her ears. Today, we will introduce a dessert made from Mari's specialty product. Everyone began tasting it, their faces filled with satisfaction. Vani also picked up a pastry and put it in her mouth. The moment she bit into it, she discovered it was as hard as stone. Someone had deliberately served her inedible food. Vani stared in shock at the cookie in her hand. She could not even drink water to wash it down. She stared in disbelief at the teacup, where black sediment had settled at the bottom, while steam still rose from it. Looking at the red-haired noble girl and the maid beside her, who were secretly laughing, she thought, what a childish stunt. Although Vani was not someone easily angered by such childish tricks, she immediately stood up. The red-haired girl pretended to be concerned. Oh dear, my lady, does the dessert not suit your taste? Vani slowly set down her teacup and gave her a meaningful smile. Said calmly, No, but doesn't everyone feel something? The red-haired noble girl continued to leisurely fan herself with a feather fan, completely unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, the forks and teacups began to tremble, clinking loudly. The ground shook violently as well. Everyone cried out in panic. Is an earthquake? Crown Prince Arian hurriedly reassured everyone. Stay calm. It will stop soon. Vani stood calmly in a corner, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. She was not someone who could easily be harmed by such clumsy tricks. Back in the present, Vani gently set her fork back down, her expression darkening as she chewed the crunchy pastry. There is stone powder in this dessert again. Vani quickly took a sip of tea, thinking, ordinary tea clearly does not taste like this. Perhaps it was only a mistake. It would be best if no one noticed. Loria asked warmly, Does it suit your taste, my lady? Vani hesitated before answering, Yes. Suddenly, the head steward pushed open the door and entered. My lady, I just met with the Duke. He respectfully bowed and continued. The Duke is in an important meeting and has ordered that no one is to disturb him. It seems you will have difficulty seeing him today. Vani smiled gently. I came without notice, so it cannot be helped. Perhaps today simply is not a suitable day. She immediately stood to leave and politely said, Then I shall be on my way. Seeing this, Julia softly called, My lady. Loria hurriedly stopped her. Could you stay a little longer? My lady. She turned and winked at the head steward. Go see the Duke one more time. The steward immediately ran out in alarm. Vani quickly said, Please do not do that. It seems to be a very important meeting. I should not interrupt. A voice suddenly rang out, Lady Agenrot. A servant ran up to her, panting. Did the refreshments not suit your taste, my lady? You only had one bite. Vani explained somewhat flusteredly. No, it is not that. Then her eyes suddenly widened in shock. She stared at that servant. A dark scene from the past came back to her. A noblewoman's maid standing beside her with a smug, secret smile. Back then, the girl had been forced to kneel before her, enduring the humiliation of Vani pouring hot tea over her head, letting it run down her face. Back in the present, Eusebio looked at her in confusion and softly called, My lady. A gloomy atmosphere settled over them. Could what happened today also have been a deliberate attempt to drive me away? Vani lowered her eyes, looking sorrowful. Then she slowly approached Eusebio and said evenly, I ate before I came, so I was quite full, but it looked so delicious that I could not resist trying a bite. She moved closer to Eusebio and said quietly, I will write a letter praising Duke Rutnaideo's hospitality, so there is no need for you to worry too much. Vani thought to herself, absolutely not. Duke Rutnaideo is not someone who would do such a thing. Even if his guest were a notorious, unstable villainess, he would never treat her that way. She walked past, leaving only a cold remark behind. It was nice seeing you again. I shall take my leave. Eusebio's face immediately went pale with fear. Let her worry about what I might say to her master and drown in that unease. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, a young man began his report. Recently, tea production has fallen sharply, and transaction volume has been very low. Another young woman wearing glasses flipped through the documents and added, Considering Lady Agenrot's character, as well as the materials I investigated, would she truly be happy to receive such an expensive gift as tea without paying anything for it? After hearing this, and said, Then we only need to buy back the tea that has already been distributed. Giving her an entire mine would truly be too much. I also think it would be too burdensome. Duke Rutnaideo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then we will buy back the distribution rights and sell it at a low price exclusively to my lady. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Duke Rutnaideo immediately looked toward it and shouted from inside, I said not to let anyone in. The servant outside replied in panic, But, my lord, this is very urgent. With his tacit permission, the head steward entered and respectfully said, Your Grace, forgive me for disobeying your order, but this matter seems extremely important. Duke Rutnaideo sighed softly and asked, All right, what is it? The head steward solemnly answered, Lady Agen, Rod is currently looking for you. At this, everyone in the meeting room was utterly stunned. With a loud crash, a wooden chair was knocked over. Duke Rutnaideo adjusted his collar, his face bright with excitement. First, buy back everything related to tea. As for me, I am afraid I must leave at once. The moment he finished speaking, he vanished like the wind. The door flew open, leaving the room empty. The three people in the meeting room watched his departing figure and exchanged looks. Duke Rutnaideo ran forward with all his strength, threw the door open, and called loudly, Vani. Head housekeeper Loria jumped in surprise and turned around. Duke. Seeing this, he hurriedly fixed his hair and asked, Where is Vani? Loria hesitated for a moment. Well, then she calmly explained the entire situation to him. The moment she finished, Duke Rutnaideo turned and ran outside. A few minutes earlier, the head housekeeper held a cake that had been cut in half and said hesitantly, I found it strange, so I inspected the refreshments that my lady had eaten. This is what I found. On the plate was a piece of cake that had long since spoiled. Loria added, I should have watched things more carefully from beginning to end. I failed to properly receive my lady, and I am deeply ashamed. At that moment, Duke Rutnaideo was rushing toward the main gate at full speed. He sprang upward and used his momentum to leap over the gate. leaving the stewards stunned. Recalling his conversation with the head housekeeper, Duke Rutnideo had anxiously asked, "How long ago did my lady leave?" After thinking for a moment, she had replied, "Not very long ago." Having heard what happened, Duke Rutnideo clenched his fist in anger and punched the door hard. Through gritted teeth, he said, "When I return, I will find out exactly who is responsible for this. I will investigate it thoroughly." Back in the present, Duke Rutnideo ran forward with all his might, desperately shouting her name, Vani. The scene shifted to a lively little village. A young woman in a black cloak slowly crossed the market and quietly entered the darkest alley in the village. She stopped in front of a large moss green door and knocked softly. A voice came from inside. "Who is it? We do not sell anything here," she replied. "A baby shark bite hurts so much. Open up quickly or you'll get bitten." The moment she finished speaking, an invisible silence fell over the surroundings. A moment later, a young man with a long scar over his right eye opened the door for her. "Oh, sorry. It has been a long time, so..." Before he could finish, she interrupted, "Where is Aunt?" "Aunt is here." She took off her hood, revealing her lovely little face. It was Karen. She said to the young man before her, "Take me to Aunt." Inside the house, a woman with an extremely stern expression stared at the door before her. Suddenly, there was a knock outside. She immediately asked what was going on. The door slowly opened. Karen stepped inside and called out, "It is me, Aunt." At those words, her aunt's stern expression instantly changed. Her eyes lit up as she rushed to Karen's side and exclaimed excitedly, "My little kitten." She was Ellie de Milan, president of the Intelligence Guild. She tightly embraced her beloved niece and excitedly said, "How long has it been since we last met? You did not even contact your aunt once." Faced with such a warm welcome, Karen answered somewhat awkwardly, "Aunt, you are squeezing the breath out of me." Ellie happily released her, then carefully looked over her petite niece. "You have been serving that crazy little lady for 5 years already, have you not? How have you become prettier and more adorable every day?" At those words, Karen immediately turned very serious and grabbed Ellie's shoulders in warning. "Aunt, do not call my lady crazy again, or I will not come see you anymore." Seeing her throw such a tantrum, Ellie hurriedly said, all right, I understand. I absolutely will not say that again." Only then did Karen answer with satisfaction, "Yes, it is settled then." Ellie soon brightened again, pulled Karen to a chair, and said, "Come, sit down. Are you tired? I heard that lady is both harsh and hot-tempered." Karen shot her a sidelong glance and replied sarcastically, "Oh, really? Why does the president of the Intelligence Guild only hear such ridiculous rumors?" Teased by her niece, Ellie was momentarily flustered. No, that is not it. I am sorry. Hurry and update Annie's intelligence, then." Karen dropped into the chair and seriously told Ellie, "Aunt, please update your intelligence. My lady is a genius. She is calm, dignified, and exceptionally hardworking." Seeing her niece's earnest innocence, Ellie did not know what else to say. Is that so?" Only then did Karen get to the main point. She handed Ellie a sheet of paper and asked for her help. "There is one more thing I need to ask of you. It may be a little difficult." Ellie immediately agreed. "You are Annie's treasure. What could possibly be difficult?" Ellie accepted the paper and read aloud. "Information on the supplements House Cadden provides to Lena Ronan. Information on Sunspring and the person who created Sunspring." After reading it, she smiled and asked Karen, "What is it? Does her lady need Sunspring?" Karen answered proudly, "My lady does not need that because she is already beautiful and perfect." Ellie froze at those words, thinking, how did things end up like this? Karen looked at her with unwavering eyes and continued, "Please investigate these matters as quickly as possible." Seeing her beloved niece plead so earnestly, Ellie immediately stood up and agreed. "I understand. I will send someone to investigate right away. Wait here for a moment." Karen happily replied, "Yes." And with that, Ellie left the room to make arrangements. Karen was now alone in the room. She looked around and thought, nothing has changed here at all. On the table was a photograph of Karen's family of 3. It brought back memories of her late father. After her father's sudden death, everyone had eagerly discussed who would succeed him as president of the Intelligence Guild. The president of the Intelligence Guild has died? What on earth happened? Some said it had been the work of an assassin. During those grief-stricken years, the incessant whispers echoed through the rain. In a dark alley, Karen walked forward heavily, her expression vacant, but a cloaked figure blocked her path. After her father's funeral, Karen had nearly lost all the light in her life. She coldly looked up at the person, only to see him gripping a knife stained with blood. At the sight, her legs seemed nailed to the ground, unable to move. Seeing that she had witnessed everything, the assassin rushed toward her to silence her forever. Karen raised her hands and screamed as she tried to block his attack. Then a voice rang out. A lowlife like you truly does nothing but despicable things. The magic from before completely annihilated the assassin. The person walked past Karen, one step at a time. It was Vani from the past. Vani reminded Karen, rainy days are dangerous. Go home quickly. The memory ended, but those thoughts still lingered in Karen's heart. My lady may not remember anything, but it is something I will never forget for the rest of my life. Suddenly, the photograph on the table fell over, drawing Karen's attention. She reached out and propped it back up, filled with confusion. Why is this here? Beneath the photograph was a commission document. It read, Investigation Commission concerning the exclusive purchaser of Grade C Radia grass. The scene shifted. At this moment, House Agenrot's carriage was steadily making its way forward. Vani leaned against the window with a gloomy expression. Seeing this, Julia nervously said, Perhaps the Duke truly had something very important to do today. Vani replied listlessly, I know, but before she could finish, one of the carriage wheels suddenly struck a rock, throwing her off balance and making her head slam hard against the window. Julia cried out in alarm. My lady, holding her aching head, Vani thought with tears in her eyes, it would be better if I hit my head hard enough to lose my memories. Julia anxiously asked, What should we do? If anything happens to my lady's beautiful head. Rubbing her head, Vani thought herself foolish for always indulging in wishful thinking, only to disappoint herself. She recalled the times she had met Rut and I. Thanks to Rut's kindness, I was able to feel, even if only briefly, as though everyone loved me and the entire world revolved around me. Suddenly, the air around Vani darkened. In truth, nothing has changed. To everyone, I am still a hateful villainess. No one will sincerely accept me. At that thought, Vani's heart ached terribly. She answered Julia vaguely. I am fine, Julia. This is merely what I deserve. Not understanding what Vani meant, Julia pressed. Pardon? What happened? Is it your hand, my lady? Vani changed her expression, gave Julia a thumbs up to show she was fine, and replied, Yes, it is fine. I am really fine. Seeing her like that, Julia also sensed that something was wrong and hesitantly said, My lady, I think the picture you fixed looks a little strange. Suddenly, a voice called out her name. Vani Augenhot. Hearing it, Vani thought her sadness had finally made her hallucinate. I'm even hearing things now. But Julia quickly sat upright, looked out the window, and said, Am I the only one who hears someone outside calling your name, my lady? Only then did Vani stiffen in surprise. HM, that voice is real. Julia suddenly stammered in alarm. And my lady, please look outside. At Julia's words, Vani opened the window and saw Rut and I running after her carriage. He was still doing his best to call out her name. Vani was stunned by the sight. Her face paled as she stammered, Rut. As soon as the carriage stopped, she hurriedly opened its door. Vani immediately climbed down and asked anxiously, Rut, what is wrong? Rut and I was panting, his face flushed from exertion, but he still answered her gently. I heard Vani was looking for me, but when I came out, you were already gone. Vani placed her hand over the back of his rough hand and said, I heard you were in a meeting. It seemed inconvenient for me to come looking for you then. Her thoughts would not stop racing. I really was sad just now, but seeing him makes me happy again. And I'm a little nervous, too. I do not know what to do. Rut and I immediately said firmly, that meeting was not important at all. Well, it was important, but how could it possibly be more important than Vani? Vani hesitantly replied, but they said no one was allowed inside. Rut and I answered regretfully, that is because I never expected Vani to come. If I had known sooner, I would certainly have postponed the meeting. Hearing this, Vani thought, I know he is only being polite, but if he keeps treating me so gently, I am really going to want to act spoiled. Then he added, I am truly sorry that I could not receive you properly today. Rut and I looked directly into her eyes and said sincerely, if you do not mind, could you give me another chance to host you? The invitation made Vani's heart flutter. I was actually an uninvited guest, yet he came all this way just for this. Rut and I's voice interrupted her thoughts. If Vani is all right with it. The sincerity on his face made her unable to stop herself from thinking. How can someone be so gentle? Then she smiled softly and answered, "Of course." Hearing her agree, Duke Rutnideo said happily. Then, but before he could finish, Lady Aegon Rot suddenly interrupted. Looking at him awkwardly, she said, "But today doesn't seem very convenient. If I receive another invitation next time, I'll definitely come visit." All right, what had happened earlier made her hesitate. He seemed very busy, and she did not want to trouble him. It would be better to meet again when they were both free. Though somewhat disappointed by her answer, Duke Rutnideo replied, "I understand. I'll be sure to invite you again." He suddenly asked, "Then, was there something you came here for today?" At that, Lady Aegon Rot searched through her pocket. She took out an exquisite blue gift box. Blushing deeply, she said to him shyly, "Rut, didn't you help me? I've always been grateful that you let me call you by your name, so I wanted to give you a gift." Duke Rutnideo accepted the gift and slowly opened it. He stared at the gift before him in silence for a long while. This made Lady Aegon Rot extremely nervous. She wondered, is this excuse too obvious? Then she suddenly blurted out, "It's a fountain pen I had specially made. There's only one like it in the world." Hearing that, Duke Rutnideo was even more moved. He replied, "This fountain pen is beautiful, and I'm even happier to have received a gift from you." Those words instantly broke through Lady Aegon Rot's defenses and reached straight into her heart. At a loss for what to do, she could only turn around awkwardly, as though she were about to flee. "Oh, that's great then. I've given you the gift, so..." Seeing that she was about to leave, Duke Rutnideo hurriedly said, "Lady Aegon Rot, wait a moment." He immediately suggested, "I can't simply let you leave after receiving a gift from you. May I treat you to dinner?" Lady Aegon Rot looked somewhat surprised and blurted out, "Rut, the sun is still high in the sky." This left Duke Rutnideo silent for a moment. Then he hesitantly explained, "It's just that, if I let you leave like this, I'll regret it." His words threw Lady Aegon Rot's heart into turmoil. Blushing, she replied, "But perhaps I would only be a bother to you." Hearing that, he looked dejected like an abandoned puppy. "Do you find me uncomfortable to be around?" "What? Well," she thought, Rut really is an investigator through and through. Without hesitation, he told her, "I don't find being around you uncomfortable at all. Not even a little. On the contrary, whenever I see you." His behavior left her completely bewildered. While she was still standing there in a daze, a hand suddenly gripped her wrist. He pulled her closer and placed her hand against his chest. Looking directly into her eyes, his cheeks flushed red as he stammered, "My heart is pounding again. I can't make it stop." Seeing what he did, her face turned red like a tomato as well. Lady Aegon Rot's heart raced wildly as she stammered, What does this mean?" Amid the awkward atmosphere, the sudden neighing of horses drew both of their attention. She seemed to realize something. That carriage. Crown Prince Arion stepped down from the carriage with an imposing air. "Long time no see. It is good to see you both again." They immediately bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lady Aegon Rot looked up at him and thought, what is there to be happy about? Still, his arrival could not have come at a more convenient time. Her gaze fell upon Duke Rutnideo, and she was suddenly startled. Wait, was this his plan? Did he keep me here until the Crown Prince arrived? Seeing the serious, cautious expression on his face, she wondered, no, that can't be it. At that moment, Arion slowly approached them. "Lady Aegon Rot, I went all the way to the Aegon Rot estate looking for you. I did not expect to find you here." Without hesitation, she asked, "Why were you looking for me, Your Highness?" Arion slipped a hand into his pocket and replied, "There is something I wanted to give you personally." Hearing this, Lady Aegon Rot thought in alarm, "It is finally here. Is it a summons? That cannot be. I have been perfectly well behaved. But what else could the Crown Prince possibly give me?" Suddenly, Arion held out an invitation before her. With a smug smile, he said, "Take it. It is an invitation to be my companion at my birthday banquet, the thing you have always wanted." A white invitation card, its crimson royal seal especially striking, was held out before Lady Aegon Rot. The person delivering the invitation was none other than Crown Prince Arion himself. The instant she saw it, a sharp pain pierced Lady Aegon Rot's heart. She understood that these emotions and memories that seemed to belong to her were not truly hers, but lingering feelings from the original owner of this body. At that thought, Lady Aegon Rot's hand began to tremble. Her mind became chaotic again as she thought, why is this happening? The Crown Prince, named Arion, began speaking in his usual self-assured tone. "Perhaps I have neglected you too much until now. I'm giving you an opportunity now." Lady Aegon Rot froze. How had she suddenly become someone standing before His Highness like this? Countless confused thoughts surged through her mind. Why was it like this again? Lady Agenrot shouted, "Stop!" The air immediately fell silent, so quiet that the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. Crown Prince Arian asked in surprise, "What did you just say?" Lady Agenrot could clearly feel the complicated emotions churning inside her. The feeling was overwhelming. Anger and grievance rose up all at once, filling her entire being. She pressed her lips together tightly and thought bitterly. I always thought Lady Agenrot was proud and strong. But deep inside, she was filled with loneliness and insecurity. Only now do I truly understand the original owner. Suddenly, Duke Rut-Nideo stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder when he noticed her pale expression. Lady Agenrot, still lost in her thoughts, she wondered, what is this feeling? Why do I crave this so desperately? She truly understood herself less and less. Then she looked straight at Crown Prince Arian and spoke loudly. "Your Highness, you have gone too far." Lady Agenrot continued firmly. "Until now, I'm the only young lady of my age who has never had the opportunity to accompany you." It was as though she could feel that both her present self and the Lady Agenrot of the past had been neglected and looked down upon by this crown prince. That was why, when she saw the invitation, her heart had yearned for it, for she had never been given such an opportunity before. Both Arian and Duke Rut-Nideo were stunned by her words. Lady Agenrot stepped toward Arian and questioned him, making him unconsciously retreat a step. "Even a viscount's daughter has had the chance, but not me. How long do you intend to make a mockery of me?" Her bluntness and determination left Crown Prince Arian speechless. Lady Agenrot thought, as someone who has clearly witnessed her life, I truly want to do this. It feels like revenge. What a shame. Rip. She snatched the invitation from the crown prince's hand and continued, "But I am no fool, your highness." She decisively refused. No, without hesitation, she tore the royal invitation in half. "Because I intend to be ill on your highness's birthday." The torn invitation fell to the ground. Arian stared in shock. What is this? Lady Agenrot's expression remained blank. "As I said, I will not attend the banquet. You had better find another companion." Arian's face darkened, and he spoke coldly in anger. "Huh, you are as rude as ever. You dare tear up an invitation I personally gave you." Seeing Arian's reaction, Lady Agenrot swallowed nervously. "Did I go too far? This man is far too petty." Yet in less than 2 minutes, Crown Prince Arian had returned to his usual sly manner. "Well, perhaps that is one of your charms as a lady." Lady Agenrot's expression turned utterly unpleasant. Arian seriously composed himself and said, "However, if you commit another act of disrespect, I absolutely will not forgive you." Lady Agenrot frowned, deeply displeased. "He is putting on airs again. But have you seriously considered your refusal?" Arian turned away as he spoke. "It seems you still do not understand, so I will tell you. This banquet is very special." Lady Agenrot seemed genuinely unaware of the circumstances surrounding this banquet, her face full of questions. The families that receive invitations have no right to refuse. Everyone must attend, without exception. Lady Agenrot was greatly surprised, while Duke Rut-Nideo looked at her with concern. Seizing the advantage, Crown Prince Arian began twisting the facts. "But no one will willingly invite you to be their companion." The Crown Prince imagined a scene with Lady Agenrot at its center, predicting that she would become the laughingstock of the banquet because she had no companion. "You surely understand how people would ridicule a grown lady like you for attending a banquet without a companion." Not content with that, the Crown Prince dragged her family into it as well. "I do not suppose your father and brother care much about your situation either." Those words were more than Lady Agenrot could bear. She clenched her teeth angrily. Putting others down before exalting himself was something only Crown Prince Arian could do. "Perhaps I am the only one who can invite you to be my companion." Where did he get such confidence when the person concerned had not even spoken yet? Lady Agenrot forced herself to turn around and replied awkwardly, "Your Highness need not worry about that. You are not the only one." The sudden voice startled both Arian and Lady Agenrot. It was Duke Rut-Nideo. He continued, "If my lady is willing." He placed a hand over his heart and stepped lightly forward. With a sincere expression, Rut bowed and extended his hand, gently asking Lady Agenrot, "Would you be willing to be my companion?" Lady Agenrot was taken aback. Her cheeks flushed slightly at the unexpected invitation, especially in a situation like this. She thought, is he trying to help me? But the Crown Prince is his superior. Why would he do this? Crown Prince Arian folded his arms, his displeasure obvious. My lady, you would do well to think this through carefully. Another hand suddenly appeared before Lady Agenrot. It was Crown Prince Arian's, and it startled her. Arian said again, this is your last chance to become my companion. It is the opportunity you have always yearned for. An invisible thunderclap seemed to explode beside the ears of Duke Rut-Nai-Deo and Arian. Lady Agenrot was confused. Weren't these two on the same side? Yet now they were competing with each other. Why did I initially think Rut was the Crown Prince's spy? Faced with the two invitations, Lady Agenrot was utterly confused, unable to decide whom to choose. Their actions brought back memories from her former life before she entered the body of this lady. At that time, her two new guardians had gently patted her head and said, from now on, we are family. But how could they truly care about me? Hiding in a corner, she overheard them discussing it. There will be support money, right? I think we misunderstood. This girl has debts too. What should we do? Should we send her somewhere else? I always felt that everyone who approached me must have had a reason. I'd always thought that way, like a child, like the foolish person I used to be. Lady Agenrot had been abandoned as a child, and that psychological wound had followed her to this day. Setting aside those painful memories, she returned to the reality before her. At last, she made her decision. She placed her hand upon the hand of the person she had chosen. Whether it was Crown Prince Arian or Duke Rut-Nai-Deo, the most astonished person was still the blonde prince. Lady Agenrot gave a radiant smile. It would be my honor to be the Duke's companion. That was right. Lady Agenrot had chosen Duke Rut-Nai-Deo and placed her hand in his. Rut said, thank you for accepting my invitation. With that, he kissed Lady Agenrot's soft, fair hand. At this moment, Rut's joy was beyond description. Seeing him like that, she thought, I cannot believe I failed to see such an obvious answer. Only now did Lady Agenrot notice and understand Duke Rut-Nai-Deo's feelings. From the very beginning, he had always treated her with the utmost sincerity. As the two were immersed in their emotions, Crown Prince Arian began speaking again in a disruptive tone. My lady, stop putting on this act. Lady Agenrot turned back with a puzzled expression. That rude mouth had started working at full force again. Surely even Duke Ehen has heard those rumors. As he spoke, he suddenly placed a hand on the Duke's shoulder. He continued, the person my lady truly has in her heart is not you. Please, do not expose someone else's private affairs like that. He then leaned close to Lady Agenrot and said, he is merely a tool for you. A tool to win my heart. This man must have lost his mind. Lady Agenrot felt thoroughly irritated. What nonsense is this? She panicked slightly, worried that Duke Rut-Nai-Deo would become angry upon hearing the Crown Prince's absurd words. Of course, everything the Crown Prince said was nonsense, but Rut would surely be upset if he heard it. She tried to change the subject, not wanting her companion to be put in an awkward position. Duke Rut-Nai-Deo spoke, like those who shine with their own light. When she heard Rut defend her, Lady Agenrot's cheeks turned red. Whether those words were true or false, rumors would always cling to them. After all, the brighter the light, the darker the shadow it cast. That is so cool. Incredibly cool. Unable to hold it in, Lady Agenrot laughed. She thought, he says he does not care about rumors, so why is he saying something so dramatic? Crown Prince Arian shouted again. Do you not regret this choice then? The one who should regret it is you. This is truly humiliating. Lady Agenrot answered directly, of course I do not regret it. She rubbed her temple, sounding somewhat tired. This matter is over, so I will take my leave. I have stood under the blazing sun for too long, and I am a little tired. Duke Rut-Nai-Deo nodded in agreement. The two turned to leave. Rut said gallantly, allow me to escort you to your carriage. Rejected outright, and then left behind by a young lady despite being the crown prince, Arian gritted his teeth in fury. He glared angrily at Lady Agenrot and Duke Rut-Nai-Deo, cursing her inwardly. Do you think you have a choice? That never existed from the beginning. I will make you understand that. Arian seemed to be plotting something unfavorable against Lady Agenrot. Lady Agenrot was now sitting peacefully in her carriage, enjoying the quiet. The horse's hooves clopped steadily along. Just then, Julia suddenly spoke. With both hands clenched and eyes shining, she asked Lady Agenrot, what exactly happened, my lady? It was obvious that she was eagerly anticipating the answer. Lady Aegon, Rot stammered slightly. Well, that is. Julia continued. Crown Prince Arian suddenly appeared, and the atmosphere immediately became so tense. I was truly worried at the time. She had watched the three of them outside through the carriage window. The tension among them had been as taut as a drawn bowstring, making Julia anxious. After collecting herself, Julia grew excited again. But on the way back, you and the Duke looked so close that I was really surprised. The Duke escorted you to the carriage and even helped you inside. It was so romantic. Lady Aegon closed her eyes and sighed softly before explaining gently. It was nothing major. At this year's royal ball, I will be attending as Rut's companion. Julia became even more excited. Oh my goodness, really? Then will the two of you wear matching outfits? She imagined the pair in sparkling matching clothes and could not help feeling thrilled. Oh, I cannot wait for that day. Lady Aegon rested her hands on her knees, her slender fingers interlaced. At the words matching outfits, she recalled walking arm in arm with Rut earlier. At that time, she had taken the initiative to ask about us becoming companions for the royal ball. The Duke had replied, "Ah, yes. If we're going to prepare matching outfits, it seems we are rather short on time." Lady Aegon suddenly froze and asked blankly, "What? You are not joking?" Rut and I remained very calm and said firmly, "I have never joked about becoming Lady Aegon, Rot's companion." Hearing that, Lady Aegon scratched her cheek and smiled awkwardly. I thought you only said that to help me out of a difficult situation." As I walked, Duke, Rut, and I suddenly stopped. Lady Aegon was puzzled. The Duke looked at her with his dark eyes, holding 30% tenderness and 70% sincerity. Rut and I said, "Every word I said just now came from the heart." At that thought, Lady Aegon felt as though heat had rushed to her head, and her cheeks flushed bright red. She thought to herself, "What do I do?" Her face burned as she repeatedly fanned herself with her hand. Seeing her lady's adorable appearance, Julia could not help secretly smiling. Lady Aegon thought to herself again, "It seems I really do like this man." Rut and I strode ahead, his footsteps echoing sharply. As he walked, he asked the Duke's head housekeeper, "Where is in?" The head housekeeper replied, "He is in the front hall." Before the words had even faded, Duke, Rut, and I forcefully pushed open the door and called out, "And come here at once," and answered with a weary expression, "My lord, you have returned." Beside Lady Aegon, stood two maids and a chef. All three turned and bowed to Duke, Rut, and I. Rut and I turned to look at the head housekeeper. The head housekeeper immediately understood and respectfully reported, "She is not here at the moment. I have investigated the kitchen staff." He emphasized, "Of them, I am separately questioning those most closely involved in preparing the ladies' refreshments. In particular, these three before you are the most suspicious." Rut and I strode over and asked, "Are you interrogating them?" And replied, "Yes. Since you were absent, I proceeded with the questioning first." Rut and I asked again, "So what exactly happened?" And said, "I will report in detail. First of all, it was my negligence." Chef Bona spoke first, admitting that he had failed in his supervision. He added, "I was too focused on preparing the dessert, so I did not properly oversee the maids as they prepared the ingredients." Next, kitchen assistant Neo defended himself. There was no problem with the initial preparation of the ingredients. Another assistant, Mon, added, "We were short-handed and overwhelmed with work. Isabio happened to give me flour, so I used it." The last person, another kitchen assistant named Isabio, quickly said, "That flour was prepared yesterday when the maids happened to have free time." Isabio continued, "I do not even know who prepared which batch of flour, and there definitely were no impurities mixed in during its preparation." She spoke decisively, as though trying to prove that she had nothing to do with the matter. She turned away with a smile and began shifting responsibility. No matter how one looks at it, there must have been a problem during the handling of the ingredients. Hearing Isabio trying to place the blame on her, Mon demanded emotionally, "Isabio, are you saying I did something to the flour you gave me?" Chef Bona was extremely impatient with the two women's quarrel and immediately ordered them to stop. "Stop this at once. What do you think you're doing in front of the Duke?" Though they no longer argued aloud, the two still exchanged meaningful looks. A rustling sound filled the room as in spoke. "That is the situation. Perhaps it was merely a minor accident." Rut and I, who had watched the argument unfold, gave a cold snort. Closing his eyes, he said evenly, "I very much want to trust all of you, as you have worked hard for House Ahan for a long time." But at the same time, Duke Rut and I's expression suddenly darkened, and his eyes became sharp. "I do not wish to leave behind even the slightest doubt in this matter. The Duke's grim demeanor terrified the 3 kitchen staff and the 2 maids. Rut Nai proposed a simple way to find the culprit. Therefore, I have a simple suggestion. He took out a blue magic stone the size of a fingertip. He explained its use to everyone. This is a relic called the Oath Stone. Its name may sound grand, but it has only one function. Rut Nai gazed intently at the stone and said, I am the master of Hao Si Hen. Then he showed the stone to the 3 servants. None of them understood its precise function, and silence blanketed the room. Rut Nai looked at the stone again and said, I will show leniency to whoever was involved in this. The moment he finished speaking, the stone in his hand lit up, turning ruby red and gleaming with a mysterious light. The 3 servants were astonished by the miraculous sight and wondered how the stone could change color. After demonstrating it, Rut Nai looked at them and said, As you can see, this relic reacts to lies. Next, each of you will answer my questions in turn. This stone will be a great aid in finding the culprit. Among the 3 servants, the maid Isabio began behaving strangely. She lowered her head, but upon closer inspection, her complexion was steadily darkening. Her face trembled slightly, and her eyes clearly revealed anxiety and fear. Duke Rut Nai approached and held the stone out to Isabio. We will start with you. Isabio was so frightened that cold sweat streamed down her body. Rut Nai's icy gaze made her even more tense. Sunlight shone through the antique window into the room, falling across the Duke's desk. Once the culprit was found, punishment was carried out immediately. The chef had 1 year's wages docked, leaving him utterly dejected. As for the maid Isabio, she was expelled from House Ahen and would not receive a letter of recommendation. Tears welled in Isabio's eyes as she tried to defend herself. I did it all for my master, and paid no attention to her. He merely focused on the documents in his hands as he read out the disciplinary ruling, and even criticized Duke Rut Nai. You are still too lenient, my lord. Leaning against the desk, the Duke asked, What do you think I should do? And offered several bold, yet frightening suggestions. For example, have you stand atop the castle wall and tie Isabio to a crocodile fishing line, using her as bait to catch crocodiles. Rut Nai was speechless after hearing this. It is not that I have never considered it, but I cannot do that, and silently guessed that perhaps something pleasant had developed between the Duke and Lady Agenrot. He still seemed curious about the stone from before and asked, What exactly was that oath stone just now? I have never seen one before. Rut Nai replied, You mean this? The Duke held up the stone and said, It is just a relic. It changes color after magic power is poured into it. Hearing this, and was astonished by his Duke's flawless performance. So you deliberately took it out to pressure them? More or less. I can tell from their reactions when they lie. It turned out that Rut Nai had understood everything from the beginning and had merely pretended not to know. The superior tested his subordinates, while the outcome had already been in the palm of his hand. Then Rut Nai slowly added, Arrange an appointment with the tailor as soon as possible. I need formal wear for the upcoming royal ball. And asked in surprise, Why are you attending that event? And who will be your dance partner? Rut Nai placed a hand on his shoulder. I will be going with Lady Agenrot, and was both impressed and somewhat doubtful. When did you decide that? He added, but I am afraid it will be difficult to arrange everything properly on such short notice. Rut Nai asked why. Bring the report here, and said, Urgent news arrived today from the Ahen territory. They say an unprecedented magical beast has appeared, and they have captured it. You should probably go there in person, and added, If you can return early, you may still have time to visit the tailor and collect your formal wear before the ball. Rut Nai immediately prepared to leave. I have to go, and hurriedly stopped him. Wait, there is one more matter I need to report. He handed over a stack of documents. These are the investigation records on the third prince, and studied the papers attentively. Seeing that the Duke was very interested in the third prince, he asked, but did not previously reject our request for a meeting. Why are you going this far? The Duke answered, I must find a way to change the third prince's mind. Then he assigned another task. You have one more mission related to this. The Duke said, and investigate in detail how those fools can be cured. Lady Agenrot thought to herself, could he feel the same way I do? Suddenly thinking of something, she widened her eyes. Could it be that he really likes me? At that moment, images of an angel and a devil arguing appeared in her mind. The devil in her heart said, "Is it not obvious? No matter how you look at it, he likes you." The angel retorted, "But he has not said so." The devil snapped angrily. "Does he have to say it for you to understand? Then what are all these things?" It began listing the evidence. For instance, Rutnai said, "I hope you will call me Rut." And he took your hand, placed it over his chest, and said, "My heart will not stop racing." The devil angrily scolded. "Anyone with no feelings who does things like that deserves to be thrown in prison. Especially that man. Even his face is criminal." The angel hesitantly asked, "But what if he actually meant something else? For example, when Rut and I stroked your hair, perhaps he meant, we're the same age, so let's be friends." Or when he placed your hand on his chest, perhaps he meant, "I have always been worried that Lady Aegon Rut would suddenly become strange." Finally, the angel said sadly, "I only cause him trouble. How could he possibly like me?" The two conflicting thoughts fought one another in her mind. One pessimistically said, "It is definitely unrequited love." The other angrily refuted it. "Rutnai clearly likes me too." She simply stood there in a daze. Julia could not bear to watch any longer and asked, "My lady, are you not going inside?" Hearing that, she hurriedly shook her head and pushed both thoughts aside. "I should go in," she thought to herself. "All right, worrying alone is useless." As she pushed open the door before her, she made up her mind. "Since I agreed to choose formal wear with him, I will subtly test the waters then." The door opened fully. The moment she saw the scene inside, she froze in shock. Lena was sitting on the floor, filthy all over and clutching her arm. Lady Aegon Rot rushed over in panic and cried, "Lena!" Julia also shouted in alarm, "Sister!" A while later, Lena sat in a chair as Julia held her hand and cried, "Sister, I am sorry. I am so useless." Lena gently comforted her younger sister. "Why are you apologizing? I am fine." Looking at the scene before her, Lady Aegon Rot felt her heart grow heavy. Sunspring really is not her antidote after all. She stood there silently, sweating profusely. Lena glanced at her. Then she gave a faint smile and said, "I am fine, my lady." Lady Aegon Rot could no longer hold herself back and replied, "What do you mean you are fine? You are obviously not fine." Her eyes darkened as she thought. Lena has completely fallen apart after being disappointed again and again. Should I tell her that I have another remedy? Seeing Lena trapped in a mire, she truly could not bear to think further and asked whether she wanted to try it, even though radia grass might not work on Lena. She stood there blankly, watching Julia bury her head against Lena's legs and sob, resigned to fate. Suddenly, she made up her mind and clenched her hand into a fist. Then she gathered her courage and called, "Lena." The other woman turned her head. "Yes," Lady Aegon Rot continued. "Do you remember when I said I would make use of you?" Though Lena did not understand, she still answered, "I remember." Julia wiped her tears and looked over as well. Lady Aegon Rot continued, "Actually, I have another remedy, and I really need your help to test it." The moment she finished speaking, Lena's hand trembled slightly. With her hands on her hips, Lady Aegon Rot continued, "You may blame me, but could you let me take advantage of your kindness one more time?" Hearing those words, Lena stared at her with wide eyes. Then she lowered her head and said, "So my lady really is using me, is she not?" Lady Aegon Rot did not immediately answer. She only watched Lena quietly. At last, she replied, "Yes." Her heart was full of turmoil. Would things be better if I pretended that I was saying all this for her sake? But she also feared that such empty promises would only hurt Lena even more. All kinds of thoughts whirled through her mind. What if Lena despises me because of this? What will I do if she leaves? Just as she was lost in those thoughts, Lena suddenly called to her, "My lady." Lena seemed as if she wanted to say something. She gazed deeply into Lady Aegon Rot's eyes. "The problem is that you are too honest." Then she smiled again and added, "But it is all right. A secretary like me will make up for all your shortcomings. I already belong to you, my lady, so please feel free to command me as you wish." A flash of surprise crossed Lady Aegon Rot's eyes at those words. Then she lowered her head without saying anything. She turned to leave, trying to hold back the happy tears about to spill over. Cheerfully, she repeated, "Do not go back on your word." The Ronin sisters behind her smiled and replied, "Of course, my lady." Sunlight streamed into the estate, painting a dreamlike scene. Suddenly, a young woman with a panicked expression came running in from somewhere. She braced both hands on the table and gasped for breath. For some reason, the girl kept muttering curses. Damn it, damn it, it was Kodila. Her face was full of fear as she thought. Everything had been going so well. How did it suddenly turn out like this? Why not me? She bit her lip so hard it nearly bled, her heart filled with resentment. What was the crown prince thinking? He abandoned his lover and invited that bitch to be his dance partner? This ball is an important occasion for deciding the candidate for crown princess. At that thought, her hand involuntarily clenched. Besides, we still have not found out who stole all the radia grass, nor who bought up the entire supply of it. As she pondered, she suddenly burst into laughter, and it grew increasingly crazed. She thought again, do I absolutely have to become crown princess? By this method, Kodila laughed like a madwoman. Suddenly, she came to her senses. She began muttering, I need to think of something. Should I just get rid of Lady Agenrod? At that thought, she quickly dismissed the idea. That is too risky. If I am discovered, I will be in serious trouble. Her eyes suddenly darkened, and she told herself in a low voice, I know it is humiliating, but I have no choice but to ask for help. Her gaze seemed to recall someone who had once extended a hand to help her in the bitter cold of winter. That person was her light, her sun. That person would surely help her. Kodila recalled distant memories, her earliest and first memories. At the time, she had still been wandering through some freezing street, her face red from the cold. But because she had known a little healing magic since childhood, she had barely managed to survive on such harsh streets. She lived day to day on the money she earned from healing others. She earned every coin through healing and could only struggle to endure. Looking at her pitifully few coins, she encountered trouble again. At that time, a knife-wielding robber attacked her. Crying, she clutched the coin she had just earned. It was then that person freed her from the shackles of hell. When she fearfully opened her eyes, a man had appeared and subdued the robber. At that moment, her heart felt as though it would leap out of her chest. A beautiful woman extended her hand toward her, as if pulling her out of endless darkness. From then on, everything was like a dream. That person gave her everything she had never possessed in her life. Jizn had even said, I am so happy to have such a lovely daughter as you. If anything is inconvenient while you live with us, just tell me. As she spoke, she gently combed Kodila's hair. She also said, you can think of me as your mother. That person had even given her a real family bond. Jizn said softly, of course, I will do my best to help you find your family. You will be reunited with them soon, so do not worry too much. At the time, Kodila stared at them blankly, without feeling the slightest happiness. When they smiled and returned her to her birth parents, why could she not tell them the truth? Jizn still spoke to her gently. That is wonderful. You were able to find your family before returning home. For her, the moment they let go of her was when she lost her true family. When they turned and left, they had no idea how desperately she had struggled. They said, why do something so pointless? An illegitimate child cannot become royalty, and we cannot cast her out either. Just let her remain in the palace. She stood alone in that cold palace, with only that person by her side. She wanted to become that person's real family. The moment the Empress of the Empire left, everything became like this. As Kodila stood alone, someone appeared. That person stood before her and asked, do you truly want to follow the Empress? Then that person extended a hand toward her, purple smoke rising from their palm. Kodila clenched her fists and pondered for a long time before finally reaching out her hand. For some reason, that person wore an extremely frightening smile. The instant their hands touched, a vortex appeared over them. She told herself that she had finally understood. That person taught her dark magic and even helped her become the crown prince's lover. She knew he hated dark mages, but she had no other choice. As long as she could become a true member of his family, that was enough. At last, black flames erupted in her hand, only for her to extinguish them herself. The day she became the crown princess and truly became his family was drawing near. She consoled herself. Do not rush. He has always been by my side, and he wants me to become crown princess just as much as I do. If I beg him, he will surely find a way to persuade the crown prince to help me. Deep within the palace, sunlight streamed through the windows. Jizn sat across from Arintia. Arintia spoke. Your Majesty, the only reason I came here today is... She paused briefly before continuing. It is because of Princess Kodila. Jizn stopped what she was doing and asked, how unexpected. Has something happened? Arintia continued, something serious has happened. The nobles are in an uproar, and the news has even reached the ears of a recluse like me. Jizn took out a handkerchief and asked, what news? Arintia replied. It concerns the dance partner His Highness the Crown Prince chose for this royal ball. Still calmly wiping her scissors, the Empress said, Ah, that was indeed somewhat unexpected. I never thought he would invite Lady Agenrod, the lady he has always disliked. Arintia continued, The matter is far more serious than that. Princess Kodila has been removed from the list of candidates for Crown Princess. Looking at her reflection in the polished scissors, Jizn said, I did not realize you were so worried about Princess Kodila. Arintia hurriedly explained, What I mean is, the Empress interrupted her. Even if she cannot become crown princess, Kodila is still Kodila. She was a hero in the previous war and the benefactor who saved my son's life. More than that, she is a very special child to me. Upon hearing this, Arintia stood up excitedly. Those things are not enough, Your Majesty. Only when the princess becomes crown princess will she have value as a key. She continued, Only then can the door to liberation be opened, and only then can we accomplish our goal. No matter how agitated Arintia became, the Empress remained calm. Arintia continued speaking to herself. We have worked so hard for this. We searched throughout the kingdom of Mari before finding the princess, taught her dark magic, and arranged for her to meet the crown prince. All of that could come to nothing. Yet Your Majesty can remain so calm. Jizn kept her eyes closed and said nothing, making Arintia unbearably anxious. Your Majesty, please say something. The Empress's gaze suddenly darkened. She said softly, I told you to watch your words. Do not discuss such matters just anywhere. Startled by her attitude, Arintia asked, Is there anyone here besides Your Majesty and me? Jizn asked thoughtfully, Are you sure? The Empress rose and walked toward the pavilion outside as she spoke. At this time last year, someone broke in here. That person was somewhat capable and managed to escape, but I placed a curse on him. He must be dead by now. The sound of her heels clicking over the stone slabs rang steadily. The Empress asked again, Do you now know what that curse was? As soon as she finished speaking, something began crawling beneath their feet. Arintia frantically waved her hands and replied in fear, No, I do not care. The Empress continued forward toward the bushes. There, a girl lay sprawled on the ground, tightly coiled by a snake. Standing before Kodila, the Empress lowered her head and asked, And what about you? As she bent down, the snake bared its venomous fangs viciously. Under Kodila's horrified gaze, the Empress slowly uttered each syllable. Kodila. In the pavilion, Arintia cried out in shock, Princess Kodila. Jizn turned to look at her and said expressionlessly, She learned things she should not have known. If you do not wish to anger me further, return at once. Arintia froze in place, those words echoing in her mind. If you do not wish to anger me further, return at once. She could only lower her head and reply, I understand. With that, she hurried away, leaving only Jizn and Kodila. Kodila was kneeling on the ground. Jizn said to the snake, Omo, release her. Be gentler with such a precious child. Kodila could scarcely believe her eyes. Trembling in terror, she asked, How can Your Majesty control a magical beast? What exactly happened just now? At the command, Omo released her and returned behind the Empress. Hearing Kodila's question, the Empress suddenly unleashed a strange force before her. She raised a hand and lightly blew at her fingertips. You will find out soon enough. A mass of black mist entered Kodila's mouth from behind the Empress. The Empress said, It will hurt a little, but endure it. If you run away from me, I would be heartbroken. So I have merely put a necklace on you. As soon as she finished speaking, Kodila clutched her throat in agony. Something flowed from her eyes, whether tears or something else, she did not know. Before long, the black vapor vanished, and Kodila lowered her head. The Empress spoke again. Because Kodila is still wearing that gentle smile, she continued, The precious key that I obtained only with great difficulty. Jizn bent down and whispered into Kodila's ear, Kodila, I have just placed a curse on your heart. At that moment, Omo was coiled around her heart. The Empress continued, You are not to tell anyone what happened today, nor should you even think of escaping from me. Kodila's eyes widened as the woman went on, If you break this prohibition, you will suffer unimaginable pain. A gloomy atmosphere hung over the palace. The Empress sat silently in her chair, her gaze fixed on the main doors. Not long afterward, the doors opened and Arian entered. "Mother, you summoned me?" Seated on her high throne, Jizn looked down at her son. "Arian, coming quickly. I called you because I have something important to discuss with you." Hearing this, Arian warily wondered what it could be. The Empress prepared to rise, lifting her skirts slightly as she said softly, "Do not be too concerned. It is nothing serious." He merely answered, "Yes," and waited silently. As she walked, she said, "It is only that your mother feels a little hurt." Passing him, she added, "I heard that you chose a dance partner for the ball without telling your mother." Arian turned to explain about that, but she interrupted him again. "Moreover, although you have publicly revealed your beloved, you invited someone else to be your dance partner." Unable to refute her, he could only lower his head and stand still. She continued, "As the crown prince of the empire, do you believe that is appropriate? You understand better than anyone the significance of being Arian's dance partner at this royal ball. The woman chosen as his dance partner this time would also be designated as crown princess." Arian closed his eyes, lowered his head, and said, "I know." Then he suddenly turned to face her. "That is exactly why I decided that before it is too late, I will be honest with my own heart." Hearing this, she glanced at him sidelong. He continued firmly, "I know what everyone is thinking. They must think it is absurd that I decided to invite her as my dance partner. I clearly avoided her many times because I did not like her, and now I regret it deeply. I regret realizing my feelings far too late." As he said this, he tightly clutched his chest and continued, "The truth is, I have always cared about her. She has always treated me with wholehearted devotion, yet I was such a fool." Jizn glanced at him, then curled her lips into a smile. "I cannot bear to watch this any longer." With all the affection of a mother, she smiled and patted Arian on the shoulder. "If your feelings are genuine, then I will do everything in my power to help you." "Move," he cried. "Mother." Mother and son stood facing one another. She said, "Your mother can help you as well." He asked, "What do you mean? How will you help?" Rather than answering immediately, she clapped for someone to open the door and enter. Then she said, "No matter how stubborn Lady Eigenrot may be, she cannot ignore this matter." Then she turned to a guard and ordered, "Bring that golden invitation and that dress to Lady Eigenrot." Having arranged everything, Jizn looked back at her son, who still could not believe what he had heard. The invitation was sent under the name of Empress Jizn, leader of high society. At last, she told Arian, "Now all we need to do is wait, Arian." He said sincerely, "Thank you, mother." Night fell, and moonlight streamed down through the palace dome. Arian walked alone and silently along the long corridor. As he walked, he thought, "Duke Hen, I wonder how you will react when you hear this news. I must win the lady and remind both you and myself, once again, of where we stand. With mother's help, everything will be much easier." Lost in thought as he walked, he suddenly saw someone approaching from the opposite direction. It was Kodila. Startled, he silently called her name. "Kodila." The atmosphere was exceedingly awkward. He held his forehead and thought, "Good heavens, meeting her at a time like this is so awkward. It will be troublesome if she cries and clings to me. Still, I should offer her a proper apology. She must be very upset." Having made up his mind, he hurriedly called out, "Kodila." Before he could finish, Kodila passed by him without acknowledging him at all. He turned and called again, "Lia." Yet she remained cold and unmoved. Arian turned to watch her retreating figure. She silently continued down the endless corridor, leaving him alone with his thoughts. So that is how she feels. Fine, then I do not need to apologize. He shrugged and headed in the opposite direction. As the door to her room opened, Kodila entered and leaned heavily against it. Then she slowly slid to the floor, sitting by the door with her knees hugged to her chest in utter agony. Kodila tightly embraced her trembling shoulders. From beginning to end, everything had been arranged. The hand once extended to her now made her realize how laughable she had been. Because of that person, she had never realized how completely she had been toyed with, how foolish she had been. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sat alone in her room, hugging her knees and weeping. She told herself, does she think she can manipulate everything as she pleases? Does she think I will let her use me? Crying as she thought it, she vowed, I will destroy everything. Elsewhere, Duke Rutnideo drove his sword through a spider. He stepped on it and said, the investigation is complete. He turned to the subordinate standing behind him. Organize the findings and report them to the imperial family. The man replied, understood. Then he asked suspiciously, seriously. You completed this investigation very quickly. Is there something urgent? Wiping blood from his face, Rutnai replied, I have important business to attend to immediately. As he prepared to mount his horse, his subordinate suddenly remembered something and cried out, Ah, I just remembered. This morning, several merchants came demanding payment for a large pile of magic stones. They said you agreed to buy them. They're not swindlers, are they? Who around here would buy those expensive, useless magic stones? After the man finished speaking cheerfully, Rutnai coldly doused his enthusiasm. I bought them. Layton thought he had misheard. What? Rutnai repeated coldly, word by word. I said I bought them. Then he ordered, Go pay them at once and bring the stones here. Upon hearing this, Layton replied and immediately ran off. On his way back, Rutnai suddenly noticed a crowd gathered ahead. He wondered, what is wrong with these people? For some reason, they all turned to look at him at once, their stares unervingly fixed on him. He froze, realizing that something was amiss. Suddenly, he thought of something terrifying. Wait, could it be? 3 people turned around and were overjoyed when they saw Dukahin. Seeing how delighted everyone was to see him, Rutnai was rather surprised as well. The crowd bustled and pushed against one another just to catch a glimpse of Dukahin. Someone even complained, Hey, why is that person not standing in line? Another retorted, You make it sound as though you need a number ticket just to see the Duke. Rutnai asked doubtfully, You all came here because... The man and woman looked at each other, then pulled 2 young ladies forward. Smiling brightly, they answered his question. Back in his room, Rutnai flipped through letter after letter in confusion. His nanny, Maria, carried in a box of mail and said, While you were away, marriage proposals piled up like mountains. He asked blankly. There seemed to be more than usual. Is there some mistake? The nanny smiled. There is no mistake. Did you not go on a matchmaking meeting? The master arranged a prospective match for you, so everyone began requesting an audience. Now they all think you are about to marry. Rutnai stood there with a helpless expression as he listened. The nanny continued. When they heard the Duke had returned, they brought their daughters to a hen castle, hoping at the very least to see you once more. But they were all sent away. Rutnai folded his arms and asked doubtfully, Why does no one think I might end up with Lady Agenrod? Maria was extremely surprised by this. He asked, What is it? Why did you suddenly go quiet? Caught off guard, she covered her mouth and laughed. How are things progressing between you and Lady Agenrod? Do you intend to continue pursuing her? Somewhat embarrassed, he rested his chin on his hand. Things are going quite well for now. I do intend to take things further with her. Covering her face, Maria laughed happily. Oh my, who would have expected this? Even I am terribly surprised. No wonder I kept wondering why you stayed in the capital for so long. She continued happily. At first, everyone thought it was merely an ordinary meeting and that you would soon return to your territory. They thought you deliberately arranged to meet that infamous Villainess just to discourage the endless marriage proposals. But it turns out you were serious. I'm truly so happy. Rutnai scratched his head. Well, clenching her hands proudly, she said, Our Duke lacks nothing. You will surely win a lady's heart soon, will you not? He looked away and answered hesitantly, Perhaps. The nanny asked again, Have you met Lady Agenrod privately since the matchmaking meeting? How far have things progressed? Somewhat embarrassed, he replied, I suggested that we meet privately, but the lady has been too busy, so we have not been able to do so yet. Still, we have met a few times since then, and we have even held hands. The nanny said in astonishment, Oh my, our Duke is in unrequited love. I cannot believe the day has come when this would happen. Rutnai said awkwardly, It may not be unrequited. She agreed to be my dance partner at the royal ball as well. Adjusting her glasses, Maria said, If even one of the 3 conditions is met, then there is a possibility. Rutnai asked blankly, What 3 conditions? Maria answered, First, she doesn't refuse to meet you. He recalled how, when he had invited her to show him around the estate, she had refused. Maria continued, It is only natural to want to see the man you like often. Second, when 2 people are together, they frequently look at each other. He told Maria about how he had stood talking with Lady Agenrod, yet she had not looked at him at all. After hearing that, Maria said, That point is rather ambiguous. Anyone would be drawn to your Grace's face. Lastly, the 3rd sign is sharing many personal matters. Lady Agenrod showed absolutely no interest in your Grace's affairs. Maria said, Asking about personal matters is the best way to get to know one another. Surely the two of you talked about each other's preferences, didn't you? She asked him. So, did any of those signs apply? After hearing this, he fell silent for a moment. His face stiffened as though it had been glued in place, and his entire body went rigid. Not a single one, he said. Maria was utterly astonished as well. Young master, no, your grace. Duke Rut-Nai-Deo paced back and forth in thought, while Maria hurriedly explained, perhaps Lady Aegon simply is not good at expressing her feelings. But you have become her dance partner for the royal ball, haven't you? He froze. Maria continued, a ball is an excellent opportunity for a man and woman to grow closer. Duke Rut-Nai-Deo began imagining himself dancing with Lady Aegon Rot. Her gaze was gentle, and their lips were nearly touching. Suddenly, he snapped out of it, shook his head, and thought, what the hell am I thinking? Then he cleared his throat and put on an air of maturity as he told Maria, you are right. I no longer have time to hesitate. Duke Rut-Nai-Deo looked out the window and continued, I must return to the capital to prepare for the ball. As for Lady Aegon Rot, she was currently standing outside the study with a box in her arms. She knocked twice, then pushed the door open and said, Lena, I brought this for you. The door opened onto a room that was strangely quiet. She scratched her head in confusion. I thought Lena would be working in the study at this hour. So she began looking for Lena. She opened the bathroom door first and called, Lena, but Lena was not there. Then she went to Lena's bedroom. Are you in here? There was still no sign of Lena. She went to the servants' quarters and asked whether anyone had seen Lena, but everyone shook their heads. Reaching the top of the stairs, she thought, how strange. Where could she have gone? She fiddled with the box in her hands and opened it. Inside was a bottle of green body wash. The experimental body wash made from radia grass is finally ready. I should test it right away. She looked toward the door and wondered, did she go outside? Could she have gotten lost in the estate? This place is enormous, after all. Then she imagined Lena fainted in a hallway, and her expression immediately changed. It is far too hot today. I need to find her quickly. Just as she was about to search for Lena, Vaden called out to her from behind. Vani, where are you rushing off to? Seeing Vaden, she nervously asked, do you know where my secretary Lena is? She suddenly disappeared, and I'm looking for her. He replied in surprise, your secretary? She's sleeping in my room. They both fell silent. Vani's face went pale. What? Vani slammed Vaden against the wall. His shoulders were tightly gripped in both of her hands, and his expression changed as well. Her face became terrifying as she demanded, why is Lena sleeping in your room? She shook him hard by the shoulders, throwing his head back and leaving him with a blank stare. Calm down. Calm down. There is a reason. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. My lady. The caller was none other than Lena. Hearing her voice, Vani immediately asked in confusion, Lena? Relieved to be saved, Vaden let out a breath. I will explain, Lena said. Several hours earlier, in the splendid castle, amid the cheerful chirping of birds, Lena had been sitting in the study, diligently writing. Sweat dripped onto the paper, smudging her handwriting. Because of the scorching weather, the study was stifling. Though she had opened the windows, there was not even a breeze, and sweat streamed down her face. It was too hot, so she opened the door and went out into the garden for some air. Hearing this, Vani said, wait, why were you dressed like that in this weather? It was a reasonable question, since Lena's clothes were indeed thick and dark-colored. Lena explained, my work clothes are not suitable for going outside, and I do not want others to see me. Hearing this, Vani could only say, all right, let's put that aside for the moment. Lena continued, so I headed toward the flower garden, then felt dizzy and collapsed. When I opened my eyes, I was already in the young Duke's room. Vaden looked astonished. That is all. Vani glared at him. With an incredulous expression, he said, your explanation is far too simple. Lena rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. Perhaps I fainted from heat stroke, and the young Duke saved me. Vaden turned to Vani. Did you hear that? Stop looking at me like that. But Vani countered. Then why was she in your room? You still have not properly explained that. Does Lena not have her own room? Hearing this, he could only say, there's a reason for that. Lena smiled as she recalled the moment she had become dizzy. At the time, she had fallen to the ground, covering her mouth as she coughed. My head is spinning. I have a high fever. Then she collapsed completely. Seeing her lying on the ground, the servants cried out in panic. This is bad. The servants were in an uproar. Someone shouted, someone help. Everyone cried. She fainted. Hurry and help her up. But someone, afraid of catching something from her, said, but I heard she has a severe skin disease. Lena lay on the floor, listening to those words in anguish. What was I expecting? In the end, I am only an ugly monster. No one. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Hey, are you all right? Someone lifted Lena's face. She looked at him in pain, on the verge of tears. Vaden supported her, and, seeing everyone merely standing there whispering, angrily shouted, "You people are far too heartless." If it were contagious, Vani would have caught it long ago. His words left her stunned. Why would the young duke? Vaden's expression became fierce. Reassured, she closed her eyes. Then someone said, "All right, we only need someone to take her to a doctor." Hearing that, Vaden volunteered, "I will." When everyone moved away, she opened her eyes. She found herself lying on a bed. Did I not faint? Where am I? Turning her head, she saw Vaden using magic. She immediately sat up. "Young Duke." He glanced at her and said, "You are awake? Be careful. Do not move so suddenly." He pointed at her. "You will get dizzy." Just as he said, she fell back onto the bed. Touching her forehead, she asked, "Where is this?" He answered, "My room." Hearing that, Lena immediately sat up. "Forgive my discourtesy. I will return to my room at once." Seeing this, he said, "Your room is as hot as a volcano. The doctor said you need to rest somewhere cool." Hearing that, she gratefully replied, "Thank you for your concern, but my wounds are still weeping. I will stay in your bed sheets." She looked down at herself in surprise and discovered that she was perfectly clean. Then she turned to look at him, her expression darkening. Oh, his face changed. He hurriedly explained, "It is not what you think. I did not touch a single piece of clothing on you. The female doctor handled everything." She turned away. "I never said I suspected you." He looked helpless. "Then why are you looking at me, as though I am a criminal being interrogated?" He added, "I will leave now. Rest well, and return after you have recovered." He turned to leave, but Lena caught him from behind. A shy expression crossed her face. "Thank you for helping me. But, young Duke, did you not hate me?" The instant she asked, he replied, "Me? Why would you think that?" Then he suddenly remembered how he had reacted when they first met. He really had been rather impatient with her then. Turning to look at her, he scratched his head. "It may be hard to believe, but that was only a misunderstanding. I was not feeling well that day." With some irritation, he continued, "Besides, do you think I am the sort of trash who hates people based only on their appearance? Is my impression in your mind really that bad?" Lena scratched her head and muttered a little. He continued, "Even if I were trash, someone you despised, you are still a member of House Agenrod. So there is no need for you to worry. Just rest here in peace." After saying that, he left. When Lena finished telling the story, Vani said, "We should install a cooling magical device in Lena's room." Vaden said, "You should have paid attention to that sooner." Standing between them, Lena felt happy as she watched them worry about her. She felt that the two of them actually had much in common. In the bedroom, Vani said, "I have good news." She took out a bottle of medicine and said, "Our treatment has finally been made into a prototype. So are you all excited?" Lena turned her head away. "No, I did not want to get my hopes up anymore." Her words slightly startled Vani. "Is that so?" Vani continued, "In any case, you should try it as soon as possible. Julia, prepare the bathwater and this medicine." She handed the bottle to Julia. Julia replied with a smile, "Yes, my lady." Then Julia and Lena left the room together. Vani sat at the table and thought, that is right. Perhaps it is best that she does not hope for too much. The medicine made from radia grass only works against one type of skin disease. If hers is not the same skin disease that was prevalent in the original story, it will not cure Lena. She rose, walked to a corner of the room, and leaned against the cabinet. If that is true, I will be too ashamed to face Lena again. She pulled open a drawer. Inside were a white box and a notebook. Everyone says there is no cure or magic that can heal this disease. But if this fails, my only support will be the genius magical power of the dark Archmage Vani. Perhaps it will make a difference. Her expression became grim. She picked up the white box and opened it, revealing a purple ring inside. If I swallow this and recover some of my magic power, perhaps I can find some clue. Her face was filled with worry. But this was the first gift Duke Rutnideo gave me. In the bathroom, Julia seemed to see something and gasped in shock. This. Then she loudly called, "My lady, my lady." Vani hurriedly pushed the door open. "What is it? Is something wrong?" Julia stammered. This, look." Vani was completely stunned as she stared straight ahead. It was Lena, wrapped in a simple bath towel. She stepped out with a graceful figure. Lena was equally shocked and rushed forward. "My lady, how do you feel?" At that moment, for some reason, Lena suddenly covered her face and burst into tears. It truly is nothing like the sunspring. It is really effective. Then Julia also covered her face, sank to the floor, and began sobbing loudly. Seeing this, Lena hurried over and embraced her, gently consoling her. I'm truly all right now. You have worked so hard. You really have. Vani was moved by the deep affection between the sisters. Just then, there was a knock at the door. A messenger pigeon had landed outside the window. Seeing it, Vani took the letter and read it. Having completed its task, the messenger pigeon flapped its wings and flew away. Vani's voice soon echoed through the castle. Several days ago, I sent Karen to seek out the Intelligence Guild and investigate a few matters. Vani continued. Karen has not yet uncovered everything I need, but I have just received part of it. She pushed the letter toward Lena and asked, Do you know what this is? Lena looked at it blankly. This? She picked up the letter with a puzzled expression. It looks very much like the tonic I used to take. Hearing this, Vani immediately asked loudly, Exactly. What do you know about that tonic? Lena replied, I do not know much. It only seemed that whenever I took it, my symptoms eased. So I continued taking it in order to survive. Vani pondered this before asking, You said House Cadden gave this medicine to you, correct? To be honest, I found it strange that they cared so much about you. After all, you were merely a fallen noble at the time. Vani continued, That is why I investigated this tonic. Do you know what I discovered? Pointing at the letter, she continued, This tonic contains an ingredient that weakens your skin. Lena and Julia's expressions immediately turned grim as they stared blankly at the paper. Vani continued, It makes the skin softer, so it seems to improve it at first. But in the end, it makes the skin fragile. Even slight irritation can easily damage it, just like your skin disease. Lena's face darkened as she stammered. Then was my skin disease caused by this tonic? She asked again, Why would House Cadden do this? Vani replied, Is the timing of your illness not too much of a coincidence? She continued, House Cadden interfered in the matter of your inheriting the Viscountcy. Lena and Julia were frozen with fear at those words. But the story was not over. Vani then took out a stack of letters and handed them to the two sisters. Karen also sent me some investigation documents to substantiate this suspicion. This is evidence that Viscount Cho Ronin, Arthur Ronin, and House Cadden colluded with one another. Lena hurriedly seized the documents and cried out in distress. Who was it? Who did this? Vani answered, The person who gave Lena the tonic. And the person who colluded with Arthur Ronin is the same person, Duke Cadden's lover, the woman who truly controls House Cadden, Lady Orentia. Lena lowered her head, her thoughts in turmoil. How could this be? How could it be her? She is our aunt. Lena looked at Vani in anguish and cried. Auntie always supported me wholeheartedly. When we were nearly left without a home, she even arranged a place for all three of us to live. Vani looked directly at her and quietly asked, Does anything come to mind? Try to recall the details of when your skin disease first appeared. Lena rested her chin on her hand and thought. The first outbreak was when my father died. At that time, I was overwhelmed with grief. My mother, Julia, and I were all devastated. Now that I think about it, she continued, it was then because we were so heartbroken that Annie told us to visit the hot springs. After that trip, suddenly, hearing this, Vani's expression darkened as well. She softly asked, That was when your skin disease appeared, was it not? Only then did Lena remember. Her gaze became unfocused as she looked down at the floor. Hearing this, Julia abruptly jumped to her feet. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried out in anguish. Annie must have arranged all of this so that that bastard could become Viscount. Julia continued, I once saw Lady Orentia secretly meeting with him. Although I was young then, I could clearly tell that their relationship was far from normal. That is why our family became so miserable. Lena stared blankly at her younger sister. Then Julia headed toward the main door. Seeing this, Vani asked, Julia, where are you going? Julia answered, We cannot sit here and wait for death any longer. I will make them regret this. Vani firmly said, Calm down, Julia. She continued, What can you accomplish by going there now? Will you say that you have discovered the cause of Lena's skin disease, then threaten them to pay for their crimes? You will immediately be thrown in prison for slander. If they learn that Lena has recovered, do you think they will leave you alone? Your entire family could be in danger, so do not act rashly. Julia's face fell as she slowly said, Does that mean, my lady, that we should simply let this go? Tears streamed down Julia's cheeks as she cried out indignantly. Because Lena's skin disease has been cured, everyone is safe now. Then she clutched at her clothes and said bitterly, I can't accept this. Even now, my heart still feels as though it has shattered into 100 pieces. How am I supposed to do that? Just then, Lena's voice rang out. That's enough, Julia. She walked over and took her younger sister's fair hands in hers. Vani, who had been sitting nearby and listening, spoke up. My lady is right. If we act on our emotions now, we will not only bring trouble upon our own family, but also implicate House Agenrod. Lena gazed gently into her sister's eyes and said, From now on, we will surely live happier lives. So let's forget everything and start anew. Only then did Julia stop crying. She looked up at her gentle sister and replied, Lena. At that moment, Vani suddenly appeared behind them, startling the two sisters who had been absorbed in their sisterly moment. No, we cannot forget what happened. She looked at Lena with dark eyes and said, We must strike back with everything we have. Now that we have investigated the truth, how can we possibly let it go so easily? With that, she turned and headed toward the door behind her, continuing, Remember this. I am not someone who accepts defeat, and neither are those close to me. Vani went on, Repeat after me. What was taken from us must be reclaimed 100-fold. Lena and Julia, their resolve now burning, answered together. What was taken from us must be reclaimed 100-fold. Hearing them, Vani turned back and shouted firmly, We will make it happen. The scene shifted to a spacious, lavish room where a gentle breeze drifted through. Every furnishing in the room was exceptionally luxurious. Vani sat in the room, taking out several letters and reading them thoughtfully. This was no longer merely a matter concerning Lena and Julia. Lena had been cured because of radia grass, which meant she continued pondering. The skin disease that was about to break out in the original story was actually Lena's illness. That means the skin disease in the original story was also connected to that tonic. I made quite a bit of money by spreading that disease, but what benefit did they gain from it in the end? If I can uncover that, I'll be able to control the variables in the business world and make plans to force them to pay the price. In the original story, this skin disease was one of the major events that consolidated Duke Cadden's position. Could Duke Cadden know something? Then she lay down and continued thinking. Should I try arranging a meeting with Duke Cadden? Now that he knows I no longer care about the Crown Prince, he probably will not refuse. After all, I have already agreed to attend the upcoming ball with Rut. At that thought, Vani smiled expectantly. I wonder whether Rut is a good dancer. I can't wait. By then, rain was pouring outside the window, battering against the room. Just then, a strange black shadow silently climbed onto the windowsill and flew toward Vani. A loud crash startled Vani awake. She rubbed her eyes. Is it raining? The strange thing wriggled toward her, making a hissing sound. Face to face with the bizarre creature, she screamed in fright. What is that? Grabbing a pillow tightly, she hurled it straight at the thing. Get away. A rapid series of thwacks rang out. Vani sat collapsed on the bed, her heart still racing. Good heavens, what on earth is that? Looking at the creature lying flattened on the floor, she panicked. Ademon familia? Why did the pillow hit it? Then she seemed to realize something. Wait, I can feel something. A mysterious force was slowly forming within her body. Though faint, she was certain it was magical power. My magic has returned. She recalled something. Is it because I drank the tea Rut gave me? The demon familiar, flattened against the floor, was still trying to resist. Suddenly, a pair of feet approached it. Holding a pillow, Vani wore a dark expression. Thank you, Rut, she thought, before throwing a second pillow at the demon familiar. The next morning, hey, wake up. Today feels wonderful. Vani was in exceptionally high spirits. Looking out the window, she saw that the weather was lovely as well. Even the things on her table put her in a good mood. In short, today was another perfect day for an interrogation. The demon familiar struggled relentlessly inside. How dare you confine the noble Lord Bemby in such a cramped place? Just wait until I get out. Vani pressed hard on the tray's lid and smiled. My, have you already forgotten what happened yesterday? Think back on yesterday's great battle. Who was the one who regretted it in the end? By this point, Vani truly looked like a demon in Bemby's eyes. She picked up the tray and shook it. Shall we try that again? Bemby's trembling voice answered. On second thought, perhaps not. Vani smiled and opened the lid. Wouldn't it have been better if you had obediently listened from the beginning? The demon familiar stayed inside for a while. After a moment, Vani found it strange. Why did it suddenly go quiet? Should I open it and take a look? A few more scratching sounds came from within. She lifted the tray's lid, only to find an unexpected sight before her. A tiny pink mouse blissfully nibbling on a cookie in its hands. Its pink ears and long little tail twitched about. She thought, how can it be this adorable? Vani was startled. Wait, that's not right. You definitely did not look like this yesterday. It asked in alarm, what? She continued, that is exactly what I want to ask. You're a demon familiar. It held out its tiny pink hand, as if to confirm it. Then it introduced itself in what it thought was an impressive manner. I'm the great demon familiar Bembi. Vani looked extremely pleased. Ah! Upon hearing my name, you must have been so frightened that you fainted, right? Suddenly, Vani caught it in one hand. The young woman smiled. How could that be? Now, I will begin your interrogation. Bembi cried out in despair. Why is she so strong? The interrogation began. You, who sent you here? Tell me the truth. You know how strong my hands are after yesterday, don't you? Bembi could only sob in fear. I really don't know, it protested. I seem to remember that someone sent me to this estate. But the contract was broken midway, so I lost my memories. And it was raining heavily yesterday. Good heavens, I was soaked through. So I only came in here to take shelter from the rain. Vani was speechless. My, you really are carefree. She continued, you say you lost your memories. If the contract was broken, you should have happily returned to where you came from. Why are you still wandering around here? At that, it burst into tears. I can't go back. I have tried so many times, but something seems to be stopping me. Every attempt fails. Vani remained suspicious. Really? If you are lying, you will bear the consequences. Bembi's entire body shook, and so did its voice. It's true. I'm frustrated too. If I could meet my master, perhaps I would know what happened. But I do not even remember who my master is anymore. Vani voiced her doubts. Remembering Bembi's appearance yesterday, it had indeed been very strange. Right? Why did you suddenly change forms? Last night, you clearly looked like the other demon familiars, quite grotesque. Bembi suddenly turned away and said somewhat sheepishly, this is my true form. Usually, when I am above ground, I do not reveal it, but I do not know why either. Vani could hardly believe it. This adorable appearance was the true form of a demon familiar? Seeing that she had no further questions, it cautiously asked, are you finished? If there is nothing else to ask. Vani was scrutinizing it closely. She tossed it back into its former confinement and made her decision. I need to think about this further. Stay there for now. Bembi struggled desperately. You are locking me in this cramped place again? She closed the tray's lid and pondered for a long time. I cannot completely trust Bembi's words. This thing must be plotting something. Suddenly, a plan came to her. What if I use Bembi as bait to lure the mastermind out? A meaningful smile curved her lips. Then she went outside and called for someone. Lena, Julia. Julia promptly replied, my lady. Vani was rather surprised to see her arrive so quickly. Oh, you came quickly. I just came up with a name for my bath salts. She winked mischievously. Bembi's tears. What do you think? She thought to herself, if Bembi's master hears that name, they will surely come here in person. Julia looked extremely alarmed. My lady, now is not the time to talk about that. Feeling confused, Vani asked, what is it? Did something happen? Julia immediately pushed Vani outside, her tone urgent. Please come outside and see quickly. Vani was still bewildered. What happened? When she reached the entrance hall, Julia's face was filled with delight, while Vani stood frozen in shock. It was Duke Rutnideo standing at the door. Tall and handsome, he looked like a prince from a fairy tale. She stared at him so long that her cheeks flushed, yet she could not bring herself to look away. As if sensing her gaze, he turned toward her. In that moment, time seemed to stop, and the world held only the two of them. He looked at her and said, Vani, I miss you very much. It had rained heavily the night before, but today the sky was perfectly clear, the sunlight gentle, and the air fresh. As she got into the carriage with Duke Rutnideo, Vani still could not believe this was not a dream. She had never expected Rutni to suggest going to a clothing store first. She remembered how hurriedly she had packed her things to go out. I will come back as soon as I have changed, he had told her gently. Take your time. It is all right. Vani secretly glanced at Rutni and thought, if Vaden finds out about this, he will definitely be shocked. As though he caught her gaze, he immediately looked over. The young woman became terribly embarrassed and quickly turned her face away. Since when had he been looking at her? How had their eyes met again? Seeking a topic to ease her awkwardness, she asked, "Which clothing store are we going to? The ball is coming up, so everyone must be very busy, right?" Rut and I asked her, "Is there a particular designer you like?" Vani replied, I like OO's designs because they fit current fashion trends well. has many unique designs too, so that might be interesting." Their appearance together and their cheerful conversation drew many stares and whispers. Some said, "So Lady Vani is this beautiful." Others added, "Her smile is so captivating." There were also those who praised how well suited the two of them were. Only after saying it did she realize she had misspoken, accidentally naming every clothing store Vani remembered. I clearly said I did not like luxury goods, that I did not care for extravagance, and only spent normally. She suddenly thought, a woman who knows all the high-end fashion boutiques, so well saying that would certainly seem strange. She began to worry a little about her image. Rut Knight gently answered, "Let us go to the places you just mentioned." He smiled. "If Vani likes those places, then so do I." That smile left Vani somewhat dazed. She instinctively replied, "The places I mentioned are all very famous. We will probably have to wait a long time." He said again, "Do not worry. Just choose any shop." He suddenly stopped walking. "Is this the shop Vani mentioned earlier?" Vani was surprised. The place was completely deserted, without a single customer, utterly unlike its usual state. Vani asked in confusion, "Why is it so empty? People usually line up for ages to buy things here." Rut and I patiently explained, "I reserved every tailor shop in the capital in advance because I wanted to choose clothes with Vani." Those words struck Vani like lightning. Every tailor shop in the capital? His financial power was simply overwhelming. Vani gave an awkward laugh. You prepared so thoroughly." Inwardly, she wished, "If only I were that rich." As soon as they entered the shop, they received an exceptionally warm welcome. "Welcome, Your Grace and my lady. This way, please. I will show you around." The attendants eagerly introduced the clothing. "We have a great variety of designs and always keep up with the latest trends. Please feel free to choose whatever you like." Rut and I asked Vani, "Vani, which one do you like?" Vani vaguely answered, all right." Her gaze swept over the clothing in the shop. In truth, she liked everything, but she continued considering them for a while. Vani soon noticed a formal men's outfit. Her mind immediately filled with images of how Rut and I would look wearing it. If Rut wore it, he would definitely be captivating. This outfit would surely look good on him as well, since it would accentuate his waist. Rut did not usually wear colors like this. I wonder how he would look. Suddenly, Vani stopped in front of an entirely pure white outfit. She felt a little embarrassed because it looked somewhat like a wedding dress. Rut and I noticed her gaze and said, "Do you like this one? Would you like to try it on?" The attendant chimed in as well. "Oh, my lady has such excellent taste. I think this outfit would suit you both perfectly. Please go try it on." Soon afterward, Rut and I emerged from the fitting room, leaving all the attendants astonished. "Oh my, it is perfect. At last, this outfit has found its true owner." The white and blue formal wear enhanced his elegant bearing. The long cloak and white gloves added to his refined yet masculine charm. Every embroidered pattern was exquisitely crafted, while the jeweled brooch at his collar and the badge upon his chest highlighted his noble aura all the more. It was impossible to look away from him. The attendants immediately gathered around him. "White suits you wonderfully as well, Your Grace. Is there anything else you would like? I would truly love to offer this outfit to you." A little later, Vani had changed into her outfit as well. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. At the sound of her voice, Rut and I immediately turned around. The instant Vani stepped out, every eye turned toward her. Dressed in white, the young woman walked toward them step by step. The immaculate gown accentuated her fair, smooth skin. Its fitted bodice embraced her perfect figure, while its long flowing skirt created a dreamy, ethereal impression. The golden embroidery was exquisitely detailed and vivid, blending perfectly with her peerless beauty. Her jewelry was not overly elaborate. It was magnificently radiant and became the perfect finishing touch that drew every gaze. She truly looked like an angel descended to earth, making her beauty impossible to resist. The silence around her was absolute, making Vani feel a little self-conscious. "Does it not suit me?" Vani turned around. Then I will go try something else. Wait, Vani. He took her hand. This truly suits you. He leaned closer, making her face flush red. It is as if this outfit was tailored specifically for you. Then he held her hand more tightly and looked at her affectionately. Vani said, "Thank you, Rut. That outfit suits you very well, too." Though she appeared fairly calm on the outside, her mind was in complete disarray. What is this? Why is he suddenly holding my hand? Is this really all right? Seeing this, the attendants stepped forward. You simply must try this one too. What does my lady think of this design? At this ball, you will definitely be the center of attention. Feeling a little embarrassed, Vani forced a smile. Haha, let us take them one at a time. Suddenly, the sound of a ceremonial trumpet rang out, startling everyone in the shop. With a creak, the door opened, and a man dressed as a royal messenger entered. He slowly approached them, knelt on one knee, and respectfully bowed to Lady Vani Egenrot. He presented a golden box and an invitation. This is an invitation from Her Majesty the Empress. Lady Vani Egenrot is cordially invited to become the dance partner of Crown Prince Aryan Rudenbaben at his 22nd birthday ball. May Lady Vani shine brilliantly in the magnificent ballroom of the Bobbin imperial family. Empress ni sen kadindopen. Sunset painted the horizon, and it was nearly time to return. On the way back, the two sat facing each other without speaking. Rut and I looked toward Vani. Inside the golden box she held was the gown reserved exclusively for the royal family's dance partner. He thought, what if? Vani closed the box. He clenched his hands. Vani's heart was unsettled by this as well. She let out a sigh. She decisively tossed the box aside. Childish and petty. Rut and I froze for a moment, staring at her in surprise. Only then did Vani come to her senses. Did I say that out loud? She thought. She had clearly only meant to think it, yet she awkwardly smiled at him. Why, you can just pretend you didn't hear anything. Rut and I could not hold back his laughter. Vani, you really do make people worry. Vani touched her face and asked blankly, What do you mean? Somewhat embarrassed, she said, If I have to attend as His Highness the Crown Prince's dance partner, then I will not go. Rut and I answered her, This is an official invitation from the Empress. If you do not attend, House Egenrot will suffer consequences. She immediately asked, What kind of consequences? He slowly explained. In the worst-case scenario, every member of the family could be barred from all social activities. Even the ducal title could be revoked, and you could be reduced to commoners. Vani's face went pale. How could that happen? But if you do not want that to happen, I will do everything I can to find a way, he promised her. I will make it happen. The moment they stepped outside, they heard a commotion. Whispers and gossip rose from all around them. The Empress chose Lady Vani as His Highness the Crown Prince's dance partner, someone murmured. I seem to remember hearing that His Highness the Crown Prince personally sent her an invitation before. Someone nearby found it strange. But today, she came to the tailor's shop with Duke Hen. Another person chimed in. Could this be a love triangle? The young lady was utterly baffled. What exactly did she do to make both of those men interested in her? The girl in the blue dress was extremely displeased. It is infuriating. She is pretty, I suppose, but her personality is bizarre. Did she give them some kind of love potion? Just then, Vaden suddenly appeared behind them. What nonsense are you talking about? The girl screamed. Vaden clicked his tongue as the two women began pushing the blame onto one another. I told you not to gossip carelessly in the street. Vaden kept shaking his head. Why does that girl always end up at the center of rumors? What a nuisance. Then something occurred to him. His anger flared. Aren't these rumors happening because she keeps spending time with Duke Hen? He suddenly recalled something she had said before. You would not understand. You did not have any friends at school. According to Vaden's official assessment, every one of those scenes had been fabricated. I can tell just by looking at his face. Duke Hen is absolutely the kind of man who makes women cry. He looks like bad luck itself, a complete bastard. And what is with that attitude of his? Could I become your brother-in-law? He clearly has no interest in love, yet he goes around flirting with everyone. Then, once someone falls for him, he pretends to be surprised and says, I had no idea you felt that way. Vaden gritted his teeth in fury. So what if he is a duke? If he dares do that to my little sister, he is dead. He also found it strange that the Empress had suddenly taken such an interest in Vani. The time Vani nearly killed Princess Kodila, the Empress had said, Lady Vani may be an exceptional talent and the Duke's only daughter, but I can no longer tolerate this recklessness. For the safety of Empire, the imperial family, and House Agenrod, I hope no further misfortune occurs. He knew that although she had not shown it outwardly, the Empress had been no less furious than the Crown Prince. Vaden sighed. Even remembering it frightened him. What on earth happened? In the study, Vani was reporting the matter to CACAO. He stared blankly at the invitation. Vani continued, "This time, I have no choice but to attend the ball as His Highness the Crown Prince's dance partner." Kaiso threw the invitation aside. "My daughter, if you do not want to go, you do not have to force yourself. I will handle it myself." But Vani refused. "It is all right, father. I know this is not something I can decide on a whim." She added, "If we ignore the Empress's invitation, not only I, but the entire family will be punished. I do not want father or my brother to end up wandering the streets because of me." She forced a smile. "It is only one ball. I will attend as His Highness the Crown Prince's dance partner." With that, she headed outside. "Then I will take my leave." Kaiso fell silent in thought. Vaden picked up the invitation and examined it. It seems she still does not know that receiving this invitation means she has become the leading candidate to be the Crown Princess. Kaiso was startled. Seeing his daughter struggle to smile, he had not dared tell her that. Vaden stared at the letter. "Father, do you have a bad feeling about this?" He thought, why has the imperial family suddenly taken such an interest in Vani? They used to protect Princess Kodila so fiercely. Kaiso agreed. "Exactly. I do not understand what they are thinking either." He tossed the invitation away. But if Vani still has not gotten over the Crown Prince, perhaps this could be a good opportunity. Vaden picked the invitation back up. "Have you heard any interesting rumors about this? They say His Highness the Crown Prince once personally invited Vani to be his dance partner, but she refused." Kaiso was puzzled. She already rejected him once. So why is the Empress now pulling strings behind the scenes to make things difficult for Vani? Vaden nodded. Vani never wanted to get involved in this. She even finds it highly suspicious. He raised his hand. "Should we not find a way to refuse?" But Kaiso said nothing, merely sighing. As Vani said, "If we refuse this invitation, it will only displease the Empress." He was deeply frustrated. There is no other way. This is infuriating. In Rutnai's room, the sound of pages turning could also be heard, and asked, "Have you found a solution yet?" Rutnai replied, "Not yet," and pointed out, "I have gone through everything. There is nothing in the Empire's current laws that could serve as grounds for refusing the Empress's invitation. Only documents about royal traditions remain." And asked, "What use are those?" Rutnai calmly said, "You always jump to conclusions too quickly. That is not a good habit," and sighed. "Your Grace has a habit of digging into every little detail. Even if we find some clue in those documents, the imperial family could simply say that they no longer follow the traditions written there. We would have no grounds to challenge them." He sincerely advised him, "I am serious, Your Grace." But Rutnai remained focused on the document, then laughed. "Is that really possible? I have found what I needed. Let's end the investigation here." Almost surprised. "Which section is it in, Your Grace? Are you reading the document? Are you really planning to use this method?" Rutnai said, "I need to discuss this with Vani." And was astonished. "Lately, I've been a little afraid of making you angry. If this continues," Duke Hen continued, "you are afraid I will destroy this family?" As he opened the door, he ran into the butler. "Ah, master." The butler handed him a letter. "It is correspondence from the time mines you purchased. They have contacted us." Rutnai took the letter and unfolded it. "There is no need to be so formal." Suddenly, his eyes widened. "We must inform you of this matter. Due to the recent sharp increase in magical beasts throughout the surrounding areas, Tai can no longer be mined at present." He asked, "Are all these letters from the Tai mines?" The butler answered, "Yes. Most of the mines you purchased have sent letters." Rutnai said, "They all say that the magical beasts have made mining difficult, and there is nothing they can do," and offered, "Tai can only be found in the Saran Mountains, west of the Empire's border. Since the mines are all concentrated in the same region, they share the same fate. If we leave today, it will likely take about 5 days to return. Do we need to eliminate them immediately? Did you not already buy all the Tai on the market? Do you still need Tai from the active mines?" Rutnai believed that less than 300 grams was still not enough, and was somewhat surprised. "A few days ago, you said you did not even know how much you needed. If it is for a gift, that should be enough." But Rutnai disagreed. "It is nowhere near enough," and wondered, "What exactly are you planning to do?" Zutnai Swalao, "My wish is to use the Tai in those mines to propose to Vani before the banquet." Footsteps echoed through the corridor. Vani saw the Crown Prince standing at the far end of the hall. He smiled and said, "So you finally came. Just a few days ago, you were pretending to be so stubborn." Vani said nothing. It seemed that His Highness the Crown Prince was the truly stubborn one. Suddenly, she was pulled away. Avion. She had no idea what was happening. Rutnai wrapped his arms around her. He had acted as though he wanted to push her away before, but now he held her firmly. "Come on, Vani. If we explain everything clearly, the Empress surely will not blame us." The two left, leaving the Crown Prince standing there alone in fury. Vani was somewhat worried. How should we explain this? Are we really announcing it here today? A ring was slipped onto her finger. We are officially dating. Vani was utterly shocked. Can we really say that? Would that not just make things worse? Rutnai fell silent. "You have a more vivid imagination than you appear to." Vani still did not understand. "Is that not the case?" Zutnai sighed. "If we do this, we can make use of the provision I found." Vani continued asking, "Then what does dating have to do with refusing the invitation?" Rutnai was silent. "I cannot explain the details to you yet, but I have a plan." Vani sighed. "Do as you wish. I truly do not understand any of this." His gaze followed her retreating figure, and he suddenly remembered the past. "I am not saying you have to take me with you." A figure stood at the door, hesitating over whether to enter. Taking a deep breath, she knocked and stepped inside. Vaden's voice came from within. "Come in." The door opened, and Lena said, "Sorry to disturb you." Vaden asked, "What is it?" Lena replied, "I came to deliver the magical beast map the princess assigned." Did she discover something new? Looking at the paper, Vaden remarked, "Your handwriting is much neater than before." "Of course, I wrote it." Vaden was startled, and the atmosphere abruptly became awkward. "What? You are Vani's secretary?" Lena nodded. "Yes, we met before." Vaden was a little confused. "I apologize. I did not recognize you just now." "You no longer have any wounds, so you looked," Lena answered. "You have mistaken me for someone else." "That was my younger sister." Vaden rubbed his forehead. "I see." He immediately asked with concern, "Have you fully recovered from your illness?" She was slightly surprised by his concern. "Yes, thanks to everyone's care, I am much better now." "Is that so? That is wonderful." He smiled. "Your complexion looks much better too, Lena." For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Then she opened the door and left the room. After closing it behind her, she lightly touched her slightly flushed cheeks. Vaden studied the map. These are the places where magical beasts have appeared over the past century. He was somewhat puzzled. "But this is strange." At first, magical beasts were scattered all over the empire, but from a certain point onward, Vaden looked at the map again. They began to gather around the border region. The intervals between magical beast wars also began to shorten at that point. He suddenly realized something, recalling the large-scale magical beast war 10 years ago. At that time, their numbers had spiraled out of control and spread throughout the borderlands, inflicting severe losses on the neighboring small kingdoms. At the time, the Empire provided aid and took them in, especially the Kingdom of Mari, which had suffered the most severe damage. The Empress personally visited and offered her wholehearted support. When Princess Kodila was found, she was already an orphan wandering the streets. It was around that same time. He wondered whether it was merely a coincidence. The records stated that. 10 years ago, Empress Gi's son found her, after which she began living in the Mari royal palace. 3 years later, she began studying abroad in the empire. Until then, she had displayed no exceptional abilities. But after she returned from studying abroad, she suddenly demonstrated a talent for healing magic and decided to join the magical beast war mentioned earlier. At that very time, the Crown Prince, who had attained the realm of Sword Saint, also decided to participate in a magical beast war for the first time. Vaden pondered for a long time. Everything fit together so perfectly that it aroused suspicion and made him want to investigate further. Today was pouring with rain, the downpour never letting up. Vani rested her head on the desk, wondering whether Rutnai had truly found a way to refuse that invitation. Even if he had not, it would not be Rutnai's fault. She could only accept her fate. Vani suddenly sensed something. That light. She opened a drawer. Is this the diary I could not open last time? Before, she had been unable to tell, but now she could sense a faint trace of magic from it. Holding the diary, she wondered, could it be? With a click, it opened. She quickly flipped through its pages in curiosity. The diary read, On some date, for some trivial reason, Vaden and I argued today. I taught him a lesson so he would not dare act so arrogantly again. He is weaker than I am, yet he still dared follow me around like that. She could not understand what had happened to the original Vani before she transmigrated. On some date, Arian stared at me for a full second today. Did I look particularly good today? I had hoped he would send me an invitation, but in the end, I did not receive one. It seems the imperial family's finances are not doing so well, which is why they printed fewer invitations. What had happened? She kept turning pages until she finally found what she was looking for. Found it, the party from 2 years ago. So much time had passed. Vani continued staring intently at the diary. Why can I not understand this part all of a sudden? Why are these letters so jumbled? She wondered whether her magic was still too weak. She strained her eyes and could only make out the words, Crystal Imperial Palace. At that moment, Bimbi's voice suddenly rang out. Looks like you are in trouble. Is there anything I can help you with? Vani did not understand what was going on. Of course, I will not help for free. Vani said, do you want to make a deal with me? What do you want? It said, if you give me all these sweets, I would be more than happy to help. Vani found it incredibly adorable. Candy? Is that all you want? It seems you really like these things. It answered, I love them. I want to eat until I am covered in them. She thought that, as a demon familiar, it should be able to read magical writing. If it could read these lines, she might learn what happened on the day Vani fell ill after entering the Imperial Palace. Just as Vaden had previously mentioned. There was a click outside, and she hurriedly hid Bembi. The door opened, revealing Karen. I am back. Vani called out emotionally. Karen. Vani rushed over and hugged Karen, delighted that he had returned. Karen hugged Vani back and called her, my lady. You have worked hard. I received the message you sent. You also investigated a great deal of information I did not ask for, did you not? Karen smiled. I did my very best to work for you, my lady. I had intended to report to you as soon as I received news about the Sun Spring, but an urgent matter came up, so the message was slightly delayed. Vani asked, an urgent matter? Karen replied, yes. Someone submitted a request to the Intelligence Guild, seeking the identity of the person who had provided exclusive information to the press. Vani was alarmed. What? Then what happened? Karen said, naturally, your identity was exposed, but I asked my uncle to handle it. By now, that person should have received an answer confirming that your identity cannot be traced. Vani was immensely proud. Well done. Excellent. Now, about the Sun Spring, Karen rummaged through his things for a moment. First, I thoroughly investigated its ingredients and effects, and the results were astonishing. Its composition is identical to that of the health supplement we investigated earlier. Vani took the documents Karen handed her and said, just as I thought. Sunspring can cause skin disease too, can it? Karen explained, that's right. Although the health supplement has a higher purity, using Sunspring continuously will also cause skin disease. Even with my aunt's abilities, the rest of the information was difficult to uncover. However, after great difficulty, I found out that Sunspring is produced in the Imperial Palace. Vani was stunned. The Imperial Palace? Did you say the Imperial Palace? That's unbelievable. Does that mean the Imperial family is involved too? The people with the highest authority in this country. At some point, the table had become covered with all kinds of sweets, cookies, biscuits, and even ice cream. Bembi ate happily, constantly praising how delicious everything was. Vani remained focused on the diary. She was certain it contained some secret concerning the Imperial Palace that Karen had investigated. She reminded Bembi, don't forget your promise. Once you're done eating, help me read this book, understand? Bembi immediately replied, oh, I know. Are you afraid I'll trick you? Or I can read it right now. It took the diary from her hand and mocked. You're a dark mage, yet you can't even read? TSK tisk. Hearing that, Vani immediately snatched the diary back and pressed it seriously. Wait, I'm a dark mage? What are you talking about? Bembi cried out again. Aren't you? I thought so, because you can talk to me. Vani was completely flustered. What's going on? What's going on? Bembi continued. Hey, I can sense a dark aura around you. Vani snapped. What? That's absolutely impossible. Are you accusing me? Bembi sighed. If you're not, you're not. Do you have to react so strongly? It held out its hand. Fine, give it to me. I'll finish reading it for you, then go eat. This time, Vani hesitated. Could she trust what it said? The mouse like Bembi spoke seriously, as though carefully studying the diary. Let me see. Is this it? Vani answered, Its expression grew grave. No way. Vani was frightened as well. What is it? It shouted. This handwriting is awful. Is this why you asked me to read it for you? I have to decipher it just to understand it. It looks like worms crawling across the page. Vani was a little embarrassed. I think it's perfectly clear. How strange. Bembi began deciphering it. At the Crown Prince's birthday banquet hall. Unable to bear the stifling atmosphere, I went outside for some air. Then I saw an enormous glass room. Vani asked again, do you mean a greenhouse? Bembi affirmed, yes, a greenhouse. It continued there. Halfway through, it suddenly stopped. Huge, very huge, and terrifying. Something that should not exist is guarding the greenhouse. Though I managed to escape, my mind became very hazy. Upon hearing that, goosebumps rose all over Vani's body. What is this, a horror story? That's terrifying. I'm not suited to dealing with ghosts. Both frightened and curious, Bembi asked, that's it? Is that all? It looked up at Vani, blinking. I can't read anymore. I really can't understand what he wrote. Based on her judgment, Vani felt it did not seem to be lying, but she still felt a chill down her spine. Yet ending it there only made it more terrifying. Countless questions filled her mind. What had Vani seen? What was it guarding? Could it have been guarding Sun Spring? Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound erupted, and both the mage and the demon familiar screamed. Lena pushed open the door and asked, my lady, what happened? Vani was nearly frightened to tears. In a slightly hoarse voice, she said, Lena. She cleared her throat and quickly regained her composure. It's nothing. Did you come here for something? Lena arranged the documents in her hands and said, I went out for a while today and found this newspaper. Then she handed it to Vani. Please take a look at this article. Recently, a strange skin disease has been spreading among noble women, leaving the high-end shops they frequent deserted. Vani recognized it at a glance. Lena continued, I hope I'm wrong, but this disease seems similar to my skin condition. The heavy rain continued past midnight without stopping. The downpour lent an even gloomier air to the blue-painted castle. More strangely, an abandoned bottle of Sun Spring lay on the floor. Golden liquid had spilled from it, soaking the floor. Behind the curtain, someone was still desperately slapping at her own body. Why did you open the curtains? She screamed at the maid. Her body was covered in strange marks, as though she had contracted some kind of skin disease. The maid hurried forward and wrapped a shawl around her, but she kept muttering to herself, I've already used 3 bottles of Sun Spring. Why is it still? Looking at the marks on her hands, she could only feel her despair deepening. Just then, a lady pushed the door open with a clack and called loudly, Malobai. The young woman stared blankly. Mother! Malobai tightly grasped her mother's hand. Mother, look at me. How am I supposed to attend a royal ball like this? She begged her mother to think of something. Suddenly, her mother cried out and pulled her hand away. The girl did not understand why. The woman pulled down her sleeve, revealing the marks on her own arm. At the sight, Malobai choked out a sound before screaming, Her heart-rending scream echoed through the night, spreading through the castle in frenzied reverberations. Elsewhere, a stack of newspapers, several bottles of medicine, and bandages sat on a table. A nurse was treating someone's wounds. That hurts, a young lady cried. Unable to endure it any longer, she slapped his hand away. I am sorry, he hurriedly said. I've asked around. They say a toxic skin disease is spreading outside. Count Rady, who stood nearby, asked, Then what is the treatment? Malobai's mother asked anxiously. The doctor beside them adjusted his glasses. There is no suitable treatment yet. This is a very unusual illness, and its cause remains unknown. Miss Malobai said angrily. Then what am I supposed to do? The Crown Prince's birthday banquet is coming soon. In this condition, I can't even go outside, let alone attend the royal ball. Her father gently comforted her. Calm down, my dear. I've contacted the Intelligence Guild. They'll find a treatment soon. The Intelligence Guild? But that place seems rather dangerous, she replied. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. A voice came from outside. My lord, someone from the Intelligence Guild has arrived. It really is the Intelligence Guild, Malobai exclaimed. My dear, there will be good news soon, her father reassured her. Oh my, so this is Count Rady's family? What a remote place. The messenger sat down with a bright smile. It seems your weapons business has been doing quite well lately. Stop beating around the bush and get to the point. You must have a reason for coming here. Hurry, have you found a treatment? Count Rady and his wife asked anxiously. Russell. She reached into her bag, preparing to take something out. Don't rush me. I was just about to tell you. She smiled. According to our Intelligence Guild's investigation, this Bembi crybaby bath remedy is an exceptionally effective treatment for the spreading skin disease. But even a famous product like Sun, Spring, couldn't cure this illness. Can this strange thing really treat it? Malobai's mother asked worriedly. The woman pondered for a moment. I'm not some street peddler. I'm Demi Ran, an outstanding intelligence guild agent. Impatiently, she put the bath remedy back in her bag. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Wait, let me see it first. Miss Malobai quickly cried. Her parents were equally anxious. Now isn't the time to be debating which method to use, she said angrily. She smiled at Malobai, briefly recalling the past, when she still had a beard. Captain, are you sure about this? We're a secret intelligence organization, she had asked, her voice hesitant and halting. At a certain shop, cheerful chatter and laughter filled the air. Being told to work as a peddler. I'm still not used to it. She was somewhat embarrassed. Whispers sounded beside her. That's the new product, right? Of course. Keep it down. Just sell it directly. That's what our Karen wants. Ellie suddenly remembered her niece's pitiful face. Clasping her hands together, she prayed earnestly, Auntie, I'm begging you. A few days earlier, as dusk fell, people were discussing matters enthusiastically at a tea house. It was a gathering meant to find a cure for the dreadful skin disease. We've tried everything, Sob. Is there anything that can cure it? A young woman suffering from the disease asked with teary eyes. There is. Miss Malobai cried out happily. Everyone was astonished. Miss Malobai, Bemby Crybaby Bath Remedy. Everyone just needs to use this, she said. She immediately became lively and excited as she continued. Your skin will return in normal, just like mine. Everyone turned their eyes toward her, and murmurs of amazement rose around them. Look at her skin. It's amazing. I want to buy it. Where can we get it? Tell us quickly. Requests to buy it flooded in. The messenger from before was grumbling about the situation before everyone rushed toward her stall. A young lady approached. Excuse me, how may I help you? She replied politely. In another room, someone silently watched the scene of everyone scrambling to buy the product. It was Kodila. She murmured the name, Bemby Crybaby. 10, 100, 1,000. Vani counted under her breath. 50 billion. She shouted loudly, and the servants around her rejoiced with her. Karen praised her, saying, I knew my lady could do it. Your very first business venture has been a tremendous success. Julia, standing beside him, was also delighted to earn so much money in just a few days. But my lady, Lena hesitantly stepped forward. How'd you come up with this business idea? She asked. I heard Karen briefly explain what caused the outbreak. It's frightening. Without the epidemic, this bath remedy might not have succeeded so well, Lena commented. Could it be that you already knew the skin disease would spread? Lena's voice held a trace of suspicion. Vani was somewhat surprised. Of course I knew. This is actually the world of a novel, and I'm a devoted reader of that novel. She thought to herself, but her face remained blank as she wondered how to answer. I can't say that. I never thought this situation would make me look suspicious. What should I say? She continued pondering. Lena spoke up, just as I thought. Lady Vani had been thinking about it all along. Hearing her voice, Vani jolted. You discovered the scheme first and saved everyone. Lena's eyes sparkled, her face full of admiration. As expected of Our Lady. You're incredible. Karen and Julia eagerly chimed in as well. Lena's gaze was filled with respect. Ever since Sunspring became popular, I felt something was wrong. How could there be a product that cured every skin disease? It was far too suspicious. Karen agreed. That's right. No wonder you didn't use the Sunspring His Highness the Crown Prince gave you. You suspected it from the beginning and kept it for research. Vani shook her head. That's not it. You said you were using us. But in truth, you were saving everyone. Julia wiped away the tears threatening to fall. Vani explained, I didn't sell it to make money, nor did I have any noble purpose. The three surrounded their lady, now admiring her immensely. Vani could only stand there blankly, unable to say anything more. I don't know. There's no need to explain. Everything is already perfect. She cheered inwardly, then happily said, that's right. I will always follow you, my lady. Thank you, my lady. I will certainly repay this kindness. A warm, happy atmosphere spread among the four of them. This is fine too, Vani thought. But, my lady, the business has been such a success. What should we do next? Start another business, do charity work, establish a foundation. Julia listed. Vani was a little surprised. Of course, I have to cure this damned memory loss illness. Ha ha ha. Then I'll live a wealthy, leisurely life. She clenched her fist, filled with determination. Tai, just wait for me. Inside a mountain cave, monsters roared. Duke Rut Nai Deo swung his sword as he faced them. His long sword swept toward the monsters, every slash sharp and decisive. Thud! All the monsters fell. How is the situation? Rutnai asked. That was the last one. They've all been dealt with, and said behind the Duke. What about the mine? Rutnai asked again. Very good, and replied. Once we clear away these magical beast corpses, we can begin mining immediately. Are you satisfied now? What good is my satisfaction? What matters is Vani. And said, all right, anyway, we can finally rest. I haven't been this exhausted in a long time. And raised a hand to wipe the sweat pouring down their forehead. From the mountain, the splendid palace could be seen below. Rest. We need to return to the capital immediately, Rutnai said at once. I want to tell Vani the news as soon as possible. He strode away quickly and was somewhat stunned by his actions. Rutnai reached down and picked up a glowing gemstone. He quietly gazed at it and murmured, everything I prepared. A little boy excitedly said, a triple scoop cone, cool and refreshing. Hee, it must be delicious, and toddled off. Don't run too fast. His mother called loudly. Be careful not to drop your ice cream. As soon as she finished speaking, the boy bumped into a passerby. Splat! Ice cream smeared all over the person's clothes. Sobi. The boy was so frightened he was about to cry. The grim expressions on Vani, Julia, and Karen's faces made him even more afraid. Lady Agenrod. The boy's parents rushed over, afraid of offending her. I am sorry, the boy stammered, on the verge of tears. We're sorry. Our child is still young. We're truly sorry. His parents repeatedly apologized. Vani maintained a cold expression. Of all the people to run into, it had to be Lady Agenrod. Whispers began around them. She has been rather quiet lately, but who knows whether her temper has changed? Maybe she'll set this whole place on fire. The frightened boy trembled all over. Vani gently patted the boy's head while he continued sniffling. An apology is enough. But now my dress is covered in your ice cream. She smiled brightly, showing no intention of blaming the boy or his family. Take this money and buy yourself a 108-scoop ice cream cone. Generously, she offered him a handful of gold coins with both hands. All right, I'm leaving. After saying that, she left with her 2 attendants, leaving everyone staring after her in a daze. Someone pointed at a dress. Take that one. Her finger swept around before finally stopping at the last dress in the far right corner. Take them all, she declared decisively. It was Vani after all. Having made money with my business sense, I look absolutely radiant. My lady, I don't need so many clothes. One outfit is enough, Karen said, startled by Vani's extravagant spending and quickly trying to persuade her. Julia added, me too. I'm already happy just to go shopping with you. What, don't you two like them? Vani asked. Then just buy whatever you like. She made the decision readily. This is your reward for all your hard work. My lady, they cried happily, their faces filled with gratitude. Go ahead and choose for yourselves. I'll look around for a bit, Vani said before opening the door and walking outside. The 2 bowed. Yes, my lady. Ding dong. The shop bell rang. Vani cried joyfully, beaming. I've always wanted to do this once I became rich. Today, I finally can. It was all thanks to the success of Bembi Crybaby. She excitedly stomped about on the floor. The Rose Merchant Guild has finally achieved its goal through my own efforts, she thought proudly. Now I just need to cure my illness and enjoy a truly comfortable life. She thought to herself as she walked through the Merchant Guild's courtyard. I'm sorry, my lady, but we're out of time, the shopkeeper said awkwardly. But when I asked last time, you clearly said there was still some left, she protested unwillingly. That was true, the shopkeeper added. But not only our merchant guild, everywhere else is the same. Someone appeared and bought up all the tie. Who was it? Hurry and tell me. I'm in a rush, she urged impatiently. Well, he hesitated for a moment. It was the Hen Merchant Guild. She immediately recalled the Duke's face. Duke Hen was blocking the supply of tie. Lord Rutnai, she asked in surprise. Yes, I heard he isn't only buying gemstones. He's also purchasing the distribution rights to the mineral mines. The merchant added. Vani was deeply astonished. Why? Do you know what he intends to use it for? I don't know the details, but I heard he plans to use it to repair a magic pillar. It's a stone pillar erected atop a high mountain. Recently, he even submitted a proposal to the imperial family for its restoration. But Tai isn't the only magic stone. Vani still could not understand Rutnai's actions. There are indeed many types of magic stones, but few possess magical power as concentrated as Tai, the merchant guild master explained. She quietly walked outside, the sharp click of her high heels echoing against the steps. Duke Hen was blocking the supply of Tai. She lowered her head and thought. The sky suddenly darkened. He knows perfectly well that I need Tai. The thought left her disappointed. What on earth was he thinking, doing something like this? Perhaps Vani had truly misunderstood the Duke. She bowed her head, her heart heavy with sorrow. Remembering the moments they had spent together only made her heart ache more. Tears streamed down her cheeks. How could I possibly know what he is thinking? I barely know anything about him at all. Rain began to pat her down. Then what do I even like about him? She wondered. How am I any different from the old Vani? How foolish. She was so lost in thought that she failed to notice a horse passing by, its hooves striking the ground in slow rhythm. Vani, it was the Duke. The moment she heard his voice, she stopped. She turned around, her drenched hair hanging over her eyes. Rut and I had no idea what she was thinking and simply smiled in greeting. I didn't expect to run into you here. What an interesting coincidence. Is that Lady Agenrot? And wondered to himself. The Duke greeted her, yet she could not even be bothered to turn around. Just as rumored, a wicked woman, and cursed inwardly. Rut and I said, actually, I was on my way to see Vani as well. Vani continued to face away from him. With a swish, she slapped away the hand he was about to place on her and hurried off. Vani! Rut and I called out loudly. Wait, Vani! He called as he chased after her, and inwardly marveled. Our Duke is a swordsman who has been slaying magical beasts nonstop for 5 days. After all, Vani kept trying to accelerate, her heels clacking relentlessly against the ground. Rut and I's footsteps followed close behind. In Anne's eyes, both of them were moving far too slowly. Vani! Rut and I continued calling after her. And he still has the nerve to race a woman in high heels? And mocked inwardly, though he dared not say it aloud. Still, she really was terrifying enough to give him goosebumps. The rain grew heavier, pouring down in sheets. Good grief, why is it suddenly raining so hard? And grumbled. He silently worried about the two of them. Vani, completely exhausted, finally stopped. She gritted her teeth. Of all times, why did I have to run into him here? But it would be too humiliating to keep running away like this. His calls of Vani were still so familiar. She stopped. Rut and I came running up, gasping for breath. Rut and I, she cried in alarm. She gathered her skirt and tried to run again. Vani, he persistently called her name. Stop following me. I don't want to see you right now. Suddenly, her heel broke. She stumbled and nearly fell. She reached out for something to hold on to, just as Rut and I caught up. He reached out and managed to catch her before she fell. She turned her head and saw Rut and I lying on the ground beneath her as the rain continued to pour. Vani was on top of him. That night, at the Agenrot estate, Rut and I's muscular bare back was faintly visible through the window. He stood silently in the bathroom, his expression heavy with thought. A droplet slid down from his jet black hair. Rut and I's memory returned to that moment. The two of them had sprawled on the ground in the pouring rain, with Vani on top of them. Worried, he had asked, Vani, are you all right? She did not answer him. She merely gripped his shoulders tightly, lowered her head, and asked why. Amid the increasingly heavy rain, Vani's low voice blended with its sound. Why can't you ever take a hint? Her face was soaked with tears. Vani cried out resentfully. I ran away because I didn't want to see you. Why did you chase after me? Rut and I was so shocked by her words that he could not speak. But a few seconds later, he gently brushed the wet hair away from her face and said softly, I'm sorry, Vani. Rut and I was drenched from head to toe. He parted his lips and asked, Can you tell me why? Vani pressed her lips together, her expression still sorrowful. Something passed over her head. Rut and I gallantly knelt on one knee and used his cloak to shield her from the rain. Then he gently continued, Do you really not want to see me? The rain grew heavier, nearly drowning out Vani's voice. You really don't know? Clutching her skirt tightly, she said bitterly, I clearly told you that I needed it. Vani immediately raised her head, her eyes full of hurt, and cried, Yet you didn't leave even a single piece of tie for me. Rut and I's eyes widened in astonishment. The rain continued to fall outside. Rut and I softly said, I understand why Vani is angry with me now. I truly am sorry. Looking at her pitiful figure beneath his cloak, he quietly said, Could you? Rut and I hesitantly asked, Could you give me a chance to explain everything? Back in the present, his strong body stood amid the steam of the bathroom. Deep in thought, Rut and I slowly dried his wet hair with a towel. He stood silently in the bathroom. Outside in the bedroom, a clean set of clothes had been neatly placed on the bed. A little while later, the lights in the drawing room were brightly lit. Outside, it was still the dead of night. Vani and Rut and I sat at opposite ends of the dining table, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Rut and I spoke first. First, I want to apologize for frightening you earlier. Vani lifted her wine glass and quietly listened as he continued. I did not do it to make things difficult for you, Vani. On the contrary, he paused. I wanted to make you happy. Vani's hand froze around her wine glass for several seconds. She quickly set it down on the table and stared at him in astonishment. Rut and I gently began to rise from his seat and said calmly, in any case, I had intended to give Vani all the tie I found. I will give it to you today. Zutnai hodiden etlai. I had just found a way for Vani to avoid accepting the Empress's invitation, so I thought you would be happy if I told you. She blankly asked, What? After processing Rut and I's words, she let out a shocked cry. Placing a hand over his chest, he said sincerely, because of my selfishness, I feel terrible for hurting you, Vani. Hearing Rut and I say this, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning. He had been saving it all to give to me. All of that tie was for me. He knelt on one knee and said remorsefully, if I had told Vani sooner, none of this would have happened. Vani's heart suddenly raced, and her face flushed as she thought of his words. Rut and I softly asked, what should I do to make you forgive me? Vani blurted out instinctively, it sounds like Rut and I likes me. Rut and I was utterly stunned, staring at her wide-eyed. Only then did she realize she had misspoken and hurriedly covered her mouth. What did I just say? Vani gave an awkward laugh and tried to explain. Rut and I was still caught up in his doubts. Does it sound like I like her? Could Vani possibly? He looked at her flushed cheeks as she fanned herself with one hand to ease her nervousness. Does she mean love between a man and a woman? But that is exactly it. Has she not noticed? I thought I had made it so obvious. Vani, her face burning red, looked at him in alarm. Rut and I placed a hand over his chest and resolved to confess. Vani, I don't know how you have viewed me until now, but before he could finish, the drawing room doors were suddenly flung open. Vani's father and brother rushed in, shouting anxiously, Vani, we heard you got caught in the rain. What happened? Vaden rushed in as well, worriedly saying, didn't you bring an umbrella? What were those servants doing? The moment they entered, they saw the two of them looking flustered and froze in place. The two members of House Aegon, Rot cried out in surprise at the sight. Dukahan. A moment later, a voice sounded in the luxurious drawing room. You say you came here to tell our girl how to refuse the Empress's invitation? Rut and I answered respectfully, yes, that is correct. Kaiso cleared his throat and glanced at Vani, who was seated beside him. I see. Vaden stared at Rut and I's clothes and asked suspiciously, then why is the Duke wearing my clothes? Only then did Kaiso notice the strange detail. All right. The two men looked at him suspiciously, leaving Rut and I speechless for a moment. Seeing this, Vani awkwardly smiled and explained, what are you two thinking? He was soaked by the rain, so I lent him Vaden's clothes to wear for the time being. Kaiso nodded. Oh, I see. He turned to the real matter. Then what is this method, Dukihen? Rut and I immediately replied, let me explain. The law governing this invitation is as follows. If someone refuses a formal invitation from the Empress, the head of noble society, that person's family may be punished. He continued, isn't that a rather strange law? Kaiso agreed. It truly is excessive, punishing an entire family over something like that. Rut and I recalled sitting in his room, surrounded by piles of documents. That is why I searched the Empire's code for provisions related to this law. Amid the stack of records, he had found a document that surprised him. I also found records concerning its origins. The Aegonrot family tilted their heads in confusion. Its origins? Seeing their reaction, Rut and I could not help thinking that adorableness clearly runs in the family. He explained gently, this law was enacted by the third emperor for the empress of that era. That empress was born a commoner. Kaiso still did not quite understand, so Rut and I continued. The nobles looked down on the empress's origins and refused to attend royal events hosted by her. However, it was precisely because of this law that the third empress was able to secure her position as the mistress of the empire. Kaiso exclaimed in surprise, oh, what a touching story. Rut and I continued calmly. But this law was created for only one person. After that empress died, the emperor feared the law would be abused, so he added another clause. His expression turned serious. It was recorded in the Royal Traditions Act. CACAO asked curiously, what clause? Rut and I answered evenly. Invitations may only be issued with the emperor's permission. Invitations issued without authorization may be revoked by the emperor or a representative appointed by the emperor. And the representative appointed here must be a direct descendant of the emperor. CACAO stroked his chin thoughtfully. I see. The emperor is currently ill, so he certainly would not grant permission. Vani, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke. But if things go as you say, wouldn't there still be a problem? No matter how you look at it, this would be defying the empress. And the current representative is the crown prince. He would never side with us. Vaden immediately interrupted her. Actually, there's one more representative. All four of them thought of the same person, the third prince. CACAO immediately frowned. That man would never help us. As Vani said, this would be directly defying the empress. It cannot be done. Vani suddenly spoke up. Even if it could be done, I object. I don't want anyone else to get into trouble because of me. Her eyes were firm. She calmly said, I only need to dance with the crown prince once. I will be fine. Upon hearing this, Vaden and CACAO both lowered their heads and thought. This child used to think only of herself, yet now she can think of others like this. Suddenly, Rut Nai's voice rang out. But I won't be. The two men's eyes widened in surprise. Vani also turned to look at him in confusion. He sternly repeated himself, I am not fine with this at all. The atmosphere around the tea table became strangely tense. Vani still did not grasp the seriousness of the situation. So when Rut Nai spoke again, she gave a startled cry. In any other situation, I might respect Vani's choice. But not this time. As he spoke, he suddenly lowered his head, his voice becoming quiet. If Vani becomes the crown princess, you will have no way back. The instant he finished, 3 pairs of eyes turned toward him. Still not understanding, she pressed him. The crown princess? What do you mean? Then realization dawned on her, and her face immediately darkened in disbelief. In other words, the crown prince's dance partner at this ball will become the crown princess? CACAO turned to her, equally concerned. Although no official decision has been made, it is almost certain. Across from them, Vaden said evasively, Father did not tell you because he was afraid you would be upset by the crown prince's personality. Their words did not only shock Vani. Rut Nai was just as surprised. He turned to her and asked, You didn't know? At that moment, every trace of color drained from Vani's face. This revelation was beyond anything she could have imagined. She could only stand there, stunned. What kind of thunderbolt is this? In her mind, she saw Crown Prince Arian standing with his hands on his hips, smugly telling her, I danced with you, so you are my bride. It was utterly absurd. Was she supposed to be bound to that crown prince for life, just because she had danced one dance with him on his birthday? She did not want that. It was like Cinderella dropping her shoe and the prince finding it. Were they looking for Cinderella? She did not feel even the slightest bit happy. Instead, she felt as if she had fallen into a tiger's jaws, ready to be torn apart at any moment. Deep down, she thought fearfully, no, absolutely not. It isn't just the crown prince. The entire imperial family is suspicious. It would be like being thrown into a tiger's den. Thinking of this, she suddenly looked at him with longing in her eyes. Besides, I have not even had the chance to tell him that I love him. It felt as though her entire world were about to collapse. Suddenly, she noticed the worried gazes of the other 3. They had gathered around her, calling Vani. Confused by their reactions, she realized that while she had been lost in thought, tears had unconsciously begun falling from her eyes. She gently wiped them away. I can't hold back my tears. I feel so wronged. How awful. All of a sudden, she sensed a dark aura beside her. Rut Nai stood there, cracking his knuckles as he said, We leave immediately. Her father and brother were the same. One declared, We act now. The other added, We only need to persuade the third prince, right? Somewhat bewildered by everyone's words, she thought, Why is everyone suddenly acting like this? Then she called out loudly, Wait a moment. But based on what he had just said, a scene from the ball began to form in her imagination. When she and Rut Nai entered the ballroom hand in hand, the empress would approach and say, Lady Agenrod, I recall inviting you to be the crown prince's dance partner. Then Vani would confidently declare, under Article N, Clause N of the Royal Traditions Act, this golden invitation was issued without the Emperor's authorization. At that point, Philip would step forward and say, even the third prince, who has never participated in any diplomatic function, has the authority to revoke it. The Empress would helplessly cry, impossible. The final image was the crown prince holding up the fainted Empress, crying out, Mother. Imagining the perfect scene, Vani covered her mouth and said smugly, don't we seem a little wicked? Like villains. Hearing her words, Ratnai replied, you may think so, but pointing out what is wrong is still the right thing to do. Having said that, he gestured to her. The crown prince's behavior was extremely rude, and covering for it would be wrong as well. His words made everyone nod in agreement. Well said. That makes sense. Exactly. Such was the inexplicable power of persuasion. Finally, he added, the Empress will surely understand our intentions. At that moment, Kaiso's words brought everyone back to reality. That is another matter. The key is how to persuade the third prince. Even meeting him will not be easy. Duke Ratnai Deo stepped forward to take responsibility. Placing a hand over his chest, he said, I have a way. Leave it to me. I only need the Duke's assistance. Kaiso froze and pointed to himself, as if asking, me? Inside the third prince's room, Philip was so frightened that he fell flat onto the floor. What is going on? He looked at the two uninvited guests who had suddenly appeared before him, then at Consort Evelyn, who was smiling happily. Philip, we have visitors. Aren't they handsome? Startled, he shouted, how did you get in here? Holding a teacup, Consort Evelyn calmly took small sips of tea as she listened to the argument between the two sides. Philip shouted, absolutely not. Leave. Duke Ratnai Deo replied calmly. At the very least, would you please consider the terms we have prepared? Refusing to listen, he continued shouting, there is no need. I already said that no matter what terms you offer, I will not do it. The atmosphere at the table became terrifyingly heavy. Suddenly, Consort Evelyn, who was sitting beside him, spoke with tears in her eyes. Philip, are you angry? Is it because I let them in without asking? Philip became flustered as he tried to comfort his mother. No, mother, I am sorry. I should not have raised my voice. Kaiso, who had remained silent until then, finally spoke. It has been nearly 20 years since your mother fell ill, has it not? Hearing this, Philip continued soothing his mother while asking, what do you mean? The moment had come. Duke Ratnai Deo immediately said, do you not want to cure your mother's illness? The moment he finished speaking, Philip's hand froze. His face darkened at once as he growled, do not toy with me. He knelt and took his mother's hand. Do you think I have not tried to cure her? I have tried everything, clinging to even the faintest hope. Tears rolled down his face as he spoke. He nearly shouted, there is simply no cure for memory loss in this world. Only then did Duke Ratnai Deo speak slowly. Your Highness, you have been confined within this deep-sea palace for far too long. He braced his hands on the table and rose to his feet. Gathering information from outside is not easy here, so it would be difficult for you to find a suitable treatment. As soon as he finished, Philip's expression abruptly changed. What did you say? Duke Ratnai Deo held a small vial in his hand. It may be difficult to believe, but I will treat your mother here and now to prove it. If her condition does not improve in the slightest, I am willing to bear the charge of slandering the imperial family, even if it costs me my life. Elsewhere, Bembi leaned against Vani's shoulder and asked, how is it? Isn't it much nicer outside? The moon is bright tonight, and the air is especially fresh. She answered, yes, much nicer. She fell quiet, thinking to herself, staying in that room all the time has really made my feelings complicated. Bembi seemed to notice that she was unhappy and asked, is something bothering you? She merely replied, oh no, it's nothing. In truth, she was thinking that everyone's expressions showed how worried they were about her, how willing they were to do anything for her. It made her feel as though she were important. But she was not the real Vani. As she walked, countless thoughts raced through her mind. If the family finds out I am an imposter, they will surely want to find the real Vani. They may seem awkward, but they truly love Vani. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside her ear. What about Duke Ratnai Deo? She jolted in alarm and cried out. Who is it? A dark figure appeared behind her. It is I. Bembi, restrained by Vico, groaned uncomfortably. What is this? What is going on? The dark figure who had appeared was Vani. She had come to reclaim her own body. Vani asked in shock, what? The other woman continued, why are you so surprised? You always thought there would come a day when I returned. And now I truly have returned. My name. She glared at her opponent. The other woman smiled. My place. Bemby was stunned as well. The woman continued, the love that was meant to be mine. With that, she slashed at Vani with a knife. Facing her was Bemby, who looked at her and said, I will take everything back. Bemby suddenly blocked the stranger's attack. The hooded figure was thrown back by the recoil of the defensive magic. She cried out in pain as she was flung away and spat out a mouthful of blood. The dark figure before Vani gradually became blurry. Get back to me. That shadow flew toward the person who had fallen to the ground. Vani turned in shock toward the figure behind her and asked, What is going on? She cautiously stepped closer and demanded, Who are you? The girl appeared not to have recovered from Bemby's magical backlash and could only sit on the ground, coughing. When the girl finally raised her head, Vani recognized her. It was Kodila. Bemby jumped in fright and stammered, Why you? Then it shouted, It's her. Hearing Bemby's voice, Kodila staggered to her feet. At last, Bemby remembered and blurted out, Master, you were the one who sent me to this estate. Vani was utterly stunned. What? Unable to believe what was before her, she thought, so Kodila was the dark mage who sent a familiar to stay by my side all along? Seeing Vani's expression, Kodila smiled. It has been a long time, Princess Vani, and you as well. She paused before adding, Bemby, I nearly failed to recognize you. Embarrassed and confused, Bemby asked, Did you come looking for me? Kodila extended a hand toward Bemby. Of course, you are my most precious familiar. Vani still could not believe it. The heroine of the original story was actually a dark mage. How can this be? Why are you a dark mage? Kodila calmly answered her question. You look quite flustered, princess. Are you truly that surprised? Vani thought to herself. Actually, not entirely. In the original story, Kodila fought to the end against the cruel dark mage and helped everyone. She was like an angel. The fact that this angel was actually a dark mage would not stop tormenting her. The novel's heroine had once been a source of joy on her path home, yet now that image had nearly shattered completely. Suddenly, Kodila spoke suspiciously, interrupting Vani's thoughts. How strange. I assumed you had learned everything before coming to see me. Vani did not understand what she meant. Kodila's expression turned serious, and her voice lowered. That crybaby Bemby. Vani's eyes widened in alarm. Kodila continued, You named that bath salt after Bemby. I thought you were openly threatening me, using Bemby as a hostage. Only then did Vani hesitate to explain. Her thoughts raced. She had indeed been trying to investigate the identity of the dark mage behind everything, but in her current state, confronting that person directly was far too dangerous. She had only intended to slowly uncover the culprit through gathered information. But how could Kodila have known she had Bemby merely from those actions? Kodila asked, Did Bemby not tell you anything about its master, or why it was sent here? Bemby looked utterly bewildered. Turning to Vani, it said, I truly do not remember. It was only when I saw her face just now that I suddenly remembered. Then Kodila smiled with a breath of death in her voice. Then you must remember that I once ordered you to assassinate Princess Vani. Vani glanced at Bemby in shock. It hurriedly explained, No, I do not remember receiving such an order. Kodila continued trying to drive a wedge between them. It seems the assassination attempt on the princess failed, but that is fine. Fortunately, Bemby is still here, and I happened to find the princess alone. Bemby felt wronged and furious. Stop talking nonsense. Cold sweat gradually formed on Vani's face as worry flashed through her eyes. Why? Why did you send those familiars after me? Unable to remain calm any longer, she shouted at Kodila. Why can't you just leave me alone? After hearing Vani's accusation, the other woman fell silent for a moment before replying unhappily, I did not expect you to say such things. Her emotions became increasingly unrestrained as she continued. You stole his highness from me, and you ruined my plan. Vani answered blankly, What? Kodila gritted her teeth. Do not pretend you know nothing. You knew everything all along, did you not? You knew I was a dark mage, and that I intended to use that skin disease to win the nobles over. As she spoke, she condensed her magic into a sphere and aimed it directly at Vani. Otherwise, how could you have happened to buy radia grass and defeated the familiars I sent so easily? Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Vani instinctively raised a hand in front of her face. Her entire body stiffened as she thought, wait, exploiting the skin disease. Does that mean Kodila was also the mastermind behind what happened at Sunspring Estate? Kodila's magical sphere gradually took shape and grew larger. Furiously, she said, I do not care what you say. If I spare you again, you will only continue to stand in my way. Seeing this, Vani desperately tried to persuade her. Stop. If you do this, even you will be in danger. Vani kept asking herself, why has everything become such a mess? Is it because I was too hasty and tried to change too much? Suddenly, an image of Duke Rut Nideo smiling appeared in her mind, filling her with panic. Why is his face appearing at a time like this? Duke Rut Nideo. Then the figures of her father and brother gradually appeared as well. Father and Vaden. Are these the final images of my life? They are the first family I have ever had, and now I am thinking of them. Suddenly, a loud explosion cut off Kodila's thoughts. She had hurled a massive magical sphere toward Vani. Vani stood frozen as she watched it rush toward her. Her legs had stiffened, and she could not move. The force swept past her and exploded. The explosion shook heaven and earth. Kodila continued summoning a magic circle, gathering energy for another attack, and warned Vani, I am serious. You should be serious too. Then Vani's voice sounded as she lied. You did not come here to kill me, nor did you come for Bembi, did you? What is your true purpose? The scene shifted to the Empress. She stood before an enormous gate. Before long, the gate of liberation will open. When despair covers the earth, the dark-colored key of sun and moon will unlock the gate. At last, the great darkness shall be released. She muttered on about her true scheme. All living things upon the earth will submit to darkness. I spent a great deal of time deciphering the riddle in this poem. Her loyal subordinate answered from below, You have worked hard, Your Majesty. Looking down from above, the Empress asked, Has the assignment been completed, Elensha? Her subordinate respectfully replied with delight, Of course it has. I thought our plan to make the princess the crown princess had completely failed. I never expected Your Majesty to be so far-sighted. The subordinate continued flattering her. The instant Princess Vani and His Highness the Crown Prince enter the banquet hall together, the Crown Prince will suddenly collapse. Then I will shout that only a dark mage could have done this, and the only one capable of it is the princess, taking revenge after being rejected by the prince. At that moment, the princess will appear and, unexpectedly, defeat the evil dark mage Vani while saving everyone present. Afterward, Princess Kodila will effortlessly gain the noble's support and become the crown princess. What a perfect plan. The Empress confidently went on and on about this sinister scheme. Yet there was still one matter troubling her, Kodila. What should we do? That child Kodila may not act according to our plan. Elensha immediately offered a suggestion. As for that, the princess may suffer a little, but please hypnotize her, Your Majesty. The Empress appeared very satisfied with the proposal and immediately ordered, Bring Kodila here at once. Yes, Your Majesty. Elensha teleported away at once, moving with great haste. In the blink of an eye, she returned with a panicked expression. Surprised by Elensha's sudden return, the Empress asked, Why did you bring Kodila so quickly? Flustered, Elensha reported, Your Majesty, Princess Kodila has disappeared without a trace. The Empress's face immediately turned pale. Meanwhile, Vani continued questioning Kodila. You did not come here to kill me, nor did you come for Bembi, did you? At those words, Kodila's expression darkened at once. Without saying anything, she continued setting up a magic circle and gathering energy for an attack. Vani no longer beat around the bush. Why did you really come to find me? Kodila remained silent and merely looked at her. Then the corner of her mouth lifted. If I were you, I would not think that way. Vani remained where she stood, allowing countless attacks to fly toward her. She thought, she is clearly hiding something. Bembi anxiously called out from beside her. Vani, why are you not using magic? Vani turned to look at it thoughtfully. Kodila claimed she had come for Bembi, yet she did not seem to care whether Bembi was caught up in the fight. Then Vani slowly stepped closer to her. Bembi could only stare up at her strange behavior. Vani suddenly said, It seems you do not intend to put on an empty show. She paused, analyzing the situation. It was the same earlier. Before attacking, you deliberately adjusted the spell so that it would miss me. You're only pretending to attack. Then she stared at Kodila, her voice full of sarcasm. Are you looking down on me? Or is this truly all you are capable of? Hearing that, Kodila sighed. Even when attacked by a dark mage and facing death, you do not waver. You really are. She paused before saying, then I have only one request. Her behavior took Vani by surprise. Kodila's face grew even darker. Looking at Vani with resolute eyes, she said, kill me. Vani stammered upon hearing those words. Why you? What did you say? Kodila extended her hand and continued. Is that difficult to understand? I mean it literally. I will not resist, so kill me. Vani hesitated briefly before replying. Why should I do that? Kodila walked toward her step by step. I attack you first. I am also a dark mage. Is that not enough? Then what about this? With that, the air suddenly became heavy, and the surroundings gradually turned hazy and suffocating. Kodila gritted her teeth as she threatened. If you do not kill me now, the people you love will be in danger. Will that change your mind? Vani shuddered involuntarily. What now? Kodila spread her arms wide and cried desperately. I have no time to explain. If you do not want to kill me with your own hands, then kill Bembi. That will kill me too. Bembi angrily cursed at her. Are you insane? Vani stood behind it in silence for a moment. She lowered her gaze to Bembi, whispered something, and reached out to seize it. Vani tightened her grip on Bembi and shouted, Fine, I will do as you say. Bembi struggled frantically in her hand and screamed, Help! Vani fixed Kodila with a sharp gaze. If you have something to say it now. Kodila hesitated before answering. No, Vani tightened her grip even further. Sans signe danger, Bembi pleaded, Venez. Do not do this. She squeezed harder, and the force of her grip made Bembi cry out in agony. Even Kodila began to look frightened. After a while, Bembi could no longer move. She quickly closed her eyes as well, preparing herself for death. After waiting for a while, Kodila realized that nothing had happened and cautiously opened her eyes. Vani approached her and said, You really do seem to want to die. Is it because of the crown prince? Vani's actions startled Kodila. She screamed, lost her balance, and fell to the ground. Vani continued, Did you think that just because you suddenly appeared and asked me to kill you, I would do as you said? Frowning, she spoke sternly. Until you answer all of my questions, I will not do anything. Having said that, she ordered Bembi to tie Kodila up. Yes, Kodila was tightly bound to a tree and had no choice but to speak. Ask quickly. I do not have much time left. Vani walked up to her and rubbed her chin as she asked, Why do you keep saying you do not have time? Is that how you act when asking someone for help? Kodila replied, I sneaked out of the Imperial Palace. Vani immediately countered, You should have asked permission before leaving. If I could have, I would have done so long ago. You are incredibly stubborn. Then Vani asked her, First, was that black shadow that appeared before me earlier created by you? What exactly was it? Kodila explained without hesitation. It is a type of dark magic that turns the target's inner anxiety into reality. It is only an illusion. Only the person affected by the spell can see it. I see. Then Kodila smiled provocatively. I'm rather curious about what the young lady saw. Vani replied loudly, That is a secret. She continued, Also, you said earlier that I had tried to use an epidemic to gain the noble's trust. Did you also take part in spreading the epidemic? Faced with the question, Kodila hesitated before answering. I do not know how much you have investigated, but as for that epidemic, I can say this. It was merely a stepping stone for Kodila to become crown princess. She added, Aster Ronan was the one who advised me to exploit the epidemic. I desperately wanted to become crown princess, so I agreed. Although I had become the crown prince's lover, my background and circumstances prevented me from becoming crown princess. According to Aster, if I spread the epidemic and then distributed the cure, I could easily gain the support of the nobility. Why would I refuse such an offer? In any case, the epidemic would eventually be completely cured, so there would be no problem. Hearing her speak so coldly about it, Vani gritted her teeth and said angrily, It is not that simple. Do you know how many people were hurt because of this? Kodila answered, I am very sorry, but at this point, that is only a minor issue, and I have no intention of apologizing to them. Vani snarled at her. You ruined other people's lives completely, and you still dare to say that? Is there anything more important than that? Kodila stared gloomily into Vani's eyes and replied, I told you before. The people you love will be in danger. Suddenly, the bracelet on Kodila's wrist jingled. She looked at it in alarm and warned Vani. It is not only those around you. If this continues, no one will be safe. Vani asked suspiciously why. Kodila hurriedly explained, the gate of liberation. If it opens, disaster will descend upon this world. That is also why Asteronin approached me. When disaster comes, everything on this land will die, or live a life more painful than death. Before it is too late, there is no other way to stop it. Kodila's bracelet suddenly glowed and shattered. A magic circle appeared beneath the two of them. Not understanding what was happening, Vani asked, "What is this?" "It is a teleportation gate." Kodila cried out in panic, "No, there really is no time left now. What is wrong?" She quickly explained, "She is looking for me. This bracelet deceived her for a while, but has reached its limit." Kodila reminded Vani, "As long as I die, she will at least be unable to open that gate for several decades. If you miss this opportunity, you will definitely regret it. So hurry up and kill me." The scene shifted to the front gate of a magnificent palace. Two men dressed in black slowly emerged, while the gate guards appeared to have been knocked unconscious by them. Kaiso removed his hood and said, "I am never doing that again." Rutnai replied, "You have worked hard, Duke." Kaiso quickly boarded the waiting carriage and said, "I will return to the Elincia estate immediately to report the situation. Would you like to come with me?" Rutnai smiled and replied, "I will return to Ahen Town first, then I will come over." Kaiso asked suspiciously, "Ahen Town? What is it? Is there something urgent?" "Yes, something extremely urgent." With that, Rutnai immediately mounted his horse and rode away. Upon arriving, Rutnai pushed open the door and called out, "Everyone, bring me all the tie," and emerged from the room carrying a stack of documents and files, asking, "Duke, where have you been? We could not contact you all night." Seeing him, Rutnai said, "And bring out all the documents concerning the time mine from the study." And asked in surprise, "Now, are you really planning to propose?" Rutnai replied without hesitation, "When have I ever joked about something like this?" Then he hurriedly turned to remind the steward, "Be extremely careful. Wrap it beautifully." Holding the documents, and asked anxiously, "I still do not understand. The ball is tomorrow, so why are you so determined to confess today? Is the plan to invalidate the Empress's invitation proceeding smoothly?" Rutnai answered, "That is going very smoothly. Help me prepare for the possibility that the imperial family may interfere." At those words, countless scenarios immediately flashed through En's mind. He clutched his head, his face pale, and silently screamed inwardly, "It is over. Something huge is definitely going to happen this time. The Ahen family is finished. Where is Kodila? She is probably still asleep, though it is nearly time for her to wake up." The sound of hurried footsteps drew closer. The Empress quickly pushed open the bedroom door and called out loudly. Kodila was sitting idly by the window, enjoying the soft sunlight streaming through it. She turned around in surprise and said, Your Majesty the Empress. Why have you come so early?" Seeing this, the Empress calmed down somewhat and replied seriously, "There is an urgent matter I wish to discuss with you. Can you come with me?" Kodila smiled gently. "Yes, Your Majesty. I have only just woken up and am still somewhat disheveled. I will prepare myself and come shortly." She gave a slight bow and tilted her head. "Please wait for me in the greenhouse." Kodila sat there blankly, watching the Empress's retreating figure. Her expression suddenly darkened, and her gaze sharpened. Remembering what had happened earlier, Vani approached Kodila and said, "I cannot easily believe what you say, nor can I kill you." Kodila was extremely flustered and stammered. "Do you still not realize how serious this is?" Vani said, "Even if it is true, this cannot be resolved in such a way. One person trying to shoulder everything alone will only make things more complicated." Standing before the magic circle filled with enormous energy, Kodila shouted, "I am not joking. I am the same as you." The wind generated by the magic circle grew stronger, engulfing them both. Seeing this, Kodila said, "Arguing with you here is only a waste of time." She raised her hand to remove the bracelet and shouted, "I will make you understand. There is no other way." Before she could finish speaking, the magic circle teleported Kodila back to the Imperial Palace. Vani stared at her now bare wrist and fell into thought. The scene shifted to Kodila's bracelet resting in Vani's palm. She looked at it for a long time, and Kodila's name suddenly flashed through her mind. Vani clenched it tightly, her expression resolute. She thought, "The Kodila I knew from the novel seems to have been a completely different person." These images reminded her of the past, and she recognized the similarities between the two of them. Vani sank into thought. Is this a hidden part of the original story, or have my actions changed the fates of the characters in the novel? Filled with guilt, she walked forward heavily. Perhaps if I had not transmigrated into Vani and changed the story, Kodila would not have become this way. Remembering the hazy shadow created by magic earlier, she thought. Moreover, the illusion Kodila showed me turned my deepest fear into reality. Though I tried my best to ignore it, the guilt of having stolen Vani's life still remains. But this was not what I wanted. Thinking this, she felt lost and did not know what to do, only able to clutch at her hair in frustration. Suddenly, Bembi's voice sounded in warning. Vani, behind you. Startled, she turned around. A rough hand gently rested on her shoulder. Seeing that she had been frightened, the person quickly apologized. Rutnai appeared, so handsome that he seemed to make 100 flowers bloom. He asked gently, "Did I scare you?" The scene shifted as the magnificent door from earlier was suddenly opened. Vaden followed behind his father, Kaiso, and demanded, "Father, why are you so late?" I almost rushed into the palace. Kaiso slowly sat in his chair and said, "Something happened. The matter is more complicated than I thought." Vaden anxiously pressed him. "What happened? Did the third prince agree, father?" Kaiso avoided looking directly at his son and glanced aside hesitantly. About that, recalling what had happened earlier, Rutnai stepped forward holding a small bottle, his tone firm. "If Her Highness's mother shows no sign of improvement, I am willing to bear the charge of slandering the imperial family, or even forfeit my life." Third Prince Philip exclaimed in surprise. "What? Is it that serious?" Kaiso, who stood beside him, was just as alarmed. "I have never heard of this before," Philip thought to himself. "He is taking advantage of the fact that I cannot do this myself." With a sigh, he accepted Rutnai's request. "All right, since you say so, I will entrust my mother's treatment to you this time." He adjusted his glasses and continued solemnly. "But if there is no progress at all, there will be no agreement between us anymore. Both of you must leave at once and may never seek me out again." Kaiso and Rutnai exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Consort Evelyn was then brought to a quiet room to rest. Rutnai fed her the medicine one spoonful at a time. Then Kaiso set up a magic circle, using it together with the medicine to treat Evelyn. Philip sat beside them, carefully observing every detail, his heart filled with anxiety. Kaiso continued chanting, nearly exhausting his strength. After a while, he stopped and said, "This is somewhat strange." Kaiso asked, "Is something wrong?" "No, the treatment was successful, but I discovered something strange." Rutnai, standing nearby, offered him a handkerchief and asked, "What is it?" Kaiso immediately answered, "Consort Evelyn's symptoms do not seem to be caused by poisoning alone." Philip cried out in shock. "You mean?" Rutnai gave Kaiso no chance to take the handkerchief and immediately took the initiative to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This left Kaiso utterly bewildered, and he could only stare blankly at him. Rutnai, as though nothing had happened, asked, "You mean?" Kaiso gradually came to his senses and began explaining. "When using healing magic, I could clearly sense a strange presence. That evil energy seemed to have been constantly trying to obstruct the treatment." Philip asked in confusion, "Evil energy? What exactly is it? I cannot be certain, but I know of a similar kind of presence." As the two spoke, Consort Evelyn slowly opened her eyes. Then Kaiso's grave voice rang out. "It is a dark magic curse." Those words made the atmosphere quieter than ever. Philip suddenly exclaimed, "Who would dare? How could they dare do such a thing?" Rutnai added, "There is a dark mage within the palace. Does your highness suspect anyone?" Hearing this, Philip froze and hesitantly said, "That cannot be, unless the poison mother drank was medicine given to her by the Empress." Rutnai contemplated this for a moment before saying, "I understand. I will investigate the matter further. There may truly be a dark mage hiding in the Imperial Palace." Philip was extremely shocked. He abruptly stood up and shouted, "That is impossible." His voice drew the attention of Consort Evelyn, who had just awakened. She tugged at his sleeve and called, "Philip." He immediately clasped her hand and asked with concern, "Mother, are you all right? Is anything hurting you?" Evelyn did not immediately answer his question. She only said hesitantly, "My child, This greatly startled him. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Mother could not protect you. I am sorry." Those words struck deeply at Philip's wounded heart. He stood stunned, unable to speak for a long while. After saying that, consort Evelyn slowly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Philip cried out in alarm, "Mother! Mother!" His call made her tremble despite having her eyes closed. Evelyn opened them again, wiped the corners of her eyes, and said, "Philip." Seeing this, he noticed that her entire demeanor had changed and hastily said, "Was she not cured?" Just now it was clearly. CACAO's voice answered him. "It seems that because of that evil energy, the treatment has not yet been fully successful." He confidently placed a hand over his chest and said firmly, "However, I believe that if we try a few more times, I will certainly be able to completely cure your mother." Philip stammered, "Are really?" Rutnai seized the opportunity to praise him. As expected of the Empire's finest mage, he looked at CACAO admiringly and continued praising him. Only the Empire's strongest mage could both treat memory loss and dispel a dark curse. His words successfully earned CACAO some favor. CACAO coughed awkwardly and did not deny it. Rutnai pressed his advantage, flattering CACAO while making a proposal to Philip. "Please allow Duke CACAO Agenrod, the Empire's greatest mage, to continue treating your mother. We hope your highness will grant this request." Philip had no reason to refuse and could only agree. "I understand, but why are you going this far?" He added, "In truth, receiving an invitation from the imperial family is a great honor for a family, and it gives the young lady a chance to become a member of the imperial family." Hearing this, Rutnai and CACAO were both extremely irritated and interrupted him, because no one wishes for that to happen. Seeing their expressions and reactions, Philip gradually understood the reason. He wondered to himself, does Lady Agen Rot truly have such great appeal? Nevertheless, Philip quickly agreed to their request. "All right, I accept." After going through this, he had become curious about the woman who could make both the Duke and the Crown Prince dote on her. After pondering for a moment, he said, "But may I add one more condition?" "It will not be too difficult," CACAO replied in surprise. "Please state it." Philip did not hesitate.